The holidays are supposed to be filled with joy and happiness, but for one family in a small Georgia town, holiday cheer turns into holiday fear. Can you imagine a place where they celebrate Christmas all year round? That's not exactly what it's like living in Santa Claus, Georgia, but the name alone fills people with joy and excites children, especially when they assume Santa Claus actually lives there. It's about 90 miles away from Savannah, Georgia, and it's a very small town in the low country with just under 300 residents. They're very close-knit, very friendly, the kind of residents who love God and their town. Everyone knows their neighbors, and just about anyone else who lives there. No one's really a stranger. Now it's true, when you look around the town, it looks very different than most. Their street names, for example, are Candy Cane Road, December Drive, Rudolph Way, Dancer Street, Prancer Street, and Sleigh Street, just to name a few. Look at their street signs. They're not your typical stop sign, not the boring red stop sign with the ordinary pole. No, Santa Claus stop signs have a red and white striped pole that looks like a candy cane. Tourists actually do flock there from all over, hoping to get a postmark with the Santa Claus, Georgia stamp on their Christmas cards before sending them out to their loved ones. Thousands flock into the small Toombs County community, named after the big guy from the North Pole. Welcome to Santa Claus, Georgia. Santa Claus was founded in 1941 by a local farmer. His name was Calvin G. Green. He named it the way he did because he was hoping it would attract tourists to his pecan business and his motel. He thought that if people were passing by on Highway 1, they would look at it and stop out of curiosity. Self-serving, but hey, that's business. The town's motto is Santa Claus, the city that loves children. There's even a sign that welcomes you into the town with old Saint Nick standing beside it, and it's pretty well known as the perfect spot to take photos. There are a lot of people who share them on social media, especially during the holidays. Black Friday just passed, and it's a holiday in Santa Claus, but not for shopping. Instead, it's the day that all the residents decorate their homes and the whole town. The town hall decorations stay up all year round, and guess what the address is? Literally 25 December Drive. When I read all this, it sounded like a fairy tale. It's just too bad we have to ruin it with a complete nightmare of a story. When kids in town drop letters off to Santa in the big red mailbox in town, a man named Danny Daniels was the one who picked them up. Danny was a local mail carrier. He was born and raised in Santa Claus, and he was married to a woman named Kim. First, I want to introduce you to Kimberly Denise Daniels, formerly Kimberly Lamp. Kim was born on February 25, 1964. Sadly, when she was only 3 years old, her father was murdered right in front of her. Supposedly, from what I've read, it was for stealing chickens to feed his family. Kim's mother abandoned her and her siblings, and they were tossed around in the foster care system, eventually leading to drug and alcohol addiction. Kim lost contact with her siblings and never learned to deal with the murder of her father and her mother leaving her. She was in 13 foster homes in 1 year and 52 in total. Finally, a couple named Mary Grace and Jimmy Driggers in a town called Alma opened their home to Kim when she was 12. Let's just say Kim was very defiant. She would cuss and yell and was always getting into trouble. Foster parents, to me, are absolute saints for taking in children that are dealing with so much pain inside. As much as she was hard to deal with, there was something about Kim that made her very lovable. She had this big, pretty smile, and you could tell she wanted to love others and to be loved. There was just this big wall up, and rightfully so. Mary Grace admitted it was hard to punish Kim because she was so pretty. She could see right through Kim's hard exterior, and she knew she wanted to please everyone, but she was just so broken. Eventually, they wanted to be the ones to truly give her the love that she never had, so they ended up adopting her, and she became Kim Driggers. Unfortunately, life still wasn't that good for Kim, and she dropped out of high school, and she lived on the streets. She ended up getting married when she was 21, and in 1985, she had a little girl that she named Brandy. The relationship ended in divorce because she was very unstable, and so was her husband, but he was more capable of taking care of their child, so he got custody of Brandy. Kim really wanted to be loved, and she ended up jumping from one man to the next because she was desperate to try to find that true love. Eventually, she moved in with yet another drug addict in 1987 and had her second child in 1986, named Amber. In 1989, she found out she was going to have twins, and she named them Bryant and Brooke, a boy and a girl. Their father ended up leaving right after they were born, and Kim was alone, once again. At this point, she was completely overwhelmed. She had a ton of new responsibilities, she was unemployed, and she was addicted to drugs. I want to point something out. There is a stigma of drug addiction. This doesn't just happen to losers. I've heard very judgmental statements and comments regarding individuals who end up struggling like Kim, almost as though to say, well, it's too bad you chose that path. Anything that happens to you is your fault. According to drugabuse.gov, people who are addicted continue to be blamed for their disease. Addiction is a very complex brain disorder with behavioral components. It's sad because the public and even healthcare systems and justice systems will continue to view it as a moral weakness or part of your flawed character. More people would potentially get help if there was a wider acceptance and recognition that they are more susceptible to the brain changes that happen during addiction. Plus, it is influenced by factors that are outside of people's control. It can be genetics or the environment in which they were born or raised. So let's keep that in mind throughout this story, because we will be talking about several individuals who have suffered with addiction. Kim's 3 kids ended up being taken away by the Department of Family and Children's Services, DFCS. The twins were still babies at the time, and Kim had to find a cheap place where she could live, so she finally moved into a trailer in Lyons, Georgia. She was living with 2 other drug addicts, and she was only 28 years old at the time. She did reconnect with one of her siblings, though, her sister Connie. Kim always wanted a big family so badly, she told Connie she would keep trying to get clean. She wasn't gonna stop because she had to get her kids back. She talked about this very often, but she would continue to fall back into addiction. She made that promise to herself that she would keep trying. I can't even be away from my daughter for a few days, so imagining a child being taken away is heart-wrenching. Kim was at complete rock bottom. It was the spring of 1991, and she decided she needed help, so she went to a local church. The church was called Mount Vernon Pentecostal Church. She heard that this church took in people who were very desperate. Other churches would reject them, but this church wouldn't. A lot of times, like I said, people who were struggling with addiction would be seen as immoral, so some churches would just say, you gotta go. This church, on the other hand, welcomed sinners. Reverend Ray Wood said people called his church a place a bunch of drunks and drug addicts hang out, and that was the best compliment, he said, because those are the people that Jesus was trying to help. Kim had been living out of her car at the time, and everything she owned was in that car. She truly was desperate, and she was almost 30 now, so she kept telling herself she had to get help or she would end up dying like this. The Reverend's wife, Christy Wood, had helped him in the past, finding places to live and getting food stamps, and she remembered those big, beautiful blue eyes, the prettiest eyes she had ever seen. Kim was welcomed right into the church, and attending the church services was exhilarating to Kim. It was like a drug itself, and it captured her and mesmerized her, and when she was at the service, she forgot all about drugs for that moment. Ray and Christy Wood decided to help Kim under one condition. She had to take care of her demons first. She had a court date coming up for assaulting a police officer. They prayed and prayed it would go well, and it did. The court gave her a reduced sentence. She was put on probation instead of ending up in jail, and she considered this a miracle. This led her to getting baptized by Reverend Wood in a horse trough. But it didn't matter where it was. What mattered was that she felt she had stripped away the old Kim and opened herself up to a new version of herself. Getting a job was a little harder. It was such a small town, and there wasn't much to choose from. The jobs often went to people who had families and were more put together. She looked and looked, but she still could not support herself, so she reached out once again. After some time, her church family helped her find work at a local plastics factory. She was completely clean at this point. Anytime she felt like drinking or using, she would turn to her Bible. It didn't happen quickly. It started with an hour, then several, and then it would turn into a day or 2 days. Before she knew it, she had tamed the demon. Now for the next hurdle, getting her babies back. Having a loving family one day, even a loving marriage to a good man, was what she wanted the most. Oh, she had a lot of men that were interested in her, and at work, there were always co-workers, even married ones, that were trying to get her attention. Kim was very leery of men, though. It was very hard for her to trust them, and I don't blame her. She finally got her own apartment, and I can't help but be proud of Kim. She knew if she wanted her kids back, she would need a safe, clean place for them to live. So envisioning this, even though it was just a dream right now, she made a point to clean and clean. She got really good at it. She spent hours removing stains and deep cleaning the whole kitchen, the carpets, every speck of dirt that even the previous occupants had left behind. It was the cleanest the place had been in years. Her daughter Amber was 3, and she had a court date that was finally set. On the day she walked into that courtroom, she was confident, but she knew living in a small town, everyone knew her secrets, but they also knew how hard she was working. She was employed, she passed the home visit, she had a great support system, and regularly attended AA meetings. The judge asked her if she was willing to get random drug tests, and she said, "Yes, Your Honor." The court then granted her visitation with Amber. If things went well, they would eventually allow Amber to stay overnight. If this worked out, Amber could live with Kim indefinitely. Amber wanted so badly to be back with her mother. Guess what? Kim finally gained full custody of Amber. Unfortunately, she realized she never learned to take care of anyone but herself, and the fact that she was self-aware in that moment says a lot about her growth. So, without any help, it was too much for her. She tried, she really did, but between work and struggling to make ends meet, she wasn't able to be the mom that she wanted to be. And even though this was such a hard decision, she had to return Amber to her foster parents. The good news is, she wasn't going to stop. With the help of other mothers that were in the church, Kim learned how to take care of children. She took classes, she studied organization, she made schedules, and she learned to stick to them. She figured out how to arrange play dates with other moms, and she even found a church daycare service. She put these skills into practice, pretending Amber was there. She went through all the motions. She woke up early, she prepared food for 2, she would drive past a daycare with an empty car, and went through all the motions of dropping Amber off. Then, she worked all day. She would drive back to the daycare imagining she was picking up Amber after a long day. Yeah, of course, this wasn't real. She was pretending this was an imaginary child in the back seat, but it didn't matter. She was learning skills that were foreign to her as an abandoned child herself. Finally, she was ready to take Amber back. Eventually, she not only got Amber back, but she also got her 2-year-old twins, Bryant and Brooke. I was so happy for her. Kim was solely focused on her children, nothing else. She worked hard to give them the life she never had. She turned down men all the time because she didn't want them to distract her from her goals. There was one man who was waiting for his chance to talk to Kim. He'd seen her around town. He'd also come to her house many times delivering mail. He was the local mailman named Danny Daniels. Danny was a single dad. He had an 11-year-old daughter. Her name was Jessica. He and his ex-wife had adopted her. He had been married twice before, and he ended up getting custody of Jessica. Everyone close to her called her Jessie. Now that Danny was in his 40s, he was settled down. He was a godly man. He had a good job, and he was looking for a family just like him. He was very picky about who he let into his life for the sake of Jessie. Danny and Kim had something in common: overcoming addiction. They found themselves sitting in a circle together at a local support group. They began talking here and there, and after a few months, they decided to go on a date. One date led to a few, and Kim said it was actually love at first sight for both of them, even though it took time on both of their parts to warm up to the idea of letting each other into their worlds. Kim started to bring Danny around the church, and he decided to get baptized in the very same horse trough. Danny had always been religious. He desired being involved in the church and giving back and teaching others the gospel. This had been what helped him to become a better man. So, Danny wanted to help others. The Reverend asked him if he'd like to head up the adult Sunday school, and he accepted. Danny took this job very seriously. He worked on his sermons for hours. Kim could tell he was a quality man, so they started to introduce their children to one another. Jessie loved Kim's kids. She enjoyed taking care of them, playing with them, giving them piggyback rides, playing hide and seek, and teaching them new things. She adored the twins so much. She never had any siblings of her own, so this was pretty exciting. They finally felt like they were part of a real family. Danny had a large home in Santa Claus. It was at the far end of Dasher Street, named after one of Santa's reindeer. His home was unique to the area. It wasn't a trailer like most of the other homes in the area. It was a ranch-style home with cute little shutters on the outside, and it was in a very secluded part of Santa Claus. It was surrounded by several acres of land that he had inherited from his parents. It also had a pond in the back, a vegetable garden, and lots of room for children to play. It would accommodate the blended family really well because it had 4 bedrooms, a large kitchen with a dining area, and 2 full bathrooms. Danny had actually designed and built the home himself with a group of his friends. He made sure it had everything they'd need. Kim and the kids started coming over to the house more often, and Jesse, always wanting brothers and sisters, had so much fun. They had barbecues, made pizza together. It was like they were on vacation all the time. Danny finally knew he found everything he was looking for to make his life complete, so he proposed, just in time for them to plan their wedding before Christmas in 1992. Of course, they chose the very modest but very special Mount Vernon Pentecostal Church. It meant a lot to Kim. It was where she stood when she made that decision to become a better person. Because of that choice, she was standing there that day in a beautiful white dress in front of everyone she loved, about to exchange vows with the man of her dreams. On December 3rd, 1992, Kim and Danny were officially married. Jessie stood right next to them in her bridesmaid dress, and Amber, Brooke, and Bryant carried the rings and the flowers. This was the real deal, not like the 2 other previous relationships that were formed out of drug addiction and dependency. Their new life wasn't without bumps in the road here and there, but they were minor and always worked themselves out. Most of the frustrations came from kids being kids. Jessie definitely had her share of blowouts with the family because she was transitioning from a child into her teens. It did cause a lot of disagreements and arguments between Kim and Danny, but every relationship has hurdles, and those hurdles just have to be scaled as they come along. Kim and Danny, being people of God, found themselves wanting to serve the Lord by opening their home to foster children. Kim thought this was her calling, to take in less fortunate children and give them a better life. She wanted to give them the love that she never had. She ran this by Danny, and at first, he was thinking logically and didn't know how they would be able to handle more than 4 kids. But eventually he came around to the idea, and he was very excited. Kim's oldest daughter, Brandy, was out of the mix at this time. She was living with Kim's ex, her biological father, but now that they were settled, they invited her to come over anytime, and Brandy's dad was fine with that. So she began spending holidays and weekends with the growing family. It was perfect. They had enough practice as parents. They had all the necessities that children needed, so they went ahead and applied to take the 10-week course to become foster parents. Ironically, by the fall of 1995, the very same Department of Family and Children Services workers who had taken Kim's kids away were now working with her to find placements for foster children. These foster children had some of the most heartbreaking stories. Soon, Kim was taking in kids all the time. Some stayed a little while before getting adopted, others stayed longer until they found more suitable placements. But no matter how short the stay, Danny and Kim treated each child as though they were their own. There was one little girl, though, who may have been just a little more special than the rest. Her name was Joanne Mosley. Joanne's mom had neglected her, and she was recently removed from her home. She needed patient caregivers, people who would understand abuse, who would give her a sense of stability until the state could figure out what to do next. Joanne was a beautiful 10-year-old with red hair and freckles. She looked like she could be Jessica's sister. The children really connected with Joanne, especially Amber, since the girls were the exact same age. Amber would tell Kim she knew Joanne was going to be her very best friend. Kim was sweet. Not only did she relate to the foster children, but she remembered what it was like to be a single mom who had her children ripped out of her life for demons that she could not tame at the time. So she related to these parents who were at rock bottom. She knew that not all of them were bad people. Most of them weren't bad people. They just found themselves in very unfortunate circumstances. In Joanne's case, Kim began speaking with Joanne's mother, Latrell Mosley. She promised that she would let Latrell come visit as soon as Joanne got settled in. What this generally meant was that Joanne was following all the rules in the Daniels home. They put these rules in place for each child, not only foster children, but their own as well. Each time a new child was placed with them, they would have a big family meeting. Everyone would have a chance to introduce themselves, tell everyone a few things about them, their hobbies, their talents, and maybe some other flaws to look out for, things that they were working on. Whether it was that they had a messy room all the time or tended to get moody, it helped so that no one took those things personally. Each child had chores that they had to do, and they had to keep up with their schoolwork. Joanne was headstrong. She definitely resisted change. She didn't trust easily, and she was starved for attention, so she would act out a lot. Kim was a stay-at-home foster mom at this point, so this was her full-time job. She had seen her fair share of bad habits, and even worse, questionable behaviors. Many of the children came from homes with mentally ill parents. A lot of them had been abused in many ways, mentally, physically, sexually. Some of them were even born with drugs in their system and had to be hospitalized through neonatal abstinence syndrome. This happens when babies are exposed to drugs in the womb before birth. Babies can actually go through drug withdrawal symptoms, which can start as soon as 24 to 48 hours after they're born. A lot of times, they'll experience trembling, have problems sleeping, and tense up their muscles. Kim was used to taking in children that had this syndrome. She was used to seeing symptoms as well as behaviors that others might categorize as not normal, and even some children that seemed evil, for lack of a better word. They could have excessive anger that they couldn't control, antisocial behavior, or be manipulative. In most cases, Kim could only speculate about what the previous caregivers had subjected these poor children to. Many of them didn't even have a healthy perception of reality. This may have been another reason that Kim was open to speaking to Luttrell. Joanne seemed to be suffering from a really unusual way of thinking. A family friend of the Daniels said that Joanne had threatened Kim, but Kim never took it seriously because of the absurd nature of the threat. Joanne got upset that Kim punished her for not doing her chores and told her that her mama was going to mix up some powder and curse her. Kim, being Kim, actually laughed it off and made light of it. She told Joanne, "You better make sure it's mixed with aspirin because you're giving me a headache." It de-escalated the situation. Joanne started laughing, but this gave Kim some insight about how Joanne was being brought up. The main reason Kim reached out to Joanne's mom was because Joanne would beg her to let her see her. She missed her mom so much. And even though she called Kim and Danny mom and dad and felt completely loved by them, she worried about her mom. She loved her mom, and even if she was unfit to raise her in a safe environment, she still wanted to check on her. Her mom might be hungry or not well. So Kim, having a soft heart, began to feel bad for Luttrell. She thought, maybe I can fix her and reunite the family somehow. She remembered feeling that exact same way that Joanne did when she was abandoned by her own mother as a child. Kim would stay up late at night wondering where her mother was, whether she was hurt or worse, if she was dead on the streets. She thought maybe if she helped Joanne and Luttrell to overcome their own demons, it would help her heal some of her own. However, it was against DFCS policies to allow foster children to see their parents. Kim couldn't fight the urge, so she connected with Luttrell and finally agreed to drive Joanne over for a visit. If she only knew how much this unauthorized visit was going to change her life forever. Kim drove almost 50 miles away into Bacon County for this little supervised reunion. She was prepared, yet not prepared for what she was about to witness. She hadn't forgotten where she came from, but she had come so far in life at this point. She was not used to being exposed to the utter disgust that the Mosley family was living in. The house was small, filled with moldy carpets, rotten food, bugs and wires coming out of the floors and the walls. The roof was leaking. It was just a mess. She was shocked by the condition of the home, and it also brought back a lot of memories that she had tried really hard to erase. Kim felt that if she could turn her life around, she could help other mothers like Luttrell. She tried not to show the disgust on her face when she met Luttrell at the door and looked inside. Outside, Joanne and her mom hugged, talked, and spent a couple of hours together. Then Kim and Joanne made the trek back to Santa Claus. The visits continued, and each time Kim saw it as an opportunity to preach the gospel of God's love to Luttrell. She wanted to soften her heart, to open her up to change. I'm highlighting this particular instance where Kim's effort to help doesn't go as planned, and what she learned as a result, since it's pivotal in understanding the big picture later on. At some point, Luttrell mentioned she had a son who she was worried about. His name was Scott Taylor. Taylor was Luttrell's maiden name, and Scott was Joanne's half-brother from a previous relationship. He was around 17 at the time. Kim sat there with Luttrell, comforting her as she confided in Kim about Scott's past. Luttrell was in tears. She explained that Scott was born with a heart defect that wasn't discovered until he was 4. Thankfully, it was discovered in time because he would have died. His body wasn't able to get enough oxygen due to a condition called mitral valve stenosis. It's a narrowing of the heart's mitral valve that causes it not to open properly, blocking the blood from flowing into the main chamber of the heart, which can lead to complete heart failure. Scott had to have a really intense open heart surgery, which was a complete success. However, Kim would later find out that Luttrell would use this more as a sob story than anything else. It wasn't just a story, it was a feel bad for me, have pity on me story, and she would lie and say that she was also suffering from it as well. The truth was, Luttrell's own drug use while she was pregnant was suspected to be the cause of Scott's heart abnormality. That didn't stop her from using Scott's childhood condition, which was now completely repaired, as an excuse for why she wouldn't punish him or why he didn't do well in school. It was just an excuse all the time. Many people would say this was to handicap herself in case others accused her of being an unfit mother. Luttrell had a few failed marriages. She suffered abuse, and her children did as well. Scott had 4 other siblings: Ralph, George, Lisa, and Steve. Scott's father left Luttrell when he was only 8. She was raising 5 children on welfare, living in a trailer in Alma. Luttrell wasn't telling Kim the whole story. She had no idea what the truth was from what Luttrell was saying. Kim felt bad for her. Her story reminded Kim of her own. The real story of Scott's childhood was much different. Apparently, Scott had become addicted to drugs and alcohol when he was only 11. Scott's brother George was sent to a state hospital for addiction. Scott's brother Steve had severe mental health issues. He would even throw knives at Luttrell. He would beat Lisa and Scott up regularly, leaving them with bruises and totally battered. Steve was in and out of juvenile detention centers, and screams would frequently be heard coming from Luttrell's trailer. At some point, a neighbor ended up calling the police. After a welfare check, a caseworker said that the condition was deplorable, yet the remaining children were never removed. Instead, it seemed like anyone who had to deal with that family just tolerated them. Essentially, they would just turn a blind eye and not want to get involved because they were actually scared of them. For example, instead of getting help for Scott, his elementary school teacher decided to put up a screen around Scott's desk so that he would stop bothering her and the other children in class. Segregating him worked until he learned to escape. It was like he was an animal in a cage. Then he would throw things at the class, and he was even seen smoking cigarettes. He had been held back twice, once in kindergarten and once in 1st grade, and he never had food. There was just always turmoil in his life, and I feel really bad for a child having to deal with that. Each time Luttrell would have the DFCS called on her, she would make the family move. She would just say, "Let's pick up and go to another town." Scott got in trouble with the law when he was only 11. He broke into a neighbor's trailer to steal food. I feel bad for him. This boy was hungry. He's a child. Luttrell was using all the welfare funds on drugs instead of getting him help. They charged him, this 11-year-old boy, with a criminal offense, 2 counts of criminal trespass and 1 count of burglary. Even though it sounds bad, the good news was he was removed from Luttrell, and then his paternal aunt gained custody. This little boy was on probation for a year following the sentence, and after a while with his aunt and uncle, Scott was doing really well. He was back on track at school, and he had the semblance of a stable life, but not for long. He went downhill again because of Luttrell. She would harass the family, stalk them, scream outside of their house, and accuse them of getting her in trouble and ruining her life. It seemed as though she didn't want a better life for her children. Honestly, I'm sitting here wondering why. These people were clearly helping her children, yet she had so much anger toward them. It seemed to me it was more than just anger. There was speculation that she needed the kids to get more money from the state, and that was the biggest motive for wanting to fight for her children, though they couldn't take it anymore. They sadly dropped Scott off at the police station and just left him there. They weren't the only ones. No foster family would take in Scott, so the state placed him back with Luttrell. In the next few months, he was passed between a number of foster homes, looking for a family that could handle him. They finally placed him with Sylvia Boatwright. It didn't last long because poor Scott, who only had imaginary friends, listened to them according to him and followed them out to a busy highway. He was missing for hours. The police, the social workers, they were trying desperately to locate him, When he was finally found, Sylvia was like, "I do not think he's ready." So, she sent him back to another foster home, where he was once again rejected after he was caught using power tools to destroy the family's home. He would also scare some of the foster parents because he would chant. He said he was casting spells on people. One time, he was caught mixing a concoction that he planned to put in his family's food, his foster family. He even attempted to catch farm animals and use them as sacrifices. Everyone was confused. They were scared of Scott, and no one knew how to help him. The state once again placed him back with Luttrell. He can't get away from her. August 17th, 1988, a neighbor called the police saying Scott was outside, screaming at the top of his lungs. He said he was going to kill himself or kill that mother devil worshiper. The neighbors also reported that he threatened to kill a little girl the previous day and even pointed a BB gun at her face. At that point, in the frustration, the neighbor yelled at the police, saying if they didn't do something, the residents would. So don't be surprised if he ended up dead. Finally, Sylvia took him in. She devoted so much time to Scott. The first thing she did is put him in a special school for children who were suffering from mental health disorders. He was very antisocial. He never seemed to be able to make friends, and he was super anxious. He was even scared of imaginary things that were not there. He would tell his therapist that he was scared he was going to be killed, and he developed a bunch of imaginary friends that he would talk to all day long, and even an imaginary pet mouse. Sylvia said this was the only way she thought he knew how to cope with his pain. Imaginary friends who he could control so they couldn't harm him. He would consistently tell people he wasn't allowed to play with them because he had this big scar in his chest, and he would show them. Most likely he was just echoing what he heard Luttrell tell people. Scott was diagnosed with ADHD, he was prescribed Ritalin, and Sylvia tried so many other methods. She did counseling, they had experts coming in to evaluate him, special schools. Sometimes he was happy and polite, and then a switch would flip, and he'd curse her out, and he wouldn't take his meds. Luttrell would stop at nothing to get Scott back. She told Kim how she struggled against the system, how they lied about her, and took him away even though she never did anything wrong. Yet reports, on the other hand, stated that she began to harass Sylvia. She was threatening to curse her with cancer and anyone else that stood in her way of getting Scott. Even threatening those social workers, telling them that their families would end up dead if they kept messing with her. I can see why people did not want to care for poor Scott. Who would want to deal with Luttrell? She was unhinged. Scott was found pouring gasoline from Sylvia's lawnmower onto the ground in their backyard. They were afraid since he had also mentioned he liked to play with fire. He went back, he was evaluated again, and they diagnosed him with an identity disorder. But it doesn't say which one. I looked and it just didn't state which one. I'm really curious, since Luttrell herself was diagnosed with borderline. It seemed like he was falling into a deeper and deeper delusional state. He told the doctors that his mom practiced witchcraft and that it really worked. She would put curses on people, and they would do it together, and the curses would work. Demons would come off the walls, and he was scared of them because the demons could hurt him. This is probably the reality his mother taught him. I cannot help but feel awful and sad for Scott. There is so much more I read about that I can tell you, but I can't tell you everything. Some of the things were self-mutilation, cruelty to animals, deep depression over losing his imaginary mouse he thought he had left at Sylvia's. Even though it's imaginary, he couldn't get it back. And then Scott attempted to take his own life at only 12 years old, by hanging. At this time, he was back with Luttrell, and she came in just in time to cut him down. He even chased his older brother with a .22, shooting him down the driveway. He dropped out of school in 10th grade and was at a 4th grade reading level. From the time he was 14 to 17, he would engage in criminal acts. He stole cars with his brother. It was just bad. He was obsessed with two things: playing video games and obsessively watching a movie called Death Warrant. I haven't seen it, but he would watch it over and over again, and he would cite the lines from his favorite character, the Sandman. Who's the Sandman? He would hardly talk or eat anything, and he was over 6 feet tall and only weighed 120 pounds by the time he was 17. I was thinking he may have been restricting his food intake to have control over something in his life. Remember, Kim doesn't know any of this. She just knows what Luttrell has offered as the truth. She said she was out of her mind with worry about Scott, that he'd leave for weeks at a time and not even call or keep in touch. Latrell said she thought he was probably living on the streets. Kim wanted to meet him if he ever came around. She told Latrell to call her and let her know. Kim thought Scott would need to be a part of the change that the Mosleys needed. He was part of the family. If he didn't change along with them, he could bring his bad habits back around, tempting Latrell to fall back into addiction, or worse, get Joanne involved. Finally, Kim did get the opportunity to meet Scott. Even though he seemed to be very troubled, she tried to see the good in everyone. She decided it would be a good idea to bring the Mosleys to church, because after all, that's what changed Kim for the better. Church did not seem to have the same effect on Scott or Latrell. Now Joanne was still young and impressionable, so she was thriving in the Daniels' care. But Latrell seemed to use the church for their resources without changing anything in her life. She would ask for loans so she could pay medical bills or for food. However, there was speculation she was spending the money on drugs. The church was there to help people in need, but after a while, they got sick of Latrell's ungrateful attitude. Because she would scream at them when they told her they're out of funds to give her that month, since other families that were in need needed to be helped out. She would storm out like a 3-year-old, and she would scream all kinds of obscenities along with really odd threats. Kim later finds out what Latrell had been practicing with all those concoctions and spells was a form of black magic or devil worshipping, and this is what Scott said that she taught Joanne and him. It was clear that Latrell wasn't making any progress. She also seemed as she was determined to derail Joanne's progress. She wanted her back, and there was definitely anger brewing toward the Daniels family, especially toward Kim. I don't know if you would call it envy or jealousy, but Latrell's life was a living hell compared to the comfortable life that Kim had. By this time, though, Kim had heard some of the stories about Latrell. She felt like maybe she was being warned by her and not just opening up to her about her struggles. She didn't want him raising her kids, and resentment was definitely building. Kim had no choice. She had to stop responding to her. The church did the same thing. Besides, the church was far from Latrell's home, so unless she got a ride, she wasn't really able to come around on her own. So they didn't see her for a while. At this point, however, all she knew was that she was an unfit mother who still seemed to love and care about her kids and just needed to get her life back on track. Scott was still coming to the church with the Daniels family, even after his mother wasn't invited anymore. Yet, it didn't seem to be doing much for him. There was one incident that stood out to other people. The preacher had come forward to give Scott a message from God. Instead of doing what most people in the church do and engage with the preacher, he just stood there. He was just emotionless and just staring into space. It was a habit for Scott not to look people in the eyes. He would avert his eyes anytime someone was trying to talk to him face to face. Everyone in the church was clapping, and they were cheering, and they were singing and dancing, and they were waiting to hear this special message from God to Scott. The preacher said that God wanted to fill Scott with the Spirit so that he would repent from all of his sins and become a child of the church. Scott stood still. He was like a statue. Well, his arms were crossed, and he never said a word. It was seen as really odd, but this was a troubled teen. He didn't know what was acceptable social behavior. He'd know what that looked like. Scott and the Daniels' lives were starting to get more and more connected. Scott would see their home as somewhat of a safe haven, and Joanna was no longer at the Daniels' home or in foster care. She was back with Latrell once again on a trial basis. However, the Daniels, being the kind people they are, extended Scott an invitation to stay with them if he needed to. He liked that idea. He got to eat free food, he had a roof over his head, and it made sense that he would rather be there than Latrell's or on the streets. Soon, Scott was starting to bring someone else around. She was a girl named Maria Spivey. Just like his social behaviors at the church weren't normal, neither were his romantic relationships. Developmentally, he was very immature. Girls did see him as mysterious and attractive, though, so it wasn't hard for him to find girlfriends. However, he did have a rocky relationship with Maria. Sometimes they would come over with the Daniels, and they were happy, laughing, playing with the children together. Then the next week, they'd be broken up for weeks at a time, and then no one would see or hear from Maria. Scott would also leave for weeks at a time, and at that point, he would fall deeper and deeper into drug abuse. As much as they wanted to help, they were worried that he was beyond what they can offer. He would go back and forth between the Daniels, the streets, and his older sister Lisa's trailer in Bacon County. She was married, and she had kids of her own. Maria found out she was pregnant with Scott's baby. Now both of them are only 18, they're in poverty, they're unemployed, and they don't have a place to live. Their baby boy finally arrived, and they named him Joshua. Scott was not ready to be a dad, he couldn't even take care of himself. Scott may not have been ready for his own kids, but both Maria and his sister Lisa said he was amazing with kids. He would play with Lisa's kids all the time, and they loved him. They even pleaded with him to stay over or come back as soon as possible to play again. He babysat for friends and everything. So Maria was under the impression sex meant love, love meant devotion, devotion meant being a husband and father. But that is not what Scott thought. He was out drinking, doing drugs, getting in trouble. So Maria ended up moving in with her parents. Scott would occasionally go see Joshua, but it was not a frequent occurrence. As much as it seemed that Scott was somewhat of a loner, it also seemed like he always needed to attach himself to someone. If there wasn't somebody that was giving him their undivided attention, he would act really withdrawn. You would see him walking slowly around this house that he's been to many times before, and he would look all over the place like he lost something. He would pick up an item, and then he would slowly turn it around, examining every inch of it. It's like, you know what it is, and then you would lurk around, quietly come up to you, wouldn't even hear him, and then he would end up being right here. It was obvious that something was not right. The Daniels thought maybe a friend his age would help Scott. If he had someone to talk to and hang out with and connect with, the Daniels ended up introducing Scott to a guy named Aaron. This is a boy his age from the church, and Danny made a deal with them. He said if they fixed broken things around the house or helped with projects, he would pay them. I sometimes wonder if this was a way for him to pay Guy and Aaron to be friends with Scott. That's kind of sad, but he was trying his best. This was, however, a way that the Daniels felt they could help Scott. Kim did not want to feel like a failure, and she was still determined for Scott to change. It didn't take that long for Guy and Scott to become pretty close friends. They became best friends, actually. Guy was the first person that Scott opened up to. They went hunting together, they liked to drink coffee and talk about their problems, and they even attended church together. From this experience, Kim learned she may not be able to initiate total change in someone, but she could provide resources to help them cope with their issues, and that was still winning to her. Since Guy and Scott were doing home improvements at the Daniels house, Scott was still spending time with the family, and he seemed to be happier than usual, more talkative. Guy started to notice a pattern. Anytime that Danny's teenage daughter Jessie was around, Scott became almost giddy. When Guy and Scott were fixing gutters one day, Scott took a break, and while Guy was still up on the roof and Scott couldn't see him, he noticed that Scott was sitting really close to Jessie. They were talking, but they were leaning in real close, whispering and touching a little bit, the way that you would gently touch someone you were flirting with. Guy was a little bit concerned because he was a man of God, and he knew Scott had had premarital sex and gotten a young girl pregnant. He also respected Danny, so he thought this may be the start of something that could complicate things. Jessie was only 14 and Scott was going to be 19, so even though he probably was as immature as a 14-year-old mentally, this situation wasn't good. Jessie was at that age where she had crushes on boys, and she was curious about sex, and she was pretty, and she liked the attention from a cute older boy. And that's okay, just not with this boy. Guy pulled Danny aside later and gave him a heads up, man to man. Danny said it's probably innocent. He didn't want to make a big deal out of it right now. He knew how kids were. He wasn't going to hurt anyone's feelings by jumping the gun, but he would keep an eye on them. It wasn't a problem until Jessie approached her dad on her own, saying that she felt uncomfortable around Scott sometimes. She said she would see him, and she would hide or pretend that she wasn't home. She told Danny he was strange, and she saw him throw things at animals, even their dogs. That was that. Helping Scott had completely run its course with the Daniels. Scott was an adult, and he needed to be responsible for himself, his son, his choices. So, Danny told Jessie he wouldn't say anything about the fact that she told him, but he would have a heart-to-heart with Scott and tell him it was time for him to move on. He would no longer be invited to the Daniels' home. One night, before Danny even had a chance to talk to him, Scott kept calling to reach Jessie on the phone. It was 11 p.m., and no one was answering, so Scott just kept calling and hanging up and calling again. It was pretty obsessive, and Scott had this obsessive character to him. He didn't need to talk to Jessie, there wasn't a pressing matter to discuss. She's 14, it's a school night, but the simple fact that he couldn't made him obsess over it. This character trait would later prove to have devastating consequences. Finally, after 20 rings, Danny picks up and you could hear Scott's video game in the background. Scott says, "Let me talk to Jessie, please." Danny responded and says, "Scott, it's late." Danny had to get up around 4:30 every morning to start his mail route, and Scott knew that because he knew the Daniels' schedule and routine. He was around them all the time. He was around them long enough that he should know better than to call that late. Danny lets him know, "Jessie's asleep, go to bed. Some of us have jobs that we have to get up early for." Danny could just hear Scott slam the phone receiver down. This gave him all the more reason to have that talk the next morning. Before Danny left for work, he actually went to the cordless phone and deleted Scott's number from the call log because he didn't want to discuss it with Kim. She could easily get her feelings involved, and he just did not want to deal. He had made his decision, that was that. He wasn't going back on his word. After work, he was going to confront Scott, and he wouldn't do it harshly. That wasn't Danny's style. He wouldn't even stoke the fire by bringing up any of the things he knew. Instead, he would just focus on the fact that Jessie's too young to date, and Scott is too old. And that's that. At that moment, he had to shift his focus because he had his morning rituals, and they were important to him. One of those included leaving cute messages on the whiteboard in the kitchen. They seemed like such a loving family. Kim had her own morning routines, and she was really strict about it, but he loved that. She would tell him to put a smile on the family's faces. As soon as his shift was over, Danny drove right over to Maria's parents' trailer to speak with Scott. He knocks on the door several times, nobody's answering, so he's knocking harder and harder, and then eventually Scott comes to the door. It looked like he had been sleeping, his hair was all a mess, so he asked, "Can I come in?" I think Scott probably knew what was going to happen, but he lets Danny inside. They sit down and they talk. The gist of the conversation was, Danny thought it was best if Scott moved on with his life. He wasn't mean or judgmental with him. Danny just firmly said the goal was to keep his family on track. They were constantly taking in new children, and per the agency's guidelines, it was best if there weren't any new people that they needed to adjust to, especially people that aren't going to be a permanent fixture in the family. As far as Jessie was concerned, it was simple. She's too young to date, and too young to hang out as friends with a boy, especially his age, and that was that. There was no yelling, there was no fighting, no talking back, nothing. Scott didn't even really engage at all. He just sat there. That's like his normal response. He didn't even give him eye contact. However, he did appear to understand and agree to comply. Danny left and figured that would be the last time they would have to deal with Scott and his family. It wasn't. You see, Latrell always felt she was rejected. She was made to feel lesser than others, and she thought the state was against her because she wasn't up to society's standards of what a good mom was, or even a person worthy enough to be friends with. She began to really resent the Daniels, even though they had opened up their hearts, their homes, their lives to her own children. When she got word that Danny had shunned her son, she was livid. Even though her car was super old and could barely make it to the grocery store, she took that long trip to Santa Claus. Somehow, she was going to give them a piece of her mind. This is the same woman who made excuses about why she couldn't drive Scott to his psychology appointments, yet here she was going miles out of her way for some kind of revenge on the Daniels. She did not have a plan. It was just before dark when she drove down the dirt road, toward the end of Dasher Street. All she knew is she's gonna send some kind of message somehow, but not just to the Daniels, to all the people out there who think they're better than others. It had to be an outward message for everyone to see. She stops her car on the side of the road, thinking about what she should do. She just sat there, chain-smoking, thinking about her belief that she wasn't good enough to be friends with Kim and Danny and their family. She just looked at their nice home. It was beautiful, on this beautiful land, with their picture-perfect possessions, and she just couldn't stomach it anymore. So she drove her car into their front yard. She stomped on the gas and she cut her steering wheel to the left. She's just going around and around, digging her tires deeper into the soil until she was almost stuck. Then she just drove back to the road, looking back, admiring her work, and then she just drove off. This would do it for now. Danny arrived home to see these deeply carved donuts in the property that he cherished, that his family passed down to him. He really did feel violated, but at the same time, he laughed. It was childish. Neighbors walked over to tell him who did it, and he wasn't surprised. The next day, Guy helped him to patch up the land with new sod. These were just people who they would never understand. The good news was they stayed out of their life for about 2 whole years after this. Kim did hear about Scott every now and then, most notably about him impregnating Maria. Once again, it was the spring of 1997. Her baby was due in November, and churchgoers had heard through the grapevine that Scott was still acting the same as he did a couple of years ago. He was staying on friends' couches, drinking, drugging. Some boys his age said that he had been frequently hanging out at this guy Jerry Johnson's house. Jerry had this pool table at the back of his house, on a screened-in porch, and he would let guys come over. They could drink, even if they were underage. They could play pool, drink beer. The reason why is because he was a lonely, wheelchair-bound 60-year-old. He had been paralyzed from the waist down in a car accident back in the 60s, so you know he was lonely, and he would let other people that wanted company come over. Scott, being lonely as well, spent a lot of nights over at Mr. Johnson's. He would stay until the wee hours of the morning to avoid going home as long as he could. When Kim heard the news, she couldn't help but feel bad for Scott, but she had to quickly shift her focus back to her own family. It was that time of year. She was already planning for Christmas with all the kids that she had in her home now. She needed to get a head start since budgeting was definitely necessary. She spent so many Christmases without gifts as a child. It was as though she would live vicariously through the children's excitement. Speaking of children, the Daniels were now taking care of 7 children. They had 16-year-old Jesse, 11-year-old Amber, 8-year-old twins Bryant and Brooke, another 8-year-old Amanda, Corey, who was only 4, and Gabriel, who was only 10 months old, that they had had pretty much since the day he was born. Scott's life, on the other hand, was worse than Kim could have imagined. He was frequently spending the night at his older sister Lisa's trailer, where now had 10 people living there. Most of them were just sleeping on the floor. Guess who else was living there? Joanne. As much as the Daniels tried to steer her toward a better life, Luttrell just undid all that hard work. Poor Joanne was only 11 years old at the time, and she went through so much abuse. She was even molested by a family member who did end up going to prison. She never got counseling for all that pain, and then she ends up falling into drug addiction and alcohol. One of Kim's friends told her that the conditions were so bad, and it doesn't mean that's why you get lice, because I've had lice, my daughter has too, but she was infested with head lice. And instead of finding a treatment to combat this, Luttrell just held her down and cut off all of her beautiful red hair. It's so sad. Meanwhile, Scott had gotten arrested 2 times by November 3rd, 1997, both on the account of drinking and driving. He never even got his driver's license. The first time he got pulled over was a month earlier in October. He was speeding in a car that he borrowed from a friend, and he was jailed and fined. But then it happened again. The second time he stole a Jeep, and he was speeding down the road to go to another house to try to steal a 4-wheeler. A lot of this acting out was said to have stemmed from Maria having a lot of trouble with her pregnancy. They could not afford the best medical care, and therefore, Maria went weeks without seeing an obstetrician. One night, Maria was upset with Scott about the entire predicament. She was raising a 2-year-old, and she was in pain, and they were in poverty, unemployed, and she just wished Scott would do something. During the fight, she admitted she wasn't even sure if the baby was his, and this is what set him off. He got 2 DUIs in the months following. On November 25th, a caseworker attempted to get Scott into a treatment center, but Luttrell never followed up. She said Scott would probably never agree to it, so it wasn't even worth trying. At the same time, the Daniels family was a total contrast. Kim was busy wrapping tons of presents and getting ready for Thanksgiving dinner in just a couple of days. All year, Kim would hide the presents in the attic until she was ready to play Santa and put them under the tree. One big present that the Daniels had anticipated giving to Amanda, Corey, and Gabriel was the gift of a permanent family, which they planned to announce right after Christmas and sign the adoption papers in the beginning of the coming year. Kim would invite her close friends over, and they would have these gift-wrapping parties while the kids were in school and the little ones were down for naps. That same day, Maria was having pregnancy complications, and Scott begged Maria's mother to drive her to the emergency room. Scott spent hours waiting and pacing the halls of the hospital, and Maria was really sick. She was hooked up to a bunch of machines. And being so close to the holidays, this hurt even more. One thing Scott was looking forward to was meeting this newborn baby. It was something for him to live for. It was another thing for him to look forward to. Now fear was setting in. He didn't know if he would lose Maria. He didn't know what was wrong. Was the baby okay? And it turned out something was wrong. The baby had an irregular heartbeat. Scott just felt his stomach turn because it was his fault. He thought the baby had inherited his heart problem. He tries to call his mother for some comfort. Luttrell yelled at him, almost blaming him. By getting Maria pregnant, it was all his fault. If this baby came out broken, yet wouldn't that mean it was her fault then, when she got pregnant with him? It's a tough situation. His mind's racing. The nurses try to give him something to do, and they gave him a pen and paper. He begins to write a poem to Maria. Remember that Scott only had a 4th grade education, and he never wrote anything, let alone a poem. The poem was called In the Arms of God. Maybe he did learn something from the church. Well, unless memorizing songs counts towards truly knowing the Word of God, we can bet nothing really sunk in, because the poem was basically exact quotes from 2 songs that were sung regularly when he attended. Sheltered in the arms of God, and What Will You Do for Jesus? What if we're not giving Scott enough credit? Songs can have quite an impact on us, but it looked like he did put effort in. Maybe the songs comforted him, and he wanted to extend that comfort to Maria the only way he knew how. Let me read you what he wrote. I feel the touch of hands so kind and tender. They're leading me in the paths that I must tread. I'll have no fear, for Jesus walks beside me, and I'm sheltered in the arms of God. So let the storms rage high, the dark clouds rise. They won't worry me, for I'm sheltered safe in the arms of God. He walks with me, and nothing of earth shall harm me, for I am sheltered in the arms of God. Soon I shall hear the call from heaven's portal. Come home, my child, it's the last mile you'll have to trod. I'll fall asleep and wake up in God's new heaven, sheltered safe within the arms of God. P.S. What will you do for Jesus? He's done so much for you. He gave his life a ransom for sin. What will you do for him? By Scott Heidler. All of a sudden, something truly went wrong. The machines were beeping, alarms were going off, and the doctors were being called. Maria was quickly rolled out of the room and rushed into emergency surgery. Scott was hyperventilating, stoic, not saying a word, just helplessly waiting. It wasn't too long before he saw Maria being rolled back down the hall, holding the baby in her arms. Scott let out a sigh of relief because it was going to be okay, and he wasn't used to things being okay. The closer Maria got, the more her face came into focus, and she was crying. Happy tears, of course, right? She mumbled, "It's a boy." She was shaking. She said the words that no expecting parent wants to hear. He was stillborn, pronounced dead just an hour after he came into the world. Scott said nothing. He looked dazed, just staring blankly into space. This is terrible. I felt horrible reading this. I can only try to imagine, and even then, I could start tearing up over it. Instead of going home, Scott made his way to Jerry's house. He knew Luttrell would probably berate him, blame him, and bombard him with questions, and it was too much for him. He knew that in just a few days, he and Maria were going to have to lay their son to rest. They picked Rose Hill Cemetery in Alma, Georgia. On December 2nd, they kissed their baby goodbye one last time as the coffin was sealed, and his tiny, flawless body just laid still, as though he was merely asleep. Scott may not have been an emotional person, but he couldn't contain his sadness. He cried uncontrollably as the coffin went into the ground. He hung onto the side of it until he couldn't touch it anymore. He was on his knees on the soft dirt that would soon cover his son's grave, and he just hunched over and sobbed. Maria read that poem that Scott wrote out loud, and they just cried together. Once Maria and Scott were back at her parents' place, Scott wanted to lie down, and Maria was beside him. He asked her to read the poem to him. She read it over and over and over again until they both fell asleep. The next morning was like many before, except the reality that there was one less member of their little family. Scott watched TV while Maria played with their son Josh. Scott was thankful that he was happy and healthy. Maria's mom was flipping through channels on the TV, and she stopped because she saw a special report. It was about a 14-year-old boy in Kentucky. His name was Michael Carneal. This boy had opened fire at his high school 2 days ago, on December 1st. He had wrapped a shotgun in a blanket, pretending it was an art project, and fired 10 rounds at a group of innocent students. Scott was glued to the TV. Carneal had told reporters he didn't know why he did it. He said his parents didn't love him. He was bullied by kids in school. When they asked him if he shot these specific people on purpose, he said no. He had no idea who he was aiming for. The authorities came on to explain that Carneal stole several firearms from his neighbor's garage and his parents' home. There were reports that he was suffering from a variety of mental health conditions like anxiety, depression, paranoia. According to a survivor, fellow student Benjamin Strong, right after the shooting, Carneal dropped the gun and shouted, "Kill me, please. I cannot believe I did that. School shootings are just one of those senseless crimes to me that I don't think I can ever wrap my brain around." That same day was Kim and Danny's 5-year wedding anniversary. Pretty normal day. Kim said goodbye to Danny earlier that morning, then got the older kids ready to get on the bus. The younger kids got their clothes on and they were fed, and then Kim jotted something down in her notes for her to-do list. They had recently had an alarm system installed, but they couldn't figure out why it wasn't working. It wouldn't arm the house correctly. She put it down that they needed to get it fixed because she was afraid someone would break in and steal the Christmas presents. As long as it was fixed in the next week or so, she felt secure knowing that nothing bad would happen. That afternoon wasn't as great over at Luttrell's, because Scott, Lisa, and their older brother Steve were hanging out over there. Just like Scott had suspected, Luttrell would not stop annoying him with questions about why the baby died. Steve got involved, telling Scott to get over it, that the baby probably wasn't his anyway, and Scott barged out furiously. He walked over to Jerry Johnson's to drink his worries away. Scott was already drunk before getting to Mr. Johnson's, so when he was over there, he was drinking more and more as he told a story about what happened to his baby. He went into detail about the way the baby looked, about how odd it was to see a coffin so small. Scott was not a man of many words that night. He couldn't stop. He became more and more intoxicated and continued to retell the events surrounding his newborn's death. Mr. Johnson kept trying to change the subject, have Scott talk about anything else, but without any luck. Scott continued. At some point, Mr. Johnson realized it seemed like Scott was talking to someone else besides Mr. Johnson, especially because he was repeating himself. It was just strange. He would be looking into nothing. I thought perhaps his imaginary friends had returned because he was in a time of need. Afternoon was turning into evening, and Kim and Danny were entertaining Christy Wood and her daughters for dinner. Danny was putting the younger ones to bed. Kim went into the bedroom, kissed the kids goodnight, turned off the lights, closed the door, made her way back down the hall. She was thanking Christy's daughter Rachel for complimenting her on how pretty the Christmas tree was. They said goodbye to their friends, and by 11 p.m., everyone in the house was asleep, except Danny. He was on the phone with Guy, planning a hunting trip. After he hung up the phone, he made his way into the master bedroom, where Kim was already fast asleep, and baby Gabriel was tucked into his crib at the end of their bed. That would be the last night the Daniels would be together as a family. It was the last night they would say goodnight to each other. Tonight wasn't a good night. Just before dawn on the morning of December 4th, a farmer was out in Elma, up early starting his day. When he saw something moving near the edge of his farm in the distance, it was still dark. He couldn't make out what it was, maybe a deer, he wasn't sure. So he made his way closer to the road. Then he realized it was a person. He called out to them, but he was still too far for them to hear him over the wind. As he got closer and closer, he could tell it was 3 little girls, barefoot in their pajamas, hugging each other in the cold as they tried to make their way up the road towards his house, the closest beacon of hope. They were shivering and crying hysterically. He asked them who they were and what they were doing there. The oldest girl, with her teeth chattering uncontrollably, managed to explain they were from Santa Claus. They had been taken away from their home last night and abandoned in the middle of nowhere. The farmer immediately took them to Bacon County Sheriff's Department. This is just sad. She was 11. How heartbreaking. Who could do something like this? She's so innocent, yet she's keeping it all together to tell this. A very professional woman, I might add. What happened to them so that they can find this monster? You have to have patience and empathy to do this job. Amber gave police her address. She said they lived on Dasher Street with their parents and their other siblings. She explained they were woken up in the middle of the night and taken. They knew something bad happened because the man who took them said he was there to save them. He said their parents told him to get them out of the house really fast. Amber could hear the baby crying as he pushed the 3 girls down the hall, and she told him, "I gotta grab my mommy and daddy and my brothers." But he said, "No, your parents told me they were coming back to get them." But as he's pulling the girls out the door, she looks back in, and she sees Corey hiding under the table. She doesn't understand why they're leaving him. If there was someone scared in the house, why would they be leaving their 4-year-old brother behind? And the baby? The 3 girls must have been absolutely terrified. It's the middle of the night, they're cold. They had just been pulled out of their beds and forced into the back of a van. The man's driving without saying a word. The girls had no idea where he was going or what he was going to do to them, but Amber knew her parents did not tell him to go get them. They had been kidnapped. After some time with Amanda and Brooke still crying, the man tells them to shut up. He turns off the highway toward the side of a bridge. It's called Baxley Bridge, and there's nothing around it. It's dark. There are no houses. It's completely isolated. The man told Amber to get into the back of the van. She asked him what was going to happen to her. He didn't answer. Instead, he told her to take off her clothes. She saw her sisters just watching her. They were crying and hugging each other. I don't have to, nor do I want to, go into detail about this disgusting person and what he did to this little girl. No one deserves to go through that. I cannot imagine what such an innocent mind would be thinking. An experience like this leaves scars that can't be seen by other people, but may never heal. After he was finished, he tells Amber to get dressed. They drove off in silence. Was he going to kill them? He went to the top of the bridge. He opened the door and pulled the girls out and made them stand with their backs against the railing. Then he grabbed a shotgun. He stood there, looking at these 3 girls. That moment must have gone by so slowly for those girls. Then he turns, and he thrusts the gun over the bridge, and you can hear it splash when it hits the water while he has his back turned. He's looking over the bridge, probably to make sure it went in. Amber tells the girls to run. This was their chance to get away, to hide in the woods, to save their lives. But he grabs Brooke and Amber, and Amanda knows that if they don't stop, he's gonna do something horrible. He said if they didn't get back in, he was gonna throw Brooke over the bridge. He turned down a dead-end street and stopped. He told them to get out. Amber told police he said they better not move. He would be back in 5 minutes. Not to go anywhere, he'd said. He'd be back in 5 minutes, and said they'd better be there when he returned. Amber, with her little innocent mind, actually sits there and counts to 65 times, and then she tells her sisters to run. That's when the farmer ended up seeing them on the road. Back in the interview room, the investigators want to know the girls' parents' names and the address they live at. Amber says Kim and Danny Daniels. Now, it took me days to figure out what the exact address was, because I looked everywhere. It wasn't on legal documents, it wasn't in news articles, I could not find it, but I finally was able to nail it down. It's 592 Dasher Street, Santa Claus, Georgia. It was 3:30 in the morning, and Toombs County Deputy Mike Hewitt, by the way, in reenactments his name is Mike Harland. This could be to protect his identity because police and legal documents have his name as Hewitt, was just 9 months out of the police academy when he gets a call to do a welfare check at the Daniels residence. He had been told that 3 girls had been kidnapped from the premises. When he arrived, there were a lot of lights on in the home. As he approached the door, he saw it was already open. He radioed in to dispatch to advise them that he had an unsecured door and he was going to make entry. He moved closer, but before he stepped inside, he yelled, "Sheriff's office," but he didn't hear anyone reply. What he could hear was the eerie sound of music coming over what sounded like a clock radio. It was muffled by the sound of a baby crying. He stepped inside, he announced himself again, and no answer. He scanned the room. He saw a Christmas tree. There were a lot of presents underneath. He followed the sound of the music and the crying. He came to the first bedroom door, and as he peered inside, his brain could not catch up to what his eyes were seeing. First, he focused on the vivid contrast of dark red wet blood across the beige walls of a child's bedroom. It was everywhere, on the windows, across family photos that were framed and hanging on the walls, and of course, it was where the victim was laying. He was a young boy in the top bunk of a bunk bed. While Deputy Hewitt assumed it was a young boy he was looking at, what was left of a little boy, his head was sticking out of the covers, but there wasn't much left of it. He was under the covers, and he was wearing children's pajamas. When Hewitt's brain had connected what was going on, he drew his weapon. He had no idea if he was standing in the presence of a killer. He left the room, proceeded down the hall, but stopped because he saw something moving back near the living room. He almost opened fire, and it's a miracle that he didn't after what he had just seen. He stopped in time to see it was a little boy, and he was shocked. He was just standing there and this poor little boy just witnessed the horrific death of his brother. I can only begin to imagine the fear that would be inside this child. The little boy just pointed down the hallway. He didn't say anything. Hewitt had his gun drawn, and he made his way toward the sounds that he had been following before. He came to the back bedroom, and there was blood that was still dripping from the doorknob. He used the barrel of his gun to gently nudge the door open to peek inside. It opens just enough for him to slide his way inside, and that's when he sees what was in his way. It's the body of a teenage girl, and she's crumpled up on the floor in front of the door. He can't believe what he's seeing. Now we could also see the clock radio that the music was coming from. Most likely, this was Danny's alarm he used to begin every day. He wouldn't knew there was nothing he could do for the girl. It was way too late, so he turned his gaze towards the baby. He was standing beside the left side of the bed, and he was just clutching the covers with his little hands, just wailing and pulling the covers, trying to wake up his mama. That's when Hewitt saw the deceased woman. Her body was covered up with a duvet, and the only thing that was sticking out was her head. But it was clear she wasn't alive. It was Kim Daniels, and right next to her on the right side of the bed was the body of her husband, Danny. He was sprawled out across the bed with a gaping wound through his chest. Hewitt picks up the baby, and he makes his way back down the hall. He scoops up the young boy, and he heads out to call for help. Nothing like this had ever happened in Santa Claus. At the moment, he knew this town would be changed forever. This was supposed to be the season of love and joy in a city that loves children, yet he had just witnessed 2 of them with their lives stolen. It only took a few minutes for police cars and ambulances to be barreling down Dasher Street with their sirens blaring. Yellow crime scene tape was put up around the perimeter. Investigators, crime scene technicians, the medical examiner, they all piled right into the Daniels' home. I did find some photos from newspaper clippings, and you can see the home. You can see exactly what it looked like with everyone on the scene. This little town made headlines. All the big networks were reporting on the quadruple homicide. CNN even flew a reporter to the home in a helicopter. Just imagine that this is your family. It's not just a story. You can't share another moment with them, yet every news outlet wants to share a piece of them with the world. Once Corey, the 4-year-old, had calmed down, they would ask him what he remembered. He quietly said, "Mommy and Daddy are dead. Brother Guy shot them all." When he said Brother Guy, that was the name they used for Guy Aaron from the church, the last person to have talked to Danny the night before. What had transpired at this home? Authorities fanned out to interview neighbors, friends of the family, anyone who could have heard and seen anything. At the same time, the coroner had made the determination that the victims had been shot with a shotgun at close range. The scene was very gruesome. There was a cigarette butt found. It was smushed into the living room carpet, and that was bagged for analysis. Fingerprints were found on the ledge below an open window, with a ladder leaning against the wall from the outside. This is where the perpetrator made entry to the home. Had the alarm system been working, they would have been alerted. By the afternoon of December 4th, rumors were swirling, and the biggest one was that Danny had annihilated his family and then turned the gun on himself. The Georgia Bureau of Investigation, GBI, were scouring over foster care documents. They were digging deep into each one of the cases that the Daniels had taken in, and the children's biological parents and families to see if any of them had an issue with them. Meanwhile, officers were trying to track down Guy Aaron, the man the 4-year-old Corey Daniels said gunned down his family. A press conference was held, and an official report came out identifying 4 victims: 47-year-old Danny Daniels, 33-year-old Kim Daniels, 16-year-old Jesse Daniels, and 8-year-old Bryant Daniels, who left behind his twin sister Brooke. The town was shocked. It was unfathomable. Everyone knew the Daniels family. Everyone in Santa Claus was terrified. No one wanted to leave their homes. They thought anyone could be next. Meanwhile, more than 40 miles away, Bacon County deputies handling the kidnapping case knew they had to question the girls again. Even though they knew they were in shock and hadn't been told the truth about their family members being dead, this was a secret authorities had to keep until they could get more information from the girls about the guy who kidnapped them. Against their better judgment, they called the children back in. They pressed Amber to try to remember the face of the man who took her. She finally breaks down and told them it was their friend named Scott. They relay this information to Toombs County and the GBI and begin to question neighbors and friends about anyone named Scott. A church friend said they remembered a Scott Taylor being friends with the family. They ran every database for the name Scott Taylor and found nothing. They didn't give up, they kept searching. The only thing that they thought could be connected was one foster child named Joanne Mosley, because she lived in Alma, and that's significant, considering that's where the girls were found. One neighbor told police that a crazy tall woman with dark hair that drove a beat-up Buick had raced down Dasher Street and done donuts in the Daniels yard a couple of years ago. Other than that, they'd never seen anything out of sorts. After asking around, they found out the lady's name was Latrell Mosley. We already know how they're connected. Her daughter was the foster child Joanne that they had discovered earlier. A family friend tells police Latrell's son used to date Jessica. Supposedly, he went crazy when Danny told him not to come around anymore. Since Jessie was one of the deceased, they knew they had to hurry and question the trial. Things feel like they may be starting to come together. A call comes in to Bacon County from Mr. Johnson saying his van had been stolen. They asked him if he knows a man named Scott Taylor. He says no. They ask if you could think of anyone who could have had access to his vehicle. He tells them the only person who knew where the keys were and was over last night was a guy named Jerry Heidler. Now they've got a third name. They've got Guy Aaron, Scott Taylor, and now Jerry Heidler. The name Jerry Heidler lights up the database like a Christmas tree. Police in Bacon County knew exactly who Jerry was. They decide to show photos of him along with other men to the girls to see if they could pick him out as the man who took them in the van. While he confirms that that's the man she chose was the one that hurt her last night in the van. She says yes. Amanda and Brooke, they independently pick the same photo out of the stack, and that photo is Jerry Heidler. Now they're thinking, is this the same person who carried out the murders, or was there more than one assailant? Who were they looking for, and who was Scott Taylor? An undercover officer drove past Latrell's place. He doesn't see anything until he drives around the street to the back of the house. There, sitting on the road, was Mr. Johnson's van. The officer called GBI. Meanwhile, Bacon County sheriffs are already pulling up with a warrant for Jerry Heidler, who lived at the Latrell residence. They see someone coming out of the door, and they run up, but the man slams the door in their face. They announce themselves and say they have a warrant for Jerry Heidler. The door opens, and Scott's brother Steve tells them Jerry's not here. Steve still has to let them in. They have a warrant to search the premises as well. So they do a full sweep of the house, and no one was inside. However, an officer noticed a piece of wood that looked like it was coming up from the floorboards. It was just sitting there in an awkward manner, so he pulled it, and he noticed he could get underneath the house. There was a pretty big crawl space right underneath, and sure enough, that's where they found Jerry hiding. Here's a picture of what the underneath looked like. It's just a bunch of dirt and wires. It's like an unfinished underneath part of a home. There's like pipes under there. Just a mess. Jerry was taken into custody and immediately interrogated by GBI agents. He wouldn't make eye contact with them. He was nervous and they could barely hear him. He talked so softly. They asked him, "Do you know someone named Scott Taylor?" And Jerry confirms that he is Scott Taylor. His full name is Jerry Scott Heidler. Wow, they suspected he went by Scott Taylor so that no one would connect him to his past offenses. He argues he did it because he liked the name Scott better and he didn't want to associate himself with the last name Heidler. He used his mother's maiden name instead. According to what I could find, here's how the exchange went. The GBI agent tells him, "We're going to talk about what happened out here in Santa Claus, okay?" Jerry says, "Yes." The agent asked, "Can you tell me what happened out there?" Jerry said, "I went berserk, I guess." The agent responded with, "Did you kill them? All 4 of the Daniels?" Jerry stared ahead just blankly, and then he quietly mumbled, "Yeah." The agent asked Jerry to tell him what happened. He said he didn't know and he didn't remember. The agent asked Jerry, "What do you remember?" As Jerry sits quietly staring at the wall of the interrogation room, his mind drifts back to the night before. It was 11 p.m. on a Wednesday night. Mr. Johnson and one other guy who was over were ready to call it a night. It was getting late. After Mr. Johnson went inside and the other guy left, Jerry stood alone outside for a while, probably contemplating where to go. Instead of walking away from Mr. Johnson's home, he started walking toward it. He crept quietly back onto the porch. It was pitch black outside. He had taken mental notes of where everything in the house was every time he came over. He was using those notes to slip through Mr. Johnson's sliding door into his living room. He made his way to the wall where Mr. Johnson's van keys were hanging. He took the keys to Mr. Johnson's 1989 maroon and white Dodge van and put them in his pocket. Here he is, intoxicated once again, stealing a vehicle, of friends nonetheless. It was like he was on autopilot. Here he was in the middle of the night, getting onto Highway 1 and driving towards Santa Claus. He had always found comfort when he was at the Daniels home. He turned down Dasher Street. It's exactly how he remembered it a couple of years ago. All the trailers along the road were covered with Christmas lights. Some had lit up mangers in their front lawn, and you could see the lights from Christmas trees shining through their windows. He pressed on until he came to the end of Dasher Street. Kim and Danny's home was up ahead, down the dirt road. It was dark except for the twinkling lights that were carefully placed along the roof. He got out of the van, stood outside, and stared at the house that he had spent so much time in. He walked closer, making his way to the backyard. He saw a stepladder near the shed. He picked it up and put it underneath the bathroom window, pushed open the window, pushed his legs through, stepped on top of the toilet, and stepped down onto the bathroom floor. Again, if their alarm had been properly installed and working, they would have heard this. Instead, he slipped inside undetected. He went toward the back door and opened it. He sat out there and smoked cigarettes back to back for a few minutes. Then he went back inside and walked into the living room and saw the presents underneath the tree. He did not know what he was doing there. It was like he was in a dream and he couldn't control himself. He was still smoking a cigarette. This was the one they found smushed into the carpet. He just let it gently fall from his hands with the cherries still lit, and then he took the toe of his boot and pushed it into the carpet and stomped it out. It was 1:30 in the morning. He proceeded to creep slowly down the hall toward Kim and Danny's room. Instead of going inside, he stopped just a few steps before it and opened the gun cabinet. He took out an 1100 Remington semi-automatic shotgun. He opened the door to Kim and Danny's room, pointed the gun right at Danny, and pulled the trigger. He turned the gun just a few inches, pointed it at him, and pulled the trigger again. Danny was still alive. He tried to get up, but Jerry was too fast. He aimed at Danny as he put his hands up, and he pulled the trigger a third time. That's when Jessie, who probably heard the gunshots, got up. She started looking around the house to see what had happened, and Jerry was already in the boys' room. At this time, Corey was hiding in the closet. Bryant, on the top bunk, had tried to hide by covering himself with his blankets, his head underneath his pillow. Jerry inched toward him, playing a deadly game of hide-and-seek. He placed the barrel of the gun on his pillow, right in front of Bryant's eye, and pulled the trigger. Jessie was screaming. She didn't know what was going on. She could only guess by what she was hearing. Jerry reloaded the gun, and he sees Jessie in the bathroom. She tries to fight the gun out of his hands, makes her way past him somehow, and runs to her parents' room. I can't even begin to imagine the fear that she was feeling in that moment, knowing there's almost nowhere she can run and hide, and he is right behind her. The moment she stepped foot in that room, he fired one single shot at close range to the back of her head, destroying her skull. After that, he walks over to Danny and, for good measure, shot him one more time. He made his way to the girl's bedroom and switched on the light. This is when Brooke woke up and looked at him. She said, "Scott, is that you?" All of a sudden, it's like Jerry snapped out of a dream. He didn't know what the hell was going on. Why did he have a gun? There must be someone trying to kill them. He tells the girls he thinks there's someone in the house and to hurry, that they have to get out of there. We know what happened from here, according to Amber. This is not what Jerry tells the agent. Instead, he says, "I remember the gun hurting my shoulder and I just kept shooting and it was real loud." The agent asked him, "Why did you do it, Jerry?" He says, "I don't know." The agent says, "You said you went to a funeral for your dead baby son earlier, right?" Jerry says, "Yeah. I don't remember anything until Brooke called out my name. She said my name and I got all of them and put them in the van." The agent confirmed one more time, "You killed Danny, Kim, Jessica, and Bryant?" Jerry says, "Yeah." Luttrell arrived at the jail. They brought Jerry out and told him, "You only have a few minutes." He sat there. He was real pale, not even looking at his mom. He said, "Mama, I just got a few minutes. I just got a minute to say something." The police tell Jerry to tell his mom about it. With his head hanging, he said, "Mama, I killed Kim." Luttrell yelled. She said, "No, you didn't." And he said, "Yes, I did." The police took him away before he could say anything else. Luttrell turns to the police and screams at them that they're setting him up, that they're making him say he did it. He wasn't a killer. She told the same story to reporters the very next day. She said the state was always trying to ruin her and her family. She said she was very sick when they took away her daughter Joanne for no reason, and now they're trying to take away her son by pinning 4 murders on him. She explained that Jerry had arrived at her house early Thursday morning and fell asleep on the couch. She was convinced they were framing him, and he wasn't a killer. If he was, she said, the first person he would have killed would be his stepdad, not the Daniels. She followed that up by saying he had no blood on him whatsoever, and none of his clothing was messed up. Maria also talked to reporters. Here's a picture of her and Jerry's son Joshua in the newspaper. I think she's so pretty, and his little baby's so cute. She explained to reporters that they had a death. Maria did admit she wasn't sure who the father of her stillborn son was, but Jerry had been depressed all week about the baby's death. Then she showed them the poem that Jerry wrote. Maria said she didn't really know what to make of the poem, but how Jerry didn't think he had much longer to live because of his heart and lung problems. She said she didn't really notice he had any health problems. She drove him home to his mom's around 4:30 on Wednesday evening because he said he was getting a virus and wanted to take a shower and then come back later. He called her every hour until about 11 p.m., and the very last call was from Mr. Johnson's house. Maria said, Jerry always told me the Daniels were his friends. He always bragged on them. He said they were like family to him. He adored them. People, his Aunt Mary Lee Taylor said Scotty was out of control for a long time. He wanted to kill himself. He took a bunch of pills. He told his mom over and over he wanted to be dead. If he did this, he was doped up on drugs, but I do not believe he did it. Mr. Heidler is from Album, and putting those things together, they went to his home, the home of his relative, his mother, and that's where he was located. 20-year-old Jerry Scott Heidler's first court appearance was on December 8th, and it only lasted 5 minutes. The magistrate told him that the penalty for these crimes in the state of Georgia is death by electrocution, then asked if he had any questions. He said, "No, sir." As he was escorted out of the courthouse, Luttrell could be heard screaming, saying, "I know he didn't kill that family. The confession is a cover-up for the real killer, the person who really did this. I'm not going to tell you who it is. I'm not going to say his name. He loved them youngins. He wouldn't ever hurt them. I've had a dream about it. I know he didn't do it." While Luttrell cried outside the courthouse, the town of Santa Claus mourned the loss of the Daniels family. They were being laid to rest, and their funeral was held at the First Methodist Church in Lyons, Georgia. 4 caskets lined the front of the church. 550 people came to pay their respects. Some of Jesse's classmates rallied together to raise money for a dress for Jesse to be buried in. Reverend Wood said a few words. He told the teary-eyed, sobbing crowd, "We'll never again hear Sister Kim sing and play the piano, or her family singing in the chorus. And as for the killer, you may hate his deed, but you better love his soul." And then you could just hear the crowd shouting, "Amen." The 5 children were sitting in the front pews of the church. They were protected from the media by police and bodyguards. 20 pallbearers took up remaining seats beside them. Outside, 4 hearses waited to take the Daniels to their final resting place. It was up the hill to Lyon Cemetery. Their surviving children had a long road ahead of them. Christmas morning, they got to open all the gifts that their mother left behind for them. As much as they loved each gift, they couldn't help but break down and cry the entire time. Amber said she knew who the gifts were from because the tags said from Mama and Daddy. The only gift they truly wanted was their family back. Kim and Danny actually had a will in the event that they died. Amber and Brooke, being Kim's biological children, went to live with Danny's sister. Foster children Corey and Amanda, they moved in with the Triggers, and they were Kim's favorite foster parents from when she was little. 10-month-old Gabriel was adopted by another family. The Triggers and Danny's sister kept in touch, and they arranged play dates so that the kids would grow up together. I don't think what happened to Jerry is even worth mentioning, but I want to close the story out with his punishment. Jerry was charged with 4 counts of first-degree murder, 3 counts of kidnapping, 1 count of aggravated sodomy, 1 count of aggravated child molestation, and 1 count of burglary. The defense asked for and was granted a change of venue from Toombs County to Walton County due to all the media attention. Jerry was confined to the Toombs County Detention Center awaiting his trial. But guess what? He escaped in 1999, right before the trial was set to begin. It was scheduled for August 23rd, and on Tuesday, July 6th, along with 9 other inmates, he escaped by sawing through the bars of the cell windows. It was just before daylight, and don't ask me how he got a saw, but he escaped, and it set off the largest manhunt in Southeast Georgia history. More than 100 county and state law enforcement agencies were involved. Luckily, he was recaptured and arrested once again. I'm going to quickly summarize for those of you that care, because some of you do criminal justice, and some of you are going to law school. So for any of you who care about what happened at the trial and the outcome, here are some of the facts. 7 spent shotgun casings were found throughout the house. A firearms expert testified that the Remington shotgun only holds 6 shotgun shells, so the shooter must have reloaded at least once, and we know he did. He had the wherewithal to reload his gun. A fingerprint was lifted from the window, and it was matched to Jerry. DNA was taken from the saliva on the cigarette butt, and that also matched Jerry's DNA. After dropping the girls off in Bacon County, Jerry went to his mother's house where he slept and then played video games with his brother. Jerry then proceeds to ask his brother if he ever killed anyone, to which his brother responds, "No." Then Jerry said, "Killing gives you a rush. It makes you want to go out and kill more people." The jury were shown very graphic photos and video of the victims and told in graphic detail what happened to each and every one. Of course, the defense tries to argue that that was overly prejudicial. Oddly, they decided not to call any witnesses, probably because there wasn't anyone willing to come to Jerry's defense. But they do call experts to testify about his mental health. One of them testified that Jerry was suffering from socialized aggressive conduct disorder as a child, and it was never taken care of. The defense was trying to have the jury sympathize over what happened to him in his past, but what he did to this family outweighed his unfortunate childhood for sure. The jury found him guilty on all counts, and he just sat there, sniffling, wiping his nose on his shirt as the 4 death sentences were announced. During the trial sentencing phase, the jury found that aggravating circumstances existed, and they recommended the death penalty. The trial court sentenced Mr. Jerry Heidler to death for each of the 4 accounts, to 2 consecutive life terms for aggravated sodomy and kidnapping with bodily injury, 30 years consecutive for aggravated child molestation, and 20 years consecutive for each of the remaining counts. He is currently still awaiting execution, according to Georgia State Department of Correction records. Well, Amber Daniels herself will tell you how that makes someone like her feel, someone that wants her mother's story to be heard. "Nobody's ever asked about my mother," she said. "They just want to know what happened that night, not get to know the story." These stories are not just about horrific events that led up to someone's loved one's remains being left behind. It's about carrying on their memories, keeping them alive by telling the world who they were. I will do my very best to keep honoring their memories. After reading about this case, I wondered if there was a place on earth for people like Jerry Scott Heidler, or if death was the best option. If there ever had been a place for Jerry, Kim would have been the one to provide it to him. Until her last day on earth, she was living to make others happy. She never got the chance to see how her hard work would pay off. Instead, death was the price she paid for opening her heart and her doors to the less fortunate. College is that first exciting step towards independence, meeting new friends, and starting a career. Freshmen are excited to start this brand new chapter of their lives. They excitedly wave goodbye to their parents, hoping that the next 4 years will be filled with new adventures, new relationships, and of course obtaining a degree to propel them forward in life. But for 2 college freshmen, their lives wouldn't go forward at all. They would be cut short way too soon. And this is their story. Let's get into the case for today. The first person that I want to introduce you to is the friendly, fun-loving Eric Franklin Plunkett. Eric was born on September 8, 1981, in Portland, Oregon, and he had an older sister, Erin, who absolutely adored him. His mother, Louise McMahon, and father, Craig Melvin Plunkett, first met when they lived out in California. Kathleen had actually just graduated from Grant High School in Van Nuys and went to UCLA, where she majored in public service. Craig attended South Fork High School and went on to graduate from the Oregon Polytechnic Institute of Science and Engineering in 1971. They had an exciting Las Vegas wedding when they were freshly married and in love. Craig and Kathleen planned to move to Sella, Los Angeles, which is now called North Hills. They were ready to start their careers. However, life took them in a new direction, and doesn't it do that sometimes? The beautiful, bustling city of Portland, Oregon, where Kathleen and Craig could both dedicate their time to their careers and building a family. Kathleen welcomed a sweet, curly-haired daughter named Erin Louise Plunkett, taking Kathleen's middle name. Then, in 1980, Kathleen was overjoyed to find out she was pregnant once again. However, halfway through this pregnancy, Kathleen started to feel very sick, and unfortunately she was infected with the rubella virus. Rubella, also called the German measles, is pretty scary. It can cause anything from mild symptoms like a rash and a low-grade fever to things that are much more dangerous, especially for a pregnant woman. One of those things is an increase in miscarriages, stillbirths, or changes during the baby's development. And of course, that can be very terrifying. I had no idea about this, but apparently, from what I've read, if the fetus gets rubella during the first 12 weeks of pregnancy, the baby will likely be born with many health-related issues, such as deafness, cataracts, heart defects, brain disorders, mental retardation, bone alterations, liver and spleen damage, and that's really terrifying. If the fetus gets rubella between 12 and 20 weeks of pregnancy, the problems are usually milder but could still be present. So it's a concerning time for expecting mothers when they get sick like this. Back in the 80s, prenatal screenings were not as comprehensive as they are today. Back then, the common practice was using an ultrasound to estimate how far along a woman was, or just to identify whether there was one baby or multiples. They could also identify any major malformations that they could detect on a scan. These were typically spina bifida, a heart defect, and cleft palate. I'm telling you all this for a reason. These days, the tests are much more precise. They can detect over 400 genetic conditions. Eric was born on September 8, 1981, and the family was relieved and excited to have a healthy, new baby boy. But when Eric was about 3 months old, Kathleen started to notice something peculiar, especially already being a mother of Erin and watching her progress through all the early stages of life. She wondered if Eric could have trouble hearing. She realized that he didn't really react to loud noises and had some problems with certain motor skills. It's true that some babies do grow at a different rate, so not every experience will be the same. But since Kathleen was concerned, she took Eric to the doctor. Ultimately, Eric's pediatrician diagnosed him with a mild form of cerebral palsy, which affected his functioning in his legs as well as profound deafness. In case you're not familiar with cerebral palsy, because I've heard of it but wasn't too well versed on it, it's known as a developmental disability that affects movement, posture, and coordination. It's caused by damage or abnormal development in parts of the brain that control movement, and it can be mild, moderate, or severe. This ranges from not needing any assistance at all, to requiring leg braces or other medical devices, to being in a wheelchair and unable to function on your own. Sadly, there is no cure for it. Eric's case was mild. Now, profound deafness basically means someone has a total lack of hearing and is not able to detect any sound at all, including human speech. It falls under a very large umbrella of different types of hearing loss. This would come as a shock to most parents, but there are resources to help. After the doctor's advice, Kathleen enrolled Eric in infant hearing classes and early childhood education programs. This would help him learn sign language. Eric was also fitted for hearing aids before he turned 1 year old, and his parents began learning American Sign Language so that they could communicate with their new baby. It's definitely life-changing to bring another human being into this world, but even more so when you have additional challenges like learning a new language. While the entire family learned sign language, Eric's big sister Erin learned it faster than everybody else, and this helped them develop a very special bond. Also, if you know about Anthony Tony Hughes, he was one of Jeffrey Dahmer's victims, and he was also deaf. An interesting thing I learned is that deaf individuals usually get 2 names, their birth name, like we all have, and then they also get a special name sign that's given to them as they get older, usually assigned by the deaf community. In Eric's case, even though his parents were hearing, they gave Eric a sign for his name. Now it's debated whether that's appropriate for a hearing person to assign a name sign, but as the deaf person gets older, they can decide to change it. It's really supposed to be given by friends, someone close to you in the deaf community, and it usually refers to a special trait that the person exhibits. For Eric's parents, they would sign the ASL letter E over their hearts, and that was Eric's special sign name. 90% of deaf individuals are born into hearing families, so it's not entirely uncommon for them to be given a name sign by their family. Eric was an incredibly bright and outgoing kid. Kathleen remembers how motivated he was to communicate, and he quickly picked up ASL. Eric always found creative ways to help people understand what he was trying to say. If someone didn't know sign language, he could read their lips or write them notes. Eric also had a very good support system. Kathleen and Craig worked hard to enroll Eric in ASL classes and help him get all the resources he needed in the Portland Public School District. Eric was a big dreamer. He was very independent from a young age, and even though he would have trouble balancing because of his cerebral palsy, if he fell, he would get right back up and try again. This resilience went way beyond the physical struggles he overcame. Any challenge was accepted by Eric with an attitude of perseverance. Once he turned 12, Eric told his parents that he wanted to go to a boarding school in Salem, Oregon, meaning he would be spending 5 days a week on campus, sleeping in a dorm. The boarding school was called OSD, the Oregon School for the Deaf, and Eric would still be able to visit his sister and his parents on the weekends. Many deaf individuals can feel like they're outcasts, even in their own homes, because they're living with hearing individuals, so being among people like them can be very comforting. Imagine being in a normal public school where no one spoke your language. It's truly hard to feel like you can connect with someone. Kathleen remembers how hard it was to let her baby go off into the world at such a young age, but Eric was thriving, and she knew that this would strengthen him as a person. He was a huge social butterfly. He loved being able to connect with other deaf students and just all kinds of people. He also loved being deaf. Whenever Eric went to the mall with his mom, for example, he would tell her it must be incredibly loud, and he was like, "I'm glad I can't hear it." I love that some people are naturally so positive and uplifting, seeing the good in everything that others could possibly see as a negative. Kathleen and Craig's lives were going in separate directions at this time, and they got a divorce in the 90s, which was pretty hard on their children. Eric was going through a lot of changes, but he went with the flow and was soon blessed with an even bigger family and a bunch of step-siblings. In March of 1996, when Eric was 14, his dad married Lois Jean Netherton. Lois had 2 daughters and a son from a previous marriage, Denise, Lori, and Tim. Whenever Eric wasn't busy with school, he loved spending time with them in Oregon. This is a picture of him with Denise and Lori on his birthday, where they celebrated with a pizza party. While Craig had this new relationship with Lois, Kathleen began dating Christopher Wayne Cornells, a business owner who was a great dad to her kids. But Eric, being so attached to his mother, definitely had a hard time accepting this new man in their life. Change can be hard, but over time, Eric grew to love Chris and his stepmother Lois. In 1997, Kathleen got a job offer in Minnesota working for U.S. Bank. Before committing to moving, 15-year-old Eric decided that he was going to travel by himself to Minnesota to see if he liked it. Yes, I can't even imagine. This boy is so brave. He booked train tickets and spent an entire weekend exploring the city by himself. Eric had been bitten by the travel bug, and by this time he had been on vacations to Florida, Colorado, and California. Every Christmas he put plane tickets on his wish list, and I thought that was such a great idea. I had never thought of it. He had a lot of places on his list: Canada, Rome, Italy, and New York City. Eric was fearless, passionate, and excited to move somewhere new. With Eric's enthusiasm and approval, Eric, Aaron, Chris, and Kathleen packed up for Burnsville, Minnesota, where Kathleen eventually got married to Chris in February of 1998. Soon, Kathleen's life got even busier because she was balancing work and a new pregnancy. The family welcomed Eric's baby sister, Sean, in August of 1999. While Eric's family grew around him, he flourished at the Minnesota State Academy for the Deaf, another boarding school for deaf high schoolers. The school was a close-knit community of 100 K-12 students, and again, this school helped Eric thrive. Students formed these tight bonds since they were used to growing up with peers who did not understand their language. The principal even recalled that Eric wanted to study psychology and said, Eric thought that he could help others deal with the problems of being deaf in a hearing world because he lived with those problems, and with his personality, he would have been good at it. Eric took academics very seriously. He had his eyes set on going to college, but not just any college, the #1 university for the deaf called Gallaudet University. It's actually the very first school in the world that offered an advanced education for deaf and hard of hearing individuals. All of their programs are specifically designed to cater to the deaf and hard of hearing students, so Eric had a lifelong dream of getting accepted there one day. He was dedicated to his studies and continued living at the Minnesota State Academy for the Deaf 5 days a week in a dorm room, spending the weekends with his family. Eric's high school friends remember him as an outgoing, adventurous, and ambitious student. He was tall and skinny with a huge smile, and he loved to box dye his hair by himself. Who didn't growing up? Eric liked to lighten his hair to a blondish color. In pictures, you can see Eric rocking his bleach blonde and red hair. Another character trait that Eric had was that he loved being dramatic. He never let anyone boss him around. One time, Kathleen asked him to rake the leaves on the weekend, and he laid down in the leaves, protesting, acting like it was the end of the world because she'd asked him to do one chore. But even though Eric had this silly side, he was a hard worker, and he eventually graduated in May 2000 with honors. He was actually the salutatorian of his class. Besides that distinguished honor, Eric also received several awards: the FFA Ball American Legion Award, the U.S. Bank High School Award, and the American Citizen Award. These awards recognized Eric's academic excellence, his community commitment, and his dedication to public service. In the spring of 2000, Eric dreamed of nothing more than getting into the one and only school that he applied to, the prestigious Gallaudet University. Gallaudet was, and is, a prestigious liberal arts college in Washington, D.C. Most of the world's research on deafness is performed at this university's campus. The university puts out a ton of resources for people in the deaf community. It's kind of known as the Mecca for deaf students. It's the place to be. Each year, Gallaudet University accepts just a limited number of applicants. It has a very rigorous admissions process and requires applicants to demonstrate high academic excellence and leadership skills. I also saw that the university partnered with AT&T to create the first ever accessible helmet for deaf and hard of hearing quarterbacks. And that's pretty awesome. This helmet allows coaches on the sideline to select a play from a tablet, and then it sends the play to a lens inside the helmet. The lens displays an augmented reality overlay in the visor, which is out of this world. Technology is advancing at such a fast pace, making sports more inclusive and accessible. In the early 2000s, Gallaudet had about 2,000 undergraduate and graduate students. The 99-acre campus was actually located in a high-crime neighborhood in Washington, D.C., about a 12-minute drive from the U.S. Capitol. It was known as the nation's murder capital, with 482 homicides occurring in 1991. During the late 1980s and early 1990s, the crack cocaine epidemic resulted in an even greater increase in crime. But despite what was going on outside, the college felt like its own little safe island. It was surrounded by a 10-foot-high iron gate, with one main entrance to the campus. The campus was full of cute red brick buildings, bright green lawns, and beautiful statues. Once inside those gates, it was easy to forget what was happening on the outside. The moment students drove in, they entered a visually based paradise. Gallaudet students came from all over the world to study there. Now I want you to take a moment and think about your college or school experience. The moment you sit down at your desk and the bell rings, the intercom goes on, and suddenly there are morning announcements blasting over the speaker. You're trying to tune out all the information about after-school activities while your friends are telling you all about their weekend. Maybe you'd even stand up and recite the Pledge of Allegiance, and then the teacher looks over and tells you all to stop chatting and get out your textbooks, and your day begins. But now, imagine how isolating this might feel if you can't hear the announcements, can't hear the chit-chat or whispers behind you, or participate in class the same way as your friends. I told you that 90% of deaf individuals are born into hearing families. They have to learn to speak, read lips, or strain to hear. Not only is it exhausting, but it's just so much harder to feel present and supported in your community, especially when people don't think about accommodations. I can imagine how lonely that would feel. At Gallaudet, it's easier to connect. You can ask for what you need and get your studies done without being exhausted at the end of the day. The campus is built for deaf individuals and even for blind students, so that everyone starts on a level playing field. When Gallaudet professors enter a classroom, they actually flick a light switch on and off to announce that they've just come in, which is so smart. I had never thought of that before. Students are always given the option of subtitles, note-taking services, interpretation, and extended exam times. In the 2000s, students attached two-way pagers to their belt loops, and they would vibrate with messages instead of ringing like cell phones. Gallaudet is truly a magical place. Everywhere you look on campus, people are engaging in activities. They were having these animated conversations, and for Eric, it was his dream. He applied, knowing it was the only school he wanted to attend, and eagerly awaited his acceptance letter. Kathleen ended up opening it while he was at boarding school. She wanted to save him the disappointment just in case it was a rejection. But when she found out that he had been accepted, she couldn't wait to tell him. Kathleen and Chris drove out to meet Eric at the school lobby, holding his acceptance letter and a bunch of balloons. Eric screamed, jumped up and down with excitement. It was a magical moment for him. I can imagine that excitement. He had his acceptance letter framed because it meant that much to him to get into Gallaudet. He proudly promised his mom that in 4 years, he would put his diploma on top of that acceptance letter so he could have his proudest moments in one place. Eric spent that summer excitedly getting ready for the best 4 years of his life. In August, before he left for school, Eric bought his older sister, Erin, a nice camera so they could keep in touch over the internet. It was going to be hard being away from his family. He had to say goodbye to everyone, especially his little sister Shannon, who was only about 1 when he embarked on this long trip from Minnesota to Washington, D.C., with Kathleen, Chris, and his gigantic collection of movies, which eventually would make him very popular on campus. You remember VHS? That's what he had. On a beautiful sunny fall day, 18-year-old Eric moved into Cogswell Hall, along with 150 other freshman students. It was a 4-story residence hall on the far west side of Gallaudet's campus, with a twin building right next door called Krug Hall. Rooms were furnished with beds, dressers, desks, chairs, and closets. There was also a television and a study lounge available on each floor. Eric moved his bags into room 101, a single dorm in the men's wing. He decorated the walls with pictures of his family, including his little sister Shannon, and took final pictures with Kathleen to add to that collection. When she finally had to say goodbye, she felt all the emotions, watching her baby boy go off to college. She kept turning around to look at Eric as she walked away, feeling overjoyed and overwhelmed. Each time she turned around, Eric would sign, "Don't worry about me, I'll be all right." This was the last thing he would ever sign to her in person. We all take in these special moments, but we never think they're going to be as significant as they can be, especially when it's for the worst reasons. At the time, Eric was thrilled to start classes. He wasted no time jumping into his studies and getting involved in extracurricular activities. He wanted to be a psychiatrist. Even though he was living in a single room, he always had his door open so that other students at Cogswell Hall could walk in and just hang out. He would even let people borrow whatever they wanted from his music and movie collection. He even shared items from his care packages that his mom sent from home, including one of those big boxes with ramen in it. His generosity made him very popular with people in his dorm. No one was a stranger to Eric. He would walk up and introduce himself to anyone and everyone. He loved showing off pictures of his family, especially his little sister, and every time he got a new picture sent to him, he would wave his friends down and tell them, come see, come see." He just sounds like such a genuinely kind person. College can also be some students' first time away from home. Now, Eric had some experience because he went to boarding schools, but to help ease them into this new environment, the dorm had resident assistants, RAs, who acted as a resource and even as friends to new students. They also made sure that the rules and regulations were being followed. Now, Cogswell Hall had a female and a male RA for each floor. On the first floor, where Eric was, they had 2 RAs, Lauren Buo and Thomas Koch, who acted like stand-in big brother and sister to the group of new freshmen. The residents of Cogswell Hall were a fun, rowdy group from all across the nation and even the globe. Eric fit right in. Cogswell Hall was pretty secluded. Students like to call it the Wild Wild West because of its isolation from the other dorms and because it was on the west side of campus. This was a good thing. It meant that the students in this hall formed very close friendships. On September 8, Eric celebrated his 19th birthday with his new college friends. His closest friend was Thomas Minch, a theater kid who lived in a different residence hall, Krug Hall, nearby. But the two of them shared several classes together. Thomas was a native of New Hampshire, loved the outdoors, and was saving money for a new Ford Explorer. Eric thought Thomas was so funny and cool that he introduced him to his Wild Wild West group. Eric also spent a lot of time hanging out at the Abbey, the closest campus cafe, and usually ate lunch with a couple of other new friends. Benjamin Varner, a quiet student who lived on the first floor of Cogswell Hall with him, and Joseph Mesa Jr., who also lived on the first floor in room 102, directly across from Eric's room. I'm mentioning these details because I think it's important to talk a little bit about the people who eventually made up Eric's close circle of friends. They're all very interesting, and they're all part of his story. Benjamin, who was also known as Ben, was 19 years old. He was born in San Antonio, Texas, and although he was shy and had a kind of withdrawn personality, he was very kind and an extremely intelligent person. He was the complete opposite of Eric when it came to socializing. He had a 4.0 GPA, and his hobbies were reading, writing, and learning about the world. So Eric has some very interesting friends. Now, 20-year-old Joseph was originally from Guam, and he showed his love for his homeland with a giant flag over his bed. He came to Gallaudet University with his girlfriend, Melanie de Guzman, and they planned to get married after they graduated. Everyone could tell how much they were in love. Before Joseph moved to the United States, he worked as a youth counselor. He was known for his generous nature. He would buy gifts for his friends or lend them money when they needed it. Joseph also tutored students in math, including Eric. Joseph, Eric, Ben, and Thomas had gotten to know each other over the weeks that they had been there, and they became close pretty quickly. The four boys hung out on that first floor every day, where they could watch TV and just chill. Eric was also enjoying the extracurricular activities, which included exploring his romantic life. Eric was gay, but he had not come out to everyone in his family. However, he was proudly out on campus. This always takes courage, but it would have taken a lot of courage at the time, since it was very hard to be gay in the early 2000s. That year, Gallaudet actually had many reports of homophobic threats. There were graffitied slurs on dorm room doors, and there were hate crimes happening around campus. So much so that people were afraid to walk alone at night. Eric's RA, Lauren, said that the violence on campus didn't seem to bother Eric, but it did exist. But we know that Eric looks at the positive side of things. He's always been proud of who he is. In mid-September, Eric actually ran for secretary of the Lambda Society. Now this is a student club for LGBTQ students, and he won. He was proud of his accomplishment and his involvement in the Lambda Society. If Eric was bullied or ever experienced hate crimes towards him, no one would know about it because he never said anything. Since Eric was the secretary of the Lambda Society, he was predominantly involved in the society's day-to-day activities, and he worked hard to ensure that the society members were protected and supported. So despite the rampant hatred and prejudice they faced, he wanted to make sure that they felt safe. During his time at Gallaudet, Eric loved to video call Erin over his computer, and their setup was very similar to FaceTime. For example, from Erin's point of view, she could see all of Eric's dorm room, with pictures of the family and everything taped to the walls, and he could see everything that was going on at their house. So, on September 26th, Erin was doing her weekly phone call with Eric when something caught her eye. There was a guy who just walked through Eric's door and then took something from right behind him. So of course she asked Eric, "Do you know that someone just came right in without knocking?" And he's like, "Yeah, people come in and borrow movies all the time. Remember, he has an open door policy." But to those not familiar with how dorm life kind of works at Gallaudet, Erin thought it was strange that someone would just walk in without announcing their presence. I was actually thinking about how Eric wouldn't be able to hear anyone come in. As a hearing person, I'd be able to hear even, tiny footsteps, let's say. But think about not having one extra sign that someone's behind you. Occasionally, people who are deaf will scream or they'll holler because when someone does shout like that, like in a hallway, for example, or a closed space, the wall echoes and vibrates, and you can feel those vibrations. So even knocking would send vibrations, alerting you that someone is present. On this call, Erin offered to put Kathleen on video to talk to Eric, and even though she was very busy with a work project, she took a minute to stop and say hello to her son. She remembers waving goodbye and saying that she would talk to him later. That would be the last time that she saw her son. On the evening of Thursday, September 28th, Gallaudet students were in Cogswell Hall finishing up some last-minute studying, leaving theater practice, and getting ready to watch TV in their pajamas. Lauren was the first floor RA on duty. She did some studying in her room and was just waiting for the hour to hit so she could make her rounds. That's when she was visited by one of Eric's friends, Joseph. He signed to her that he was concerned about Eric because usually Eric tutored him around 8 p.m. on Thursdays, but Eric hadn't shown up for the session, and this wouldn't normally freak him out, But Eric's door, which was usually open, was closed and locked, which never happened. He also said he noticed a very weird smell coming from Eric's room. Oh my God. Yeah, that would definitely be a cause for concern. So Lauren thought that this was really strange too. Eric was, as I said, very social. He never missed hanging out with his friends, and he wouldn't have missed an academic tutoring session. But she did wonder what the smell could be. Was it marijuana? Was it alcohol? Maybe incense? But Joe was like, no, it's none of those things. So she went to find the male RA, Thomas Koch, because she didn't feel comfortable walking into Eric's dorm herself. Once she met up with Thomas, they went to Eric's room together. They knocked on his door, hoping the vibrations would get his attention. But when he didn't open, Thomas used the master key to unlock the door. Then, he flicked the light switch on and off to announce himself. Lauren was standing right next to Thomas when he opened that door, and the first thing she saw was a large amount of blood on the carpet. It was not something you would miss, and from that pool, there was a trail that led to a body that was collapsed in the middle of the room. It appeared to her like Eric had fallen and hit his head, causing a lot of blood loss. So as everyone else that Eric had cerebral palsy, and he was susceptible to losing his balance and falling. That was the first thought that Lauren had. He had fallen and he'd been seriously injured, or maybe he was drunk and he vomited, or he fell because of intoxication. Thomas actually couldn't even understand what he was looking at. His mind saw blood, but in his heightened state of shock, he had never seen anything like this before. He didn't connect that the blood actually belonged to Eric. Horrified, Thomas slammed the door and told Lauren they needed to call the campus police. When EMTs arrived on the scene, they broke the news that Eric was deceased, and it wasn't from natural causes. It was clear that Eric had been murdered. Washington Metro Police were called to the scene, and they quickly evacuated all students and personnel from Cogswell Hall. Then they cordoned off the entire building. This was now a homicide investigation, and nothing like this had ever happened at Gallaudet before. We do know that right outside the college, it's known for a high crime rate, but for this to happen on campus was beyond the normal shock that any murder would have brought. As investigators arrived and examined Eric's thin body on the floor, they noted that he was lying face down in a large pool of blood near his head. He also appeared to have a broken neck, and they recovered a broken pair of eyeglasses next to his body. They also found a clump of Eric's scalp with hair still attached, and blood spatter all over a chair in his room. After examining this chair, it was determined that it may have been used by the killer to repeatedly strike Eric in the head and the lower back. That was where most of his injuries could be seen. Now, primarily, it appeared to investigators that Eric had died as a result of blunt force trauma. Something else was evident. This was overkill. Much more force was exerted than was necessary to end Eric's life. After doing this initial walkthrough and collecting photo and video evidence, Eric was transported to DC General Hospital, where a medical examiner would conduct the autopsy. Now back in Burnsville, Minnesota, Kathleen and Chris were just finishing dinner when they heard the phone and the doorbell ring at the same time. Eric's stepdad, Chris, answered the phone. He was confused when someone on the other line told him, "Please open the front door for the police." Chris's heart dropped. He and Kathleen opened the door and were met with 2 uniformed officers, as well as a chaplain. That's not a good sign. They asked if it was the home of Eric Franklin Plunkett, and that is when Kathleen and Chris both had this overwhelming feeling that something horrible had happened. And of course, they were right. Once this horrific news was delivered, Kathleen sobbed uncontrollably. Chris remembers her saying over and over again, "I took my baby to college and he's never coming home." She just kept repeating that. It was unbelievable how horrible it would be to say goodbye to your only son as he goes off to college and find out a month later he's dead. He had taken a big risk. He was leaving home to pursue his passion for learning, but it's a risk that many teenagers take. Parents shouldn't be worried that they're going to end up dead, and now Eric would never be able to proudly place his diploma over that acceptance letter. He'd never start a career, he'd never have a family of his own, or travel the world. Kathleen would never get to hug him again, and that's heartbreaking. When Eric's father, Craig, and his stepmom, Lois, got the news, they were equally devastated. Craig was inconsolable. Meanwhile, Kathleen, Chris, and Aaron took the very first flight they could get from Minnesota to Washington, D.C. The plane was so empty at the time that everyone decided to spread out and sit separately from one another. Ein said that you would think, in this moment, the family would want to be close, but they needed time and space alone to process what had just happened. They were all desperate for answers. They didn't know what was happening. And I can understand both. I think there are definitely times for grieving people to come together, but we know that everyone grieves differently, and sometimes you just want to be alone in silence. The very next day, on Friday, Eric's family got to DC and immediately went to Gallaudet to find out what happened to Eric. His dorm room was taped off from the public, and police were still conducting their investigation and documenting all the evidence. So far, they had only determined 3 things. First, there was no sign of forced entry, which is no surprise because Eric always had his door unlocked, and September 28th would have been no different. Second, there had been a struggle, and third, his computer was still on with a bunch of screens open. Tragically, as they were searching, they found no fingerprints or DNA evidence at the scene. There was nothing the police could process to determine who the killer was right away. Aaron, Kathleen, and Chris went to talk to the police to get solid answers and find out who killed Eric, but instead, they realized they just walked into an interview. Detective Kyle Samidi, who had been put in charge of the case, began asking them a bunch of questions right away. I know why this could seem very insensitive, and I'll go as far as saying it is insensitive, but it's also imperative for police to get as much information as they can about the victim, as fast as they can, so they can provide those answers to grieving families. But that doesn't mean it makes this process any easier. Detective Samidi wants to know who Eric was, who he was friends with, what his lifestyle was like, how often he used his computer, and why there was a digital camera attached to it. Chris and Kathleen were left speechless. They were shocked that these police officers didn't even have any leads past just a logged-in computer. But the case was still fresh, and there was not much information for the detectives to share. The family hadn't prepared for anything like this. Kathleen said that Eric had sent him an email the day after that FaceTime call with Aaron, so that would have been September 27th. All it was an update from him, like usual. She did email him back, but she never heard anything. She didn't think anything of it at the time because Eric was always busy studying. He was doing student organizations and hanging out with his friends because he was in over his head, and he had been telling her he was doing so well, so it did not raise any suspicion at the time. Investigators were trying to narrow down his time of death, and that's when the police eventually asked Kathleen to come to the morgue and identify her son's body. She wanted to be brave for her son and for everybody else in her family, but she made it to the door and she couldn't go inside. That made me tear up when I read it. That's her baby. So, her husband Chris, trying to be as supportive as possible for his wife, decided that he was going to go in, and he did confirm that Eric was the person who had been killed. It was the hardest thing he had ever done in his life. I don't think many things could come close to that. At Gallaudet, students would normally be finishing up with class and getting excited to hang out over the weekend, but not that day. Students woke up on Friday to find all their classes were canceled, and there was a lockdown at Cogswell Hall. The students were evacuated from their rooms and could not go back inside to retrieve anything, not their books, their clothing, or even their toothbrushes. They were virtually homeless and had to find a place to stay, like in their friends' dorm rooms, until further notice. There wasn't exactly a protocol for this. Rumors were also swirling about what happened, but soon everyone was notified. One of the most extroverted, enthusiastic freshmen had been murdered in his dorm room. To say that it shocked the campus would literally be an understatement, because no one could believe this could ever happen, especially to someone like Eric, who everyone liked. How could this happen? The campus had security measures. Had somebody snuck onto campus? Had they stolen a key card and then just walked through Eric's open door? If so, was he targeted, or was this some kind of crime of opportunity, and his door just happened to be the one that was open? Even worse, was the perpetrator a part of their community? Was it another student, or was it a hate crime? What kind of person would be capable of something so savage, and what would their motive be? What if it happened again? All of these unanswered questions kept the students up at night. Imagine you're living on this island, and then a friend or a classmate is murdered out of nowhere for no apparent reason. Now students are fearful that they could be next. They kept imagining getting caught off guard with no time to protect themselves as their key was turning in their lock. There's no calling for help. There's no person next door overhearing the struggle because they can't, and that's terrifying. Gallaudet University provided crisis counselors for the students so they could talk about their fears. But for many people, it was a matter of life or death, and they had to decide whether they wanted to take that risk and stay on campus. Many of them left. Meanwhile, Theories began to circulate, with the biggest one being whether Eric had been a victim of a hate crime. It would line up with the other hate crimes that had already happened on campus. So what if someone was targeting queer people? The Lambda Society asked police to take a deeper look into Eric's death as a hate crime, especially since he was openly gay. The Washington Metropolitan PD, and I'm going to abbreviate it as the MPD, set up headquarters at Gallaudet so they could pin down a culprit. They called it the Department of Safety and Security. After interviewing Eric's family, Detective Samiti began interviewing everyone who knew Eric, his friends, his professors, people he interacted with on a daily basis, and any Cogswell Hall students who had access to his room, which was pretty much everyone on all 4 floors. During these interviews, many people said that Eric was gay, and he might have been murdered for that reason. That was a recurring theme, as I said. But Detective Samiti thought that Eric's injuries seemed too personal to be a hate crime, whatever that's supposed to mean. The amount of blood on the floor and the way he had been bludgeoned made it look like his death was motivated by rage or revenge, which I was confused about because isn't that what would also be the motive for a hate crime? But he was the professional, so this was his point of view. Because this campus was so secure, students' opinions began to shift. They started to suspect each other. They didn't know who to trust. The campus began to look like a ghost town. But after a long day of interviews and grieving, the students, as well as Eric's family, met right outside his first-floor window on Friday night. They held a candlelight vigil and displayed framed pictures of Eric, along with pink carnations and a huge poster board for everyone to sign. A few of the students stood up and talked about Eric, including Thomas Minch, who had spent all day working on Eric's online memorial site. At the end of the vigil, everyone stood in line to sign the poster and write notes to Eric and his family. Chris, Eric's stepdad, remembers how surreal this experience was. Kathleen was seen writing a note to her son, and as he watched her trying to hold herself together and say goodbye to her baby boy, it was too much. His knees actually gave out. 2 goodbyes within 1 month, and one of those goodbyes turned out to be forever. She wrote, "Eric, my only son, you are my pride and joy, and I will always love you. You will always live on in my heart. Please watch over us all. My love forever, Mom." Aaron also felt the need to sign the poster, and she wrote, "My only brother, I'm sorry I didn't get to talk to you more. I can't wait to see you in heaven. Take care of Mom and Dad." Then the students came and hugged the family. Kathleen received hugs from Eric's Wild Wild West crew, then Thomas and Joseph, who expressed compassion for his parents. Kathleen was so proud that even though her son had only been at Gallaudet University for a brief time, he had made a difference. He had a profound impact on his classmates, and several even commented about how he embodied the school's spirit and taught students and staff members many lessons with his cheerful personality and his smile. Eric's RA, Lauren, couldn't help but feel a sense of guilt, considering she was the one who found him and she was supposed to keep students safe. She felt like she'd failed him, and that would be tough. That sense of guilt is natural, but this isn't her fault. Then, without any answers from the police, Chris, Kathleen, and Aaron returned home to start preparing for Eric's funeral. You never think you're going to do that as a parent. Meanwhile, over the next couple of days, Detective Samiti continued the slow process of interviewing every student. Now, detectives are highly trained to rely on tone of voice, word choices, and watching someone's demeanor and mannerisms, things like that. But that's when you're interviewing someone in the hearing world. Since all of these interviews were with deaf individuals, this interview process took much longer. The police had to ask more questions than usual. They had to have interpreters there, and they were trying their best to fully capture exactly what was being said. That's really tough. Things can get lost in translation. Again, not something that I've ever thought about. The autopsy results were finally in, and the report revealed that Eric had been strangled and then hit repeatedly in the head. His cause of death was blunt force trauma to the head, which also broke his neck. The manner of death was, of course, homicide. With the savage and intense nature of his wounds, it was speculated to be a crime of passion. Detectives believed they needed to take a deeper look into Eric's personal life to solve this murder. The medical examiner estimated that Eric's time of death had been between possibly when he was found at 8 p.m. on Thursday, the 28th, up to 2 or 3 days earlier. So now they had to kind of do the math and connect the dots. Luckily, a lot of people were coming forward. Thomas, the RA, wanted to help in any way that he could. He even provided the investigators with a detailed drawing of the entire building so they could help ascertain different entry points. For example, friends and classmates were asked when the last time they saw Eric was. They knew that Eric had apparently sent that email to his mom on Wednesday, so police wondered if anyone had contact with him after that. It turned out Eric had missed all of his classes and been absent from every meal the entire day on Thursday. So now, the time of death was narrowed down to sometime between the afternoon of Wednesday, the 27th, and the afternoon of the 28th. But since he didn't go to school all day, or even eat any meals, they thought it probably happened on the night of the 27th, but they couldn't be sure. Oh, and it was also rumored that Eric was in a romantic relationship with a guy named Thomas. But as far as the last name was concerned, no one had solid information to provide them. We know of two Thomases, Thomas Minch, who is one of Eric's friends, and Thomas Koch, which was the RA. Each person that was close to Eric was being interviewed in depth, and when they spoke to Joseph, who was Eric's friend that lived right across from him and was a member of the Wild Wild West group, he told them that they might be interested to know that Thomas Minch and Eric had argued before his murder. He said that there were rumors they were more than friends. Aha, okay, that's one of the Thomases, the quiet one. So now the investigators were eager to bring him in, but while waiting to speak to Thomas Minch, the Lambda Society president, yet another Thomas, he's Thomas Green, described concerns that other LGBTQ+ students had at this university, and he told this to the Washington Post. It was kind of a big deal, it was in the news. Although the police were not investigating Eric's murder as a hate crime, the group's president urged them to do so. In an interview with the newspaper on October 3rd, Thomas Green said that several gay students had been harassed in the days leading up to Eric's death. There were several anti-gay slurs that were painted on memo boards outside of the dorm rooms. That's not all. There were offensive remarks that were actually made to gay students as well. According to this article and an interview with Thomas Green, he said he was waiting for the latest news on his friend being murdered. He was on campus in the plaza right after they discovered Eric's body. Thomas said that his friend watched a student standing nearby sign, "Oh, good, one less gay." When he turned around, he saw the other people that were standing around smiling and gesturing in approval of that statement. After Eric's murder, a faculty member actually taught a self-defense class for the Lambda Society members for that reason, because they were so convinced that there was a connection there. They even had the Lambda Society create a buddy system so that members were never alone on campus. However, the Gallaudet president of the student government stated that the problems on campus were just like all the other ones across all universities. He said, "To say that this is a problem, I don't know if that's fair to say. We don't know what there is to be afraid of." He was basically saying that this is no different than any of the problems at any other university. It can be seen as invalidating real people's feelings and experiences, but I also think this could be damage control. When a murder happens on campus, you lose students. If they don't think this is a safe environment, they're going to leave in droves. Eric's funeral was held on October 3rd in Burnsville, Minnesota, and while Chris and Kathleen were getting ready to lay their son to rest, they received a call from Detective Samiti. Now you're probably not going to believe this, but bear with me. The police had actually made an arrest. They had the killer behind bars. All they needed to do was match it up with all the evidence they had. That was fast. But it turned out that earlier that same day, on Tuesday, October 3rd, 5 days after Eric's body had been found, detectives went up to Thomas Minch in the school cafeteria and asked him if he could come in for an interview. They had two interpreters sit down with Thomas, who was Eric's quiet friend, that 18-year-old freshman from New Hampshire. He came from a deaf family. His brother, his parents, and his 5 cousins were deaf. Growing up, this family was widely known and respected in the New Hampshire area. Thomas earned a reputation as a high-achieving and hard-working student, and now he'd been rumored to be involved with Eric romantically and had argued with him before his death. Something we hadn't heard was that he apparently had a short fuse and a very bad temper. During over 100 interviews, detectives had gathered that Thomas and Eric had a toxic romantic relationship and had gotten into a few public fights. As you know, I've covered a lot of murders, and domestic issues come up again and again as motives. In the detectives' eyes, this was a promising lead. They sat down with Thomas and 2 Gallaudet interpreters, and this interview took almost 6 hours. I told you it takes a lot longer for these detectives to do this when they're working with interpreters. When Thomas came in, he was visibly nervous. He was shaking and covering his face. He started off by signing that he and Eric were really good friends, but not super close, like best friends. But they had hung out regularly since they moved to DC. He stated that he had not had any sexual relations and that they were not in a romantic relationship. He insisted that he was not gay, pounding his fists on the table to illustrate how frustrated he was that people thought he was. The detectives asked Thomas where he'd been on Thursday night, and he said he was at rehearsal for theater. He was there all evening. He was the assistant stage manager. However, he got off just before 8 p.m., leaving a tiny window of time where he could have slipped away and killed Eric. Thomas said he remembered walking home from practice, but interestingly, he couldn't recall what he did for the rest of the evening. After some more questioning about the nature of their relationship, Thomas denied ever having a relationship more than friends with Eric. Even though many students had come forward and confirmed that they had at least one sexual encounter, detectives thought there was a motive in there somewhere. They were sure of it. So they doubled down. Thomas eventually admitted that he had experimented with Eric once, but he said he immediately regretted it and that all they did was touch. Thomas was lying, at least partially. He had been told by someone he interviewed that Eric was seen on Wednesday night being pushed into his dorm room by Thomas. All Detective Simi needed was to get a confession from Thomas, and they could get all the evidence to back it up. Then they'd have their murderer, and the rest of the students could feel safe again in their beds. That's when Thomas finally came clean. He said that Eric invited him over to hang out with him in his room, and then he made a romantic move on him. Thomas signed that he would rather not do anything because he considered Eric to be a really good friend and just a friend. Allegedly, Eric tried again, and Thomas said he was feeling like he wasn't respecting his boundaries, so he pushed Eric. That's when Eric stumbled back, but he said he didn't hit the floor, and Thomas just ran out of the room. According to him, this happened 1 or 2 weeks before Eric's murder, and he hadn't seen him since. But the detective wasn't buying it. He believed it happened Wednesday, the 27th, when witnesses said they saw both of them together. According to Thomas, Detective Simi said if he didn't confess to the crime, he would put him in jail for the rest of his life, and everyone would think he was gay. But according to Detective Simi, he said no. They said the Lord's Prayer together, and then 5 hours into the interview, Thomas said, "I did it," and actually confessed to killing Eric. So what was the truth? Well, Thomas was arrested at 5:30 p.m. Man spent the rest of the night in jail. Meanwhile, the detectives were celebrating with champagne because they caught their killer. But you know there's going to be more, because the video is not over yet. When Kathleen got the call that Thomas was in jail, she was relieved but also outraged and upset. She had all these feelings going through her, but they hoped that this meant they were going to find out why Eric was killed. A confession is a confession, right? And now all they had to do was get that evidence to confirm it. Well, that's not what the U.S. attorney felt like, because the next day, when Detective Simi tried to file the actual charges against Thomas, the attorney refused. He didn't believe that there was enough evidence to show that Thomas confessed to killing Eric. He had only admitted to rejecting advances. When the interpreters were questioned, they came forward explaining that they may have misunderstood or misinterpreted Thomas's words. It was a mess. Thomas also came forward and said he was exhausted at the time and was telling the detectives what he wanted to hear so he could be let go. So the DC police had to release Thomas for a lack of evidence. And even worse, they had to call Kathleen and tell her that the charges were dropped. Of course, the family was outraged. The police had just let their son's murderer go. And this is a great example of how investigations can be so frustrating. You can't jump to any conclusions, you've got to do things right. But Thomas had a motive and a confession. His use of force against Eric was a huge cause for concern, but there just wasn't any forensic evidence to keep him in jail at that point. The police had to keep in mind that they could be sued for unlawful arrest without enough evidence for probable cause, that whole thing. But Detective Sim vowed to keep investigating and prove that Thomas was the killer. I mean, Thomas should not have hit or pushed Eric. That is not okay. But if Eric was truly crossing Thomas's boundaries and he wanted to break free, so to speak, would that be out of line? Would that be a motive for murdering Eric? Or was he just trying to backpedal and use misinterpretation as an excuse? There were also questions about whether you can trust a confession after a 6-hour interview. We've heard this before. Is it okay to arrest someone on just a confession alone when you haven't gotten that evidence? Which comes first, especially when this confession is made through interpreters? English is hard enough as it is, but translating ASL to English, something can definitely get lost there. It seemed like both the detectives and Thomas Minch were dishonest with one another. They both did things that were questionable. But if Thomas is guilty, they should be able to prove it even without a confession. So that's what they sought to do. At this point, about half of the Gallaudet community thought that Thomas was responsible. He had received anonymous threats saying that if he didn't leave campus, he would be beaten or killed. The other half, including most of the freshman class, could not believe Thomas did it because they knew him. Why would a nice guy like him murder one of his closest friends? Were they in a relationship? Was Thomas even gay? Also, many of the students believed a deaf student would not kill another deaf student. That was their belief system. With all these polarizing opinions on Thomas, the university felt like they had no other choice but to expel him, both for Thomas's safety and the safety of the school. Thomas picked up and moved back to New Hampshire. Many of his former friends then came forward after he left Washington, D.C., and told investigators that Thomas had a bad temper. One person said that he threw a trash can across the room when he got mad about something. Yeah, he had to go. They didn't want to take another risk and have another murder happen on their once safe campus. The school took steps. They installed more security cameras and had more security guards patrolling the area. After the dumpster fire of the arrest, the confession, and the things that had gone wrong, Detective Simi was asked to step down from the case, and now Detective James LaFranc took over. But the case had gotten a little cold, with no new leads. However, 30 days after Eric was killed, the investigation picked up once again. There was a search warrant granted that gave them access to unlock Eric's computer. Now they could check Eric's AOL, his disks, and all his accounts, and they found some transactions showing that someone had used Eric's accounts to purchase bikes. They couldn't figure out who had done this. Was it Eric or someone else? Also, when Kathleen received Eric's bank statements in the mail, she looked through them and realized that there were debit card charges from Thursday morning. This was the day he was found dead. It looked like Eric had actually been shopping at various stores in Union Station. There were at least 10 different transactions made. So remember how Eric wasn't seen on Thursday? He didn't go to classes. He didn't eat at the cafeteria. Was it because he was shopping, or was he already dead and someone else was using his card? Those are good questions. So the new detectives figured there was an easy way to find out. They went to Union Station to check the footage. They could find out exactly who was using Eric's card. But when they got there, they found out that Union Station automatically erased all of their camera footage 30 days after it's recorded. And guess what? It had been 31 days since Eric's murder. The detectives were frustrated. They headed back to headquarters, and they had to send updates to Eric's family. They weren't going to be able to tell who made the transactions. As October and November dragged on, Gallaudet students continued to wonder if the killer was Thomas, or if it was someone else on campus or someone from the outside. A few more students had dropped out or withdrawn from the school altogether. The first floor of Cogswell Hall was now considered the danger zone, and it was abandoned. All the students that lived down there were moved up to the 4th floor instead. The police gave Gallaudet students constant reassurance that they would be safe before they left for the holiday season. Even though the students were scared, they were reassured countless times that the murderer would be found. Thanksgiving and Christmas came around, which was what everyone needed, a break to feel safe in their own homes, to be surrounded by their support systems. People left campus and spent the rest of the winter decompressing, and when students came back on campus, their spirits were lifted. Just being home was enough to make them feel confident again and ready for another semester of learning. It was January 2001. The spring semester was about to start, and it had been 5 months since Eric's murder. Thomas Minch was still their main suspect, and forensic evidence finally came back. And guess what? Police found some light brown hairs at the crime scene, and they weren't Eric's. And guess who had light brown hair? Thomas. But it turns out they weren't Thomas's either. I can't help but think, so many people went in and out of this college. How are you going to find out who that is? But somehow, this new evidence caused detectives to say that they could pretty much remove Thomas Minch from suspicion. But that's not what the Washington, D.C. grand jury thought. They convened, and Thomas Minch was forced to return to the state. He had to provide a handwriting sample to the grand jury. They wanted to know if he signed for any of those transactions on Eric's bank account. Investigators hoped that Thomas's handwriting would match the signature on Eric's bank receipt. Before this hearing took place, many students came back from break, and a few were moved from Cogswell to other dorms because they wanted to feel safer. But not everyone could be accommodated in that way, and unfortunately for one student, that would have been the difference between life and death. Thomas Minch flew in from New Hampshire with his parents on February 1st, 2001. The hearing was scheduled, and he was going to testify that he never confessed to murdering Eric, that he never would murder Eric. Eric's family and at least a dozen members of the student body watched as Thomas testified in front of the DC grand jury. The main thing the jury wanted from Thomas was proof that he forged the signature of Eric Plunkett. So in front of this jury, Thomas signed Eric's name. When the two samples were compared, guess what the jury found? Inconclusive results. The signatures were not the same, but not different enough to release Thomas from suspicion. This was despite the evidence of the hair that wasn't his at the scene. Now Thomas, his family, and Eric's family could all go back home. But I'm sitting here thinking, if you're being accused of murder and they're basing it on whether you forged a signature, and let's say you're guilty, wouldn't you just do the signature wrong on purpose? That does not seem like viable evidence to me. It doesn't seem like a good way to rule someone out. And no one knew it yet, but another student was about to suffer the same fate as Eric Plunkett. In the early morning hours of February 3rd, the night after Thomas testified, horror struck the Gadet campus at 4:15 in someone in Cogswell Hall pulled the fire alarm. Lauren and Thomas were not sure why the alarm had been pulled because there didn't seem to be a fire or smoke anywhere, but they did their duty and evacuated all the students from their rooms. They started on the second and third floors, checking to see if the students had all gathered outside in the cold. Then, on the fourth floor, that's when Thomas came running down the hall towards Lauren. His face was pale, he was shaking, and he signed while screaming, "It happened again." Lauren thought he was joking at first because denial seems to be that first stage of grief. She just stood there and shook her head, but Thomas led her down the hall, and together they entered Eric's friend Ben's single room. It was true, and it was so much worse than Eric's crime scene. What happened to Ben was horrific. This appeared to be an intense fight, with Ben trying desperately to get away from his assailant. Ben was bigger than Eric, and he had way more mobility, so despite not being able to call for help, he had done his best to survive. That was apparent. There was blood everywhere, on the ceilings, all over the floor, all over his body, even on his hearing aid that was lying next to him on the floor right by a pair of smashed eyeglasses. Lauren and Thomas called 911 and the university immediately went into lockdown. It was unreal. It just so happened that Thomas Minch was back in town, and there was another murder at Gadet. How does this happen again? Like the last time, Gadet closed down. Cogswell Hall was completely evacuated again, moving students into other available dorm rooms. They closed all the entrances to the school except for the main gate, which they were monitoring 24/7. They performed identity checks on all visitors 24 hours in advance. They had added security cameras everywhere, and there was even an increased number of law enforcement officers on campus. So how does this happen? The key cards that are used to get into the dorms had already been pre-programmed so that students can't use them to get into any other residence hall except for theirs. But before I tell you everything that happened, let me tell you about the quiet, studious young man named Benjamin Scott Varner. Ben was born on June 8, 1981, to his parents Willie and Diane Varner and his older sister Jennifer. They lived in Tacoma, Washington, for the duration of Diane's pregnancy and the first year of Benjamin's life. From birth, Ben, like his friend Eric, was profoundly deaf, but unlike Eric, he still was able to hear very loud sounds. His mother, Diane, was an absolute supermom. She dedicated herself to being the most caring, present mother that she could be, and to encourage Ben to be independent and determined. When he was 8 months old, she took him to get fitted for hearing aids. Diane's mission was to help Ben lead a fulfilling life and be able to communicate his needs the best he could. She wanted him to grow up and be able to do simple things, like order at a restaurant or a convenience store, and accomplish anything he set his mind to. Willie, Ben's dad, was an Army nurse, and in 1982 he asked for a transfer to Fort Sam Houston in San Antonio, Texas, so that his son Ben could go to a school for deaf children. When Ben was only 1 year old, they moved, hoping to give him the best education possible. Ben eventually moved his way into hearing classes and enrolled in the Sunshine Cottage School for the Deaf, where he took part in speech and audio training, as well as ASL classes. At 13 months old, Ben was a little terror. He always tried to crawl everywhere. His mom said he crawled next to the stove while she was cleaning in the kitchen, and he pointed at the stove and said, "Hot." That was his first word, and she had so much joy. She was so proud of him. He had heard her the day before, pointing to the stove and saying, "Hot," so he wouldn't touch it. All of her attempts to communicate and connect with her son using hearing aids and infant learning classes were working. He was one of those kids that teachers actually wrote those little notes about, saying he was such a pleasure to have in class. In the Texas school system, Ben actually had the option of a sign language interpreter in the classroom. Ben was ambitious. Every day he would put in his hearing aids and strain to hear every conversation, to listen to everything his teacher said. When he came home, he would be exhausted. Ben loved the hearing world, but it came with a price, and sometimes he pushed himself too hard. As he grew up, he went to Garner Middle School and MacArthur High School, where he took Spanish, geography, religion, history, accounting, and science classes. Everything Ben did, he did for knowledge. He could give you facts off the top of his head. He knew all the rules for baseball, even though he wasn't actually interested in playing. He could tell you the difference between all the planets if you asked, and if you really wanted to connect with him, all you had to do was ask about his passion for traveling and learning about other cultures. Willie and Diane were in awe of their son's brilliance and his thirst for knowledge. He was super independent, just like Eric was, and he would often take steps to further his education without even asking them. He would regularly go to events at the Islamic Center of San Antonio. One day, Willie gets this call from an Israeli consulate. The man on the phone told him that Ben had applied for an Israeli visa while he was still in high school, and this not only surprised Willie, but amused him. He was more than willing to sign the paperwork. Toward the end of high school, Ben started to come out of his shell. He was now an uncle to his sister Jennifer's son. He had a group of students that he regularly tutored, and a small group of close friends. His senior year, he took a school trip to Australia, and it was all that he could talk about for months. Ben graduated in May of 2000 with almost a 4.0 and a generous scholarship to attend Gaudet University. Ben loved Washington, D.C. It was a place where he could feel independent, meet up with international students and groups, and get involved in communities he wanted to be a part of. In the summer before college, he studied maps of the city and devoured books on Gaudet history. Of course, he was nervous about leaving his family behind. He was particularly close to his mom. He didn't know how he was going to survive without being able to see her and talk to her every day, but he was also excited to start this new chapter in his life. Ben moved into the first floor of Cogswell Hall in August 2000, just like Eric Plunkett. Diane helped him move in. She remembers sitting together in their hotel room on the Gaudet campus, reassuring him from the bed opposite of his that it was going to be all right. "Trust me, you can do this," she said, hugging him as tears were falling down his cheeks. As she left, she could hear him crying when she was walking away down the hallway. She closed the door, and then she cried to herself. All of this makes me feel so awful for what they're about to find out. Ben did battle some homesickness, but eventually he slipped into the flow of his classes and bonded with Eric over their mutual love for travel. Ben's professors found him to be kind, inquisitive, and generous. He enrolled as an accounting major. He wrote emails to his parents every single day, and in one of those messages to his mom, Ben said that he liked Gaudet because it was super diverse, and there was even a student from Guam on his floor. Then he emailed his mom again after Eric was murdered. He was terrified that he was going to be next, and he wanted to go home. He made it to the holidays, though, and he spent that winter break trying to figure out whether he even wanted to go back or not. Spring semester started, and despite Ben's anxiety, he thought the past might be in the past, but it wasn't. When Willie and Diane received the call that their son was dead, they were ripped apart with grief. They booked a flight the very next day, and Kathleen and Chris, Eric's parents, booked a flight as well because they wanted to be there for the Varners. They had just lived through this entire gut-wrenching experience and knew that his parents would have to go identify their son's body and answer questions from the police. It was a lot to take in. Eric's family also knew that Thomas Minch had been in town for his trial, and the coincidence was way too much. It had to be him, and the police needed to finally prove it. Enough is enough. Their kids are dying. A brand new detective was assigned to the case. Her name is Pamela Reed, and she's a homicide detective with a track record of solving cases with a fresh crime scene. Now her team knew exactly what they had to do. Investigators began interviewing students that they thought could be involved or have vital information. One thing seemed likely: the culprit had to have a Cogswell Hall keycard. Investigators were on the scene right away. When I said it was worse than Eric's murder, Ben was stabbed to death multiple times, and it was obvious it was a vicious attack. He was barely recognizable. He had been stabbed 17 times in the back, the head, the neck, the chest, and even the eyes. Ben had cuts on his hands. He was trying to defend himself or pull the knife from his attacker's hand. He also sustained blunt force trauma. Just like in Eric's case, there were no signs of forced entry, and no murder weapon was located in the room. But all the blood had to be processed, and the room needed to be dusted for prints. Meanwhile, the police began all their questioning. When Lauren was questioned, she explained that Ben, who had been moved to his new single room on the 4th floor after winter break, had been so scared for his life. He came to Lauren and said, "I would feel safer if I was in a completely different building." He wanted out of Cogswell. Lauren did what she thought was right in that moment. She offered him support and reassurance of his safety. She told him he would be fine and that the police were going to find the person who killed Eric. But then Ben came to Lauren again and asked, "Please move me to a different residence hall." Again, she reassured him that nothing would happen to him. To this day, Lauren is left feeling like she could have done more. If she would have just connected him with someone in charge of transferring rooms, then maybe he would still be alive. But what seemed to stand out was how overly concerned Ben was, and they wondered, was there a reason? Was this a natural fear of being in a dorm where his friend was murdered, or was there more to it? Detective Reed went on to interview some of Ben's closest friends from the Wild Wild West group. The first person she talked to was Jose Almeida, and he said that he heard that Ben was gay. That's when Detective Reed started feeling sick to her stomach. She wondered if Gaydet really was suffering from a series of hate crimes. Had Gaydet been wrong? Had Detective Sumu been wrong? And had Eric and Ben's deaths been fueled by homophobic rage? Did that warrant being stabbed over 17 times? Get ready for this. The DC police sent several FBI agents to confront none other than their initial prime suspect, Mr. Thomas Minch, back in New Hampshire. When they interviewed him at his home, he acted like he couldn't believe there was another murder at Gaydet. He told the agents he had a solid alibi. He wasn't at Gaydet his entire trip. It was packed with other activities with him and his parents for which they had receipts, like museum visits and restaurants. He couldn't have committed Ben's murder. He had willingly provided everything to them already, his fingerprints, his DNA. He said, "Do whatever it takes to clear my name," and his alibi proved to be true when they followed up on it. So it seemed like the police were on the wrong trail. At this point, Detective Reed decided to put aside some information from the previous investigations and start from scratch. She began with this new crime scene itself. From what they could see on the floor, the murderer had gone back and forth in and out of Ben's room. The murder weapon wasn't there, and there was a trail of faint bloody shoe prints and drops of blood going down the hallway. So they called in a shoe specialist and sprayed a coloring compound on the most apparent shoe prints made in blood. When they did so, they could see an actual full shoe print, and they were able to determine that it was a size 11 Nike Air Max tennis shoe, which would rule out certain students on campus, right? If they didn't wear that size or have those kinds of shoes, they were eliminated as suspects. Detectives also surveyed the room. They collected forensic evidence from the blood patterns on the wall, for example, and they had this blood tested for DNA, hoping to find the perpetrator's DNA there. Then they searched surrounding trash cans and dumpsters, and that is when they found something they thought was a murder weapon, a bloody paring knife that belonged to Ben. His mother gave it to him because he loved apples, and he would use this to cut them while he was studying. He would have snacks. They also found a blood-covered jacket in the dumpster. During this interview process, very few students wanted to come forward with information about who might have killed Ben. They wondered what would happen if they spoke out. Would they be next? At this point, the murders were all over the news. It had media attention from across the United States, especially since the FBI had now gotten involved. They were offering a $10,000 reward to solve this case. If anyone wanted to commit a crime, and there are a lot of sick people out there who do, they could easily have snuck into Gaydet and blamed it on whoever committed the first crime. But whoever killed Ben might have also been Eric's killer. Students decided it was better to keep quiet or leave campus altogether. It's sad that people are so scared that they won't even give vital information during interviews. Detective Reed discovered that the last time Ben saw anyone was February 1st. Starting on the 2nd, Ben had not gone to any of his classes, he didn't meet up with his friends, and he didn't even go to a doctor's appointment he had that day. He never called his mom, and he didn't send any emails, so he must have been murdered the night of the 1st, which lines up perfectly with Thomas's trip to DC. Then detectives found something else, another lead. Ben's wallet was missing. His ATM card, his cash, his checkbook, they were all gone. Just like in Eric's case, someone had been using his money. On February 12th, the financial fraud team told Detective Reed that someone had actually cashed a check from Ben's account on February 2nd, a day after they think he was killed. Experts confirmed that the signature was not in Ben's handwriting, and the word laptop was written in the notes section. The check was made out for $650 and had been cashed at Riggs Bank. So, Detective Reed hops in her police car, drives to the bank, and asks them to pull up the security footage. Luckily, it still existed, and they see a man on the screen. But who is he? He looks a little older, has some facial hair, but they can't really tell because it's not great footage. So, she takes the footage back to the school, hoping that officials can make an identification. While investigators interviewed students and waited on forensic results, Ben Varner's family and his friends prepared for his funeral in San Antonio. The Plunkett family came there to support them through the service. Everyone wanted this killer to be caught. It doesn't take long for someone to make an identification of the man that cashed Ben's check. Shockingly, it was another friend in Eric's Wild Wild West group, Joseph Mesa Jr. The check was actually made out to him. The faculty confirmed to detectives that Joseph is a Gadet student. The first thing Detective Reed wants to know is, who is Joseph Mesa Jr.? When she looked into him, she found that he was a local hero in Guam. He was a highly respected individual who would tell the children in his town how great and big the world was and how it awaited them. His focus was on communicating with hard-of-hearing kids and teens about the opportunities outside their home country, such as going to Gadet University. Then she looked back at her files and found out that Joseph was the first person to report Eric missing. He also lived in Cogswell Hall up until recently, actually right across the hall from Eric, but she needed more evidence. She drove back to campus and had detectives Richmond and Murphy meet her in the office. She asked for Gadet to provide 2 interpreters so they could interview Joseph. He arrived with his girlfriend Melanie and entered the room alone, where they gave him waivers to sign. The detectives told Joseph that he had the right to a qualified interpreter, but he could also opt out and speak through 2 interpreters instead. He signed the waiver at 2:25 p.m., and they began a long conversation. It stemmed around how he was able to get his hands on one of Ben Varner's checks. He had an explanation. It was pretty simple. He didn't know what they were talking about. He said he never cashed a check, but they had CCTV footage, so they knew he was lying. When they pressed him further, he said okay, he was friends with Ben, and Ben gave him a check for computer parts. But then why wouldn't the signature match Ben's? Something wasn't adding up, and the fact that he lied wasn't a good look. So the detectives told him they wanted him to come back to headquarters to get fingerprints and give DNA. They also got a search warrant to process Joseph's room so they could find those sneakers. They thought maybe a shoe lover or even a broke college student would get rid of them, even if they had blood on the soles. But they had to let him go for now. On February 13th, Joseph was still lurking around campus. He denied to the detectives that he had any role in the killing, but that search warrant finally went through and they searched his dorm. Inside, they found bloody clothing, as well as a size 11 pair of Nike Air Max shoes. Yep, there was blood on the soles. At the same time, DNA results came through. The perpetrator's blood from the crime scene matched with Joseph Mesa. He killed Ben, and now he was going to get what was coming to him. Detective Reed headed back to the Department of Safety and Security, and when she got there, she found Joseph hand in hand with his girlfriend at the front desk. Melanie was crying and shaking her head, but Joseph was stoic. He signed to the secretary that he had a confession to make. Detective Reed asked Joseph what he wanted, and he asked to speak privately to both detectives with 2 interpreters. In the interview, Joseph said, "To be honest with you, I did it." He explained with a completely empty expression that was cold as ice that he had been in the process of moving to Krug Hall, but he still had all of his belongings at Cogswell. While he was in the middle of moving from one dorm to the other, he signed in with the RA, got a moving dolly, and went to Cogswell Hall, where he eventually knocked on Ben's door. Ben, thinking that they were friends, let his killer inside. Then Joseph began to inquire about whether Ben had a checkbook. Ben said he did, but he wanted to know why. That is when Joseph said he spotted a 4-inch paring knife under Ben's microwave. He grabbed it and used it to stab him in the right side of his neck and cheek. Ben tried to flee from him in a state of shock, pain, and fear, but Joseph blocked his path. As the 2 men wrestled on the floor, Joseph admitted that he put his arm around Ben's throat and stabbed him in the face and eyes, leaving the knife embedded inside one of them until later. He also said he cut his throat and kicked him several times in the head. After murdering Ben, Joseph went to his dresser drawers and found his checkbook. Once he did, he was on his way, leaving behind Ben's lifeless body in a pool of blood. He didn't even attempt to clean anything up or worry about the trail of blood when he was inside. He actually stole one of Ben's t-shirts to put on top of his own bloody clothing. Then he pulled the knife from Ben's wound and went to the dumpster, where he threw the jacket and the murder weapon inside. His girlfriend was still by his side after all of this, and then he proceeded to give a 3.5-hour confession without requesting a court-appointed interpreter. He used 2 from the school. He explained his desire for Ben's money, how he thought that Ben would be an easy victim because he was such a quiet person, and he actually started the rumor about Ben being gay. But the thing is, it's like he wanted the police to know everything that drove him to kill Ben. He found joy in it. The investigators asked him why he continued to stab Ben so violently, and according to him, he knew Ben was going to report him to the RA, so he stabbed him in the neck again and again because he felt he had no choice. Poor Ben was fighting for his life. He was struggling to breathe. Joseph said that he felt more and more guilty because he saw him suffering, so he was relieved when he finally died. That's sick. That's actually sick. Joseph Mesa Jr.'s confession was cold, very matter-of-fact, and acted emotionless during the interview. The investigator showed Joseph pictures of the jacket and the knife from the dumpster, and he confirmed that the coat was his and the knife belonged to Ben. It was the murder weapon. When Joseph left Ben's room, that wasn't the last time he went back, 3 or 4 more times, to check and make sure he was dead. But it was more than that. It was about looking at what he had done, almost admiring it. He told detectives that at one point he stared at Ben's body for more than 20 minutes. That is frightening. He didn't actually take the checkbook until the last time he came to check on, or I should say, gaze upon Ben's lifeless body. Instead of getting rid of the t-shirt he took from Ben's closet, he kept it as a souvenir of sorts. It was just hanging with his other clothes in his closet. After spilling every detail of Ben's gruesome murder for 2 hours, investigators were toward the end of the confession when they asked him if there was anything else he wanted to say. That's when Joseph said, "Eric Plunkett, I also did that one." During the second confession, Joseph admitted he needed money and thought that Eric was alone because he lived in a single room. He knew that Eric was weak because of his cerebral palsy, so he targeted him. He went over how he was going to kill him for days and days. He said Eric was sitting at his computer with his door open at the time. Once inside, Joseph walked up behind Eric, put his arm around his neck in a chokehold, and held it there continuously until Eric stopped breathing. Then he told them that he laid him down on the floor and kicked him again and again. Then he decided to use the chair. He confessed to beating Eric's face and head with that chair, and then he proceeded to pick up one of the chairs. In this interview room, he showed them exactly how it was held by him. I don't think that was necessary. He left Eric lying dead and then placed his credit cards in his pocket. But Joseph wasn't finished with his chilling confession just yet. As Eric was lying dead on the floor of his dorm room, Joseph sat in his computer chair and used Eric's credit card to buy a bike for himself and one for his girlfriend. Then he claimed that he falsely placed Thomas Minch in their crosshairs and tried to divert the investigation away from him. Later, when he needed more money after winter break, he turned to Ben Varner. He figured if he got away with it once, why wouldn't he do it again? That's cold. On February 14, 2001, Joseph was in prison immediately after this confession, and he was held without bond. The head of the DC police, Charles Ramsey, said that robbery was the motive behind both murders. They concluded that his cold expression during his entire confession indicated there wasn't rage behind these killings. He was just a sick individual. He did it because he thought he could get away with it. That night, Kathleen, Chris, Willie, Diane, Craig, and Lois received calls from the police reporting Joseph's arrest. Kathleen remembers feeling hollow and horrified because she had met Joseph in person at the candlelight vigil. He had hugged her, given her condolences, and told her how much of an honor it had been to be Eric's math tutor. He had also gone out of his way to send back some of Eric's things to his mother, movies and clothes he had apparently borrowed during their alleged friendship. He even included a note saying that he was friends with Eric and had borrowed them and wanted to give them back. It takes a horrible, remorseless person to face a grieving mother after premeditating her child's murder and say how sorry you are that he was dead. I can't even imagine being in Kathleen's shoes and having to face that truth. that her son's killer had been there all along. Students and staff at Gallaudet University were stunned when they heard the news. The two murders weren't committed by some crazy serial killer or even a transient living on the crime-ridden streets of Washington, D.C. No, the killer was one of their own, a close friend, a deaf student, someone they saw as a brother. Once Joseph was detained, police also contacted Thomas Minch in New Hampshire and told him he was dismissed from any suspicion. He was allowed to return to Gallaudet if he wanted to. Thomas broke down. He looked at his mom and signed that it was done. He was cleared, but he never wanted to go back to Gallaudet ever again. Thomas later said in an interview that he wanted Eric's family to know that he would never have hurt Eric, that Eric and Ben were wonderful, sweet people, and he valued their friendships. Even though Thomas wasn't guilty, his life was changed forever. He said in an interview later that he couldn't understand what he did to deserve to be falsely accused of two brutal murders. He lost his ability to attend the university he dreamed of, and in a lot of respects, Thomas was another victim of this crime. He said he felt like his hopes and dreams had been shattered, that he lost everything. In the months after Joseph was put behind bars, more information came to light about his criminal history and much more. Joseph was born profoundly deaf to a hearing family in Guam. Growing up, Joseph raised roosters to fight each other and was into football and wrestling. But he grew up frustrated, depressed, and isolated, partially due to being deaf and unable to communicate with others. In high school, he left home for a secondary school for the deaf, and this was a school that was on the Gallaudet campus. He loved it. He liked to brag about how rich he was and would give money away to people. In the high school senior class yearbook, Islander Joe, as they called him, was nominated as most likely to be rich in the future. But actually, he was more likely to go to prison based on his long history of misconduct at Torwer. In 1995, he was threatened with expulsion if he kept stealing. His sophomore roommate, Stephen, had watched him steal $45 in cash from someone's room just by walking in. In April of 1999, when Joseph was in his first year at Gallaudet, he stole his roommate Devin's ATM card and took out $3,000. The university reported this to the police department and suspended Joseph from school for 1 year under one condition, that he reimburse Devin for the $3,000. Joseph went back to Guam in the summer of the year 2000, re-enrolled at Gallaudet, and prepared to repeat his freshman year. Staff members had actually recommended that Joseph be expelled permanently from the campus, or at least not be invited back into the dorms, but he had made amends and promised he wouldn't do this to any more students, so they gave him another chance. Before he left, his father, Joseph Sr., told him to stop stealing for good. Joseph promised that he was going to be a better person, but that promise was empty. After that, he murdered Eric, the friendly, outgoing student who lived directly across from him. He used his computer to log in and make multiple purchases and send bikes back home to his family. Then he bought supplies at Union Station, using up all of Eric's limited savings. Then he stole again from Ben. Joseph was never going to try to be better. He lasted maybe a month before he fell back into his old ways. The judge ruled that Thomas's lawsuit would be covered once Joseph was implicated. Later, the District of Columbia actually won the lawsuit. It's true that Thomas had been affected emotionally, but he also withheld information. He was partially responsible for the circumstances of his interview. My advice is, if you are ever questioned about your involvement in a crime, please get a lawyer. Investigators are not on your side. Then, Varner's family also sued both Gallaudet and the District of Columbia for negligence in December of 2001, and they had a lot of reasons for this. If Joseph had been expelled from the school, Ben and Eric may never have been in harm's way. If the school had tried harder with their security procedures after Eric's death, Ben might not have been murdered. And if Eric's case had been fully investigated, Joseph might have been implicated before he had a chance to hurt anyone else. This lawsuit was also valid and clearly came from a place of grief and outrage. Ben's death could have been prevented, and the judge agreed with them. But ultimately, the case was dismissed. There wasn't enough evidence that Gallaudet didn't do their best to make sure the school was secure. The judge also ruled that though the initial investigation was not thorough, police officers cannot be held accountable for harm that criminals do. There just wasn't enough evidence of negligence to fire anyone in the police department. The rest of 2001 was a hard year for the Gallaudet community. Students, faculty, and families were relieved and heartbroken. It was a scary thought that someone from their own community had done this, and it is scary that you could invite anyone into your room, even who you think is your best friend, and they can turn on you, and no one can hear you scream. For a long time afterward, the university was still cautious about who they let in and out of the university grounds. Student IDs were checked regularly, and every car that visited had its license plate recorded. However, time went on, and Joseph stayed behind bars until his trial. On May 3, 2002, all the family members flew to attend the trial, including the Mesa family, who still loved their son despite everything. The head prosecutor, Jeb Bosberg, accused Joseph of 2 counts of premeditated murder motivated by money. He argued that Joseph would kill again and again to get what he wanted. Joseph testified that he was not mentally well when he killed Ben and Eric. He said that he was haunted by hallucinations of 2 hands covered in black leather gloves that belonged to the professional wrestler The Undertaker. He said that when the hands did something in front of him, such as steal money or kill a person, he would follow that impulse and copy what they did. Joseph had 2 interpreters that were signing everything in front of the jury. At one point, he said that the hands were telling him to kill the prosecutor, but the prosecutor used this information to prove that Joseph had control over his actions. He said, "Oh, you're thinking about attacking me, but you're able to control yourself." That's when Joseph said, "Not yet, but I plan to kill you eventually." Well, that's a reason to keep him locked up right there. In defense, his attorney said that he was suffering from intermittent explosive disorder. The thing is, during the time he was in prison, he sent a bunch of letters to his girlfriend, Melanie. In those letters, he talked about how he was going to convince the jury that he was insane. He told her that if they made up stories, it would confuse everything, and then he could plead temporary insanity. Does anyone think it's scary that his girlfriend was still in contact with him? What's really interesting about this is that not a lot of studies have been done on whether or not you can tell if a deaf person is suffering from insanity. There's no way to test that they're in their right mind like you would for a hearing person. I got this from what I read on. There was a doctor that talked all about this. I'm going to end with this. Joseph's girlfriend was actually one of his witnesses, and she told the jury that they were married. She said that since she was his wife, she couldn't really testify against him. She had a wedding ring and their marriage certificate, but guess what? She was registered as single on her driver's license, and they found out that she made the certificate on the computer after Joseph was arrested. That was just another con that they put together so that they could lie and argue that they had marital privilege. But the motivation for the final verdict was when the prosecutor showed that 3.5-hour confession to the jury. He never mentioned any black hands in his mind guiding him to kill. No, instead he calmly and rationally told them every detail. So on May 22nd, the jury decided that Joseph was mentally stable and that he premeditated the murder, burglary, and robbery of Eric and Ben. The jury later said that if he had spoken about the Undertaker's hands in the videotaped confession, they might have had a different verdict. Wow, but they could tell Joseph was definitely faking it. Joseph tried and failed to appeal his sentence. He tried to use a law called the Interpreters for Hearing Impaired and Non-English Speaking Persons Act of 1987. He wanted to say that the police violated his rights by assigning him Gallaudet interpreters. However, we know he waived his rights. On July 10th, he was given 6 life sentences for the murders and another 90 years for the robberies, without any parole. In the 20 years since this happened at Gallaudet, the fear of something so horrific happening to students, especially those who cannot hear their intruders and defend themselves, is still present. Cogswell Hall will never again be used as a residence hall. One Tennessee woman was in her final year of college, just months away from graduation, and she was anxious to land a fulfilling job and get real-world experience. She told family and friends about a job offer she had gotten on the outskirts of town. But before she could start her first day, her life was brutally ended by a cold, calculated killer. This is the story of a sinister plot that left a small town shaken to its core, and when the truth finally came out, her friends and family would never be the same again. Let me introduce you to Erica Megan Sharpton, known to her family and friends as Megan or just Meg. She was born on October 24th of 1987 in Tullahoma, Tennessee. Now Tullahoma is 90 minutes south of Nashville, and it's about an hour northeast of Chattanooga on the border of Coffee County and Franklin County. Tullahoma's welcome sign says, "A city as unique as its name," but Tullahoma has a warm and welcoming vibe like most small towns. It's safe, walkable, and everyone knows everyone else. Tullahoma is also in the middle of the Bible Belt, an area of the southern United States with a more conservative religious population. Churches pepper the countryside. The nearby town of Winchester is known for Tim's Ford Lake, which is a prime location to fish, camp, and swim. On the weekends, people drive from all over Tennessee and Alabama with their boats, ready to just chill out in their lake houses with their family. Megan's mom, Kelly Elizabeth Hale Sharpton, was a graphic designer from Millen, Tennessee. Megan had an older sister named Caroline, who actually went by Carrie, and two younger brothers, Alex and Will. Later, Kelly would welcome Cameron and Lee, who are Megan's half-siblings. And if you know me, I also have half-siblings who I adore and consider to be my full siblings, and Megan was the exact same way. The family hopped around when Megan was younger, which meant that they grew very close. Megan and Carrie were attached at the hip. They cracked each other up. Megan was known for her distinctive laugh and her witty sense of humor, and once Megan got Carrie laughing, it was all over. She couldn't stop. As they say, some people have really contagious laughs, and Megan was one of them. She was a really cute kid with strawberry blonde hair and adorable freckles. She was an animal lover, a good student, and she was naturally talented at almost any hobby she set her mind to, especially drawing and painting. The Sharptons moved to Ocean Springs, Mississippi, and then Hazel Green, Alabama. That's where Megan met her lifetime best friend and sidekick, Brittany Bailey. Megan was there for Brittany through thick and thin. Middle and high school can be brutal, but they had one another. At 13, they liked to hang out after school and watch CSI and true crime TV shows. One time, Megan turned to Brittany and said that if anything ever happened to her, she would leave a trail of clues behind so that investigators could find her. She told Brittany that she would put up a fight if she went missing, and to never give up searching for her. It's pretty eerie considering what I know will happen later, but Megan assured Brittany that she was too smart for someone to take advantage of her, and Brittany agreed. Megan was intelligent, bold, and wise beyond her years. Watching true crime, both of the teens felt prepared for any dangerous situation, though at 13, they were still very naive. Brittany and Carrie said that Megan was the most compassionate person they knew. Megan was the kind of person who definitely got attention, but she never wanted to be the center of attention. She was an empath and a natural-born caretaker. It didn't matter who you were. If you were human, Megan cared about you. That open-minded, free-spirited energy was so refreshing. In high school, Megan's family moved to the Ann Arbor, Michigan area, where she attended Chelsea High School. Megan was always inviting kids to join her at the lunch table and making friends in unexpected ways. She excelled in art studio classes with her new friend, Brittany Lay. Now, Brittany liked to paint Megan's hand in class. I know it sounds kind of funny and strange, but one time, their teacher thought they should take a picture of this hand painting and actually turn it in for a grade because it was very creative and artistic. I have a picture of Megan showing off her hand, and she and Brittany thought it was pretty funny that their teacher was letting them do this for a grade. I think it's pretty creative and cool. But outside of school, Megan went out of her way to bring blankets and food to people who were experiencing homelessness, and she even became friends with them. Now, this definitely made her mother very concerned for Megan's safety, but Megan trusted people. She thought everyone deserved a friend, and I have to agree. I think the world needs more people like Megan. She was ambitious, and she wanted to either go to college to be a vet or focus on art. To save up money, Megan worked at a dry cleaning business and then graduated high school in 2006. Now the Sharptons moved to Fayetteville, Tennessee, and then back to Tullahoma. It wasn't until Megan returned to Tennessee that she set her eyes on yet another career, one where she could truly help people, and that was nursing. She took some classes at Motlow State Community College and then worked towards her degree in practical nursing at Shelbyville's Tennessee College of Applied Technology. It's a trade school with campus locations in Tullahoma and Winchester. The program was tight-knit, and Megan had two very close friends in her cohort, Brittany Bailey and Ren Scherer. Outside of school, Megan had a larger friend group, including a guy named Chris Friel. Now in 2008, Chris and Megan got closer than friends, and they went on a few dates before they decided to make it official. She always wanted to fall in love, and she thought Chris was the one for her. They had a very passionate relationship, and friends noticed that wherever Megan went, Chris followed. They eventually became roommates and dated for almost 4 years. Over time, Megan grew into a beautiful young woman. She liked to wear her favorite color, which was purple, and tight-line her eyes with black eyeliner. Same Megan. She also loved stars, so she wore star-themed jewelry and clothing. Actually, she had a magnolia leaf tattoo on her shoulder, a small tattoo on her chest, a star tattoo on the back of her neck, and a collection of 6 stars tattooed on her foot to represent each one of her siblings. But you know what they say about tattoos. Once you get one, you become addicted, and you want to get more. They're expensive though, and Megan was paying for herself through technical school, so she definitely had to pace herself. Megan worked as a server at a Japanese steakhouse, and this was a restaurant chain with locations in Winchester and TOA. While Megan didn't love the service industry, it definitely played to her skill set, and she liked the flexible hours. I'm sure she also liked the cash tips. Megan also picked up shifts at a nearby nursing home, where she could hone in on her nursing skills. Now, combined with class and spending time with her family and friends, Megan was very busy, always going to her clinicals, shadowing, and looking for ways to break into the nursing field. She wanted to gain as much experience as possible and land a really good job. She was set to graduate at the end of summer in 2012, with the official graduation ceremony in October. The weekend before the 4th of July, her sister Carrie was visiting from out of town, and Megan was 24. Now, with several of her siblings married with families of their own, she was an aunt to 3 nieces, Chloe, Lizzie, and Bailey. Megan's younger brothers, Will and Alex, were in college. Will now lived in Chattanooga most of the year, playing football for the Mocs at UTC. For Kelly, having most of her kids out of the house meant that she was always looking for ways to get the family together. So every Sunday, they had a routine. Kelly would host a family dinner starting around 4 or 5 p.m. Megan and all of her siblings made a point to never miss a Sunday dinner unless they really had to. It was that important to them to put family first. At 3:45 on Sunday, July 1st, Megan called her mom and said that she had just woken up. Now, this was normal. Megan worked the Saturday night shift, and after a shift on your feet all night, it's hard to get to bed at a reasonable hour, so she slept in on Sundays. Megan told Kelly and Carrie she was planning to come to dinner that night, but she might be a few hours late. She explained that her plans were to take a shower and then go to a prospective job interview. It was for a private caretaking job, which can pay pretty well, so it was really important for her to miss some of the family night that night, but she promised she would swing by Kelly's house as soon as she was done with the interview. Megan said she had already done a phone interview and had pretty much gotten the job. She was just going to meet her prospective patient for the very first time to ensure it was a good fit. Megan was excited. This was a pretty lucrative gig, and she would even get a bonus up front. It was what she had been working so hard to achieve. Everything seemed like it was coming together for her. Megan and her mom Kelly were very close. She told her mom everything, and Kelly knew Megan was worried about getting enough experience in the nursing field before she graduated. She was really tired of working as a server. This new opportunity would allow her to care for an elderly patient one-on-one, putting her in a much better position after she graduated to find the job of her dreams. Before hanging up the phone, Megan told Kelly and Carrie she loved them and would see them in just a few hours. That night, dinner went by, and Megan never showed up. Kelly called Megan several times, but the calls went straight to voicemail. Now at this point, Kelly figured Megan got busy with the patient and then probably just went back to her apartment that she shared with Chris. She wasn't too worried yet and would call again in the morning when she thought Megan was awake. She was sure that Megan would have a lot to share about this new job and probably had a long night. But in the middle of that night, on July 2nd, at 1:20 a.m., just hours after Megan didn't show up at her mother's house for dinner, a group of teenagers was driving home from a friend's house when they spotted a fire on the side of a Walt road. They were in the middle of nowhere, close to Tim's Ford Lake and a Walt bridge. There weren't any houses nearby. The closest building was a church about half a mile away, and the fire was burning in a field. Since it was a hot, dry week in July, they called the authorities so that the fire wouldn't spread. The young man who called 911 spoke to the dispatcher. When the dispatcher asked for the location near the fire, he said, "That bridge going it looks like a forest fire." He turned the car around and parked near the blaze, watching, ready to call back if the fire got out of control. 10 minutes later, Officer Charles Stein of the Franklin County Sheriff's Department responded to the call. The brush fire had died down by that point, and as he approached, the teenagers motioned to where the fire was still smoking. He could tell by the expressions on their faces that this was something more than a brush fire. The teenagers had gotten closer to the fire in an attempt to put it out, and that's when they noticed the body. When Officer Stein got close enough, he realized that he was looking at the partially clothed and charred body of a deceased young white female, lifeless on the burning ground. She was lying in a patchy part of the grass, several meters from a wooded area, with no other evidence as to how she got there. He wasn't sure if a car had just backed into this area and dropped her there or what. But to him, at first glance, this did not look like where she had been killed. Instead, this appeared to be a dump site. Stein called the department to send out backup, including detectives from the homicide department. In the meantime, he went about extinguishing the rest of the fire. He knew, in order to preserve the scene, he could not use a fire extinguisher because the powder and chemicals would destroy evidence. But he did have sterile water in the back of his police cruiser, usually used to collect specimens like blood droplets on swabs. He brought it over and used it to put out the rest of the flames. Then he attended to the teenagers who had made the call because they were traumatized by what they had found. They were asked to remain at the scene and wait for detectives to arrive so they could get a full account of everything they witnessed. Homicide Detective George D. responded to the call, as well as Detective Todd Hinman. This was the very first homicide case that Heinemann had ever led, and he was determined from the beginning to do everything right. Dyer and Hinman both commented that the crime scene looked like something straight out of a horror movie. The young woman was blonde, possibly in her 20s, though her face and hair were covered in soot. Her shirt was also covered in soot, but from the waist down, she was not clothed. Rigor mortis had already set in, but the fire couldn't have burned for more than an hour, so the investigators hypothesized that she had been killed before the fire was set. What's more, the fire appeared to have been set between her legs. Because of this, Dyer and Heinemann assumed that this crime was of a sexual nature, and that her killer had tried to burn the evidence. That's where most of the damage was actually concentrated. The young woman had visibly sustained blunt force trauma to the head. As the detectives were examining her, they noticed they could actually feel the broken bones in her head shift when they gently moved it from side to side to determine what her injuries were. An autopsy would be required to be certain because it was hard to tell from all the burns and soot. As far as the surrounding scene was concerned, there wasn't a murder weapon in sight. In fact, there was nothing in sight. No phone, no purse, no ID, no discarded clothing, and no sign of a struggle. The only thing they noted was her t-shirt, which had some kind of emblem for a nursing program on it. They wondered if she was a student, an educator, or even a nurse. They figured she was most likely a student, judging by what they thought her age might be. Without much to go on, and with no way to identify her, Detective Heinemann took note of the victim's visible tattoos, including the magnolia flower on her shoulder, the star tattoo behind each of her ears, and the stars on her ankle. If a person is kidnapped or murdered, it can help identify them, and speed is key when it comes to investigations. As morbid as that might sound, tattoos can withstand a lot of damage, even decomposition, so they really do provide telling signs to a victim's identity. Fortunately, the detectives did find some tire tracks, but then realized they couldn't make plaster molds of them because they were in gravel. If they tried, the gravel would just get stuck to the plaster, so the tracks weren't much use except to further their theory that the victim had been killed somewhere else, and the killer had driven to this rural location to dispose of her body. It's disgusting, heartless, and so violent and cold-blooded. One of the detectives, Rob Tips, made a comment that a killer only burns a body for two main reasons. One, to destroy evidence, and two, because they're evil and have immense hatred for their victim. Next, Detective Heinemann interviewed the 911 callers. You know, it's not uncommon for people to call in a crime that they're actually part of, so a few of these young men could have been close to the victim's age. The detectives wondered if they had anything to do with it, but they looked very disturbed, and they didn't seem to know anything about this young woman. According to them, they'd been hanging out at a friend's house playing pool for the entire evening. They were completely sober, and all of them corroborated each other's story. So, at this point, Heinemann ruled them out as suspects and allowed them to go home. They did all provide their information, so if needed, they could be called back in. It takes hours to process a crime scene, and they still weren't any closer to figuring out who this girl was. And by the time they were finished, it was light outside, and they had more questions than answers. They took pictures of the body, as well as the tattoos, and Sheriff Tim Fuller posted the young woman's description on Facebook. Since it was Monday morning, everyone was getting up early, checking their social media before they went to work. Within just an hour, the department had 5 calls from concerned parents, and one of them was from Megan's mother, Kelly Sharpton. Kelly was at the Arnold Engineering Development Complex, which is a base for the U.S. Air Force, where she did graphic design. She sat at her cubicle, logged into her computer, and checked Facebook. That is when she saw the post about a Jane Doe that had been found deceased. The post described a young woman, blonde, possibly a nursing student, with star tattoos, and it asked anyone, friends or family members of anyone that would be missing, to contact the sheriff's office. When Kelly read the part about the star tattoos, she screamed in the middle of her office. She had just talked to Megan yesterday, but this sounded exactly like her daughter's description, especially because of the star tattoos. Kelly immediately contacted Detective Hinman, and they talked for a few minutes as he asked her to provide details about her daughter. As she did, the detective confirmed that Kelly's daughter's characteristics sounded very similar to their victim. So, Kelly was asked to drive to the station for a formal interview and to identify the body. As she tried to pull her emotions together, the detectives attempted to gather more information about Megan and her last known whereabouts so they could find out who did this to her. Kelly gave all the information she could, but she was in shock. She did her best to try to tell them everything she knew, that she had spoken to Megan after she got out of class and just before her shift at the steakhouse where she worked. When Megan didn't show up for dinner, Kelly said she kept calling, but the calls, like I had told you, had gone to voicemail. She also let them know that Megan drove a 1995 red Mustang. That was an important clue because no vehicles had been found in the vicinity of Megan's body. So they decided to put out a bolo for Megan's car all across Tennessee and Alabama. After this, detectives let Kelly go home and grieve with her family. When Megan's sister, Carrie, got home, she found Kelly wailing, and she asked what was wrong. Kelly said that somebody killed her last night. Carrie didn't understand who. She couldn't process the words, and then she realized it was Megan. But she thought, it can't be Megan. Carrie was in denial. When Kelly said it again, she could not process the information. She felt an overwhelming sense of loss. It would take weeks to get it through her head that she would never hear her little sister's laugh ever again. Detective Hinman and Dyer interviewed Carrie next. Carrie explained that she spoke to Megan the evening before, on Sunday around 4 or 5 p.m., and nothing seemed out of the ordinary. Megan seemed fine. I mean, anything could have happened to her after 4 p.m. When Dyer asked Carrie if she thought of anyone who would want to hurt Megan, Carrie just blurted out, "Chris did it." Yep, without a moment of hesitation, Carrie already had a prime suspect in mind. That was the only thing that made sense to Carrie, knowing all she did about her sister and her relationship with Chris, Megan's boyfriend of 4 years. When Dyer asked why Carrie thought Chris was responsible, she said it took a lot to get Megan mad, but with Chris, she had a very short fuse. That's because he had a quick temper. As Carrie gave the detectives a rundown on Megan and Chris's relationship, it was clear that the couple were like oil and water, they did not mix. Now every relationship does have its ups and downs, but theirs was going downhill. The couple started out really strong when they were younger. They were carefree, they were inseparable. But over time, with Megan taking her education and her career more seriously, and Chris not really ready to grow up and get out of the party phase, they began to clash. This was news to the officers because Kelly had briefly mentioned Chris in her interview, but she didn't give them any information about thinking Chris could be involved. But even if you are super close with your mom, you don't always tell her everything, because you don't want her to worry about you. You don't tell her the same things you might tell your sisters. Maybe Megan felt comfortable telling Carrie the secret truths about her relationship with Chris, and maybe she tried to spare her mother. Carrie said that he was the only person who was with Megan every day, knew her schedule, and had access to her, which gave him an opportunity to do her harm. So Detective Hyman and Investigator Tips asked Carrie for Chris and Megan's address. The first thing they noticed when they showed up was that Megan's car was not there. However, Chris was home, as well as his roommate, Robbie. Chris was upset. He had already heard about what happened to Megan because the word traveled fast. Chris told Hinman that the night before, he was actually concerned about Megan. He said that when he was at work, he called Megan on his smoke break and it just went to voicemail. Then when he got back to the apartment, Megan wasn't home, but Chris just figured that she spent the night with her mom and her sisters after going over there for dinner because it was a holiday and he knew all of her siblings would be around. But the next morning, Megan had not called or texted him. He claimed he reached out to Kelly, and then Kelly broke the news to him. He said he didn't notice anything out of the ordinary with Megan. When asked if they could search the apartment, he gave them consent. They went through that place from top to bottom. Investigator Tips saw what he thought was some blood in one of the bathrooms, and they also found a couple of unused syringes in Robbie's bedroom. They weren't sure if any of this was connected to what happened to Megan, but they collected the evidence and told both men they needed to come down to the station for formal interviews. But before they could even question Chris and Robbie any further, Hinman got a call. Megan's Mustang had been found in Bedford County. Now the car was parked on the side of Three Forks Bridge Road, a country road northeast of Tullahoma and close to Shelbyville. It was a 30-minute drive from a wall bridge where Megan's body was found. Now another department was in on this investigation, and Hinman had to rush to get to Megan's car to process the evidence. He wondered if this could be where the initial crime took place. Megan's Mustang was in another rural area without any signage, and it was a really odd place and an odd way to leave a car. It was just sitting there on the side of the road. When Hinman looked inside, it was cluttered. There were random things in the front and back seats, a water bottle, a lighter, and a cigarette pack, but that's pretty typical of a young person. There was also nothing out of place, no visible signs of blood, no phone, wallet, purse, or keys. However, there was a handwritten note. It was kind of tucked between the center console and the passenger seat. Now that stood out among anything else. The handwriting was neat and bubbly, so Hinman assumed Megan probably wrote this note. It said, "Past 276 highway, right off highway, no signs," with no signs underlined, and then small bridge with the address 850 Chaw Road underneath it. Clearly, these were directions to a location. The note was, like I said, close to the driver's seat, so it made sense that Megan was probably on her way to that location before she was killed. I looked at it, and the way it was kind of in between that seat and the console reminded me of back in the day with MapQuest printouts. I would do the exact same thing, or I would have it laying on the passenger seat. The detectives knew that Megan was on her way to a new job, so they wondered, could these be directions to that location? Hinman was not familiar with this area, so he called the Bedford County Sheriff, who said that he also didn't know of a Chaw Road. In fact, when they put this location into Google Maps, the location didn't even exist. However, they did notice a Schnare Road right next to where Megan's car was found. There was no address of 850 Schnare either. However, the area over there on Schnare is also very rural. Bridge Road, which is where Schnare naturally leads as you just keep going forward. But why did she stop there? Did she pull over to get her bearings straight and then somehow come face to face with evil? Or did someone lure Megan to this location? Was she abducted and then taken to another location to be killed? Did Chris have something to do with this? After all, Megan was smart. She wouldn't just drive to an address that didn't exist, would she? Megan must have trusted the person who gave her those directions. Now that the detectives had the car, they sent it to the Nashville Crime Lab, and Hinman went back to interview Chris and Robbie. By this point, Chris was distraught when he was being interviewed, and he said he had an alibi. He worked as a cashier at a local department store, And on July 1st, before he left for work, Megan had told him that she had accepted that job offer and that a friend from her nursing school actually recommended Megan for the job. She also let Chris know she would return the next morning, most likely because she had plans to go straight to her mom's after the job interview, and she'd probably be there late hanging out with her family, so she would just sleep over. Chris said he got to work at the store around 5. Man stayed until midnight, while his roommate Robbie stayed home. But that didn't mean anything until Hinman got his hands on security footage. When asked about the blood in the bathroom, Chris seemed really surprised at first, but then he recalled he had a bloody nose. Well, Hinman wasn't so sure. Chris looked really nervous and was visibly shaking. I mean, what are the chances, right? A bloody nose at the same time your girlfriend turns up murdered? I do know from other cases that I've worked on that bloody noses aren't that uncommon, especially in certain weather. But still. That prompted Detective Hinman to ask Chris if he and Megan had a good relationship. Chris said yes, insisting he would never hurt her. So, Hinman asked if Robbie would hurt Megan, and Chris said no. He trusted Robbie. They were really good friends. Hinman then asked Chris if he knew anything about what Megan was doing leading up to this new job offer on July 1st. Chris recalled that the day before, Saturday, June 30th, while Megan was at work, the phone rang and he picked it up. A guy had called the phone at Megan's apartment asking to get in touch with her about a job offer. Now, Chris remembered Megan telling him that she listened to the voicemail and called the guy back on her personal cell phone. When Megan called this guy back, that's when he offered her the job. He had gotten her number from a woman in her nursing program and had heard really good things about Megan's work ethic and that she would be graduating soon, so she was the ideal candidate for the position. The man explained he needed someone to care for his elderly grandmother. So initially, Megan interviewed with this man over the phone. She was asked about her abilities, the hours she would be available, and she got all the details. After the call, the man offered her the job, and Megan accepted. Then the guy invited her to come meet his grandmother on Sunday night to make sure it was a good fit for both of them. Other than that, Chris told Detective Hinman he really didn't know much else, just that the person recommending Megan was a nursing student named Naomi, who Megan had classes with. But after everything Carrie had told Hinman, he felt that Chris was leaving something out, so he questioned him further about the so-called good relationship with Megan. Chris said they were just like any other couple. They tried to make it work despite their arguments, which had definitely increased since Megan and Chris moved in together. Being roommates can either make or break a relationship, even platonic ones. Chris also mentioned that some of the tension was around Megan's impending graduation. She was ready to start her career, and Chris was so happy for her, but he was still young and wild and free. He worked, but he just didn't have the same ambition as Megan. He wasn't at that stage in his life yet. So when you're young and want different things in life, that could put a lot of pressure on a relationship and create misunderstandings and strife. Detective Hinman then asked Chris if the relationship ever got physical, and Chris said no, he would never lay a finger on Megan. He loved her. But remember how confident Carrie was about thinking Chris was responsible for what happened to Megan? If he was, of course, he would deny hurting her and insist the relationship was good and that he would never hurt her. But so far, there was also no direct evidence against him. Next, Detective Hinman talked with Robbie. Now he was Chris's friend before moving in recently, and this is when things took an unexpected turn. Robbie had a much different personality than Chris. He was more reserved and serious, with a little bit of a darker personality. He wasn't a happy-go-lucky kind of guy. Instead, he was more withdrawn. He looked at Hinman straight in the eye and said, "Look, I'm not the killer. I want y'all to find out who killed Megan." That was convincing, but Hinman felt that Robbie was acting shady. Robbie had just moved into the apartment. What are the odds that his move and Megan's murder lined up? On July 1st, Robbie didn't have an alibi at all. He was alone in their apartment from 5 p.m. when Chris left, to midnight when Chris returned and saw him there. What if Megan got home and Robbie was waiting for her, then killed her and got rid of the evidence? Robbie wanted to prove that he was concerned about Megan, so he showed Detective Hinman his text messages between him and her throughout the night and even into the early morning hours. He was texting back and forth with Megan, and then she just stopped answering. But Robbie kept texting, asking if Megan was okay. Robbie had texted her considerably more than her own boyfriend, Chris. So was he just texting her to maybe pretend he was concerned and create an alibi for himself? Because that's what it looked like to the detectives, so they decided to put a little more heat on him. Heyman confronted Robbie with the syringes and the needles that they found in his room, and Robbie admitted that he was battling addiction in secret. He said that neither Chris nor Megan knew he was doing drugs, and they definitely didn't know he was keeping those items in the house. The paraphernalia had nothing to do with Megan's case, nor did the blood in Chris's bathroom. But with this new information, Heyman asked if Robbie was keeping anything else a secret. Robbie was honest. He said that in the month since he moved in, he and Megan had turned from acquaintances to friends, and then recently it had turned into more than friends. A few weeks ago, they both acted on their feelings, and they knew they wanted to be together. That's why Robbie was texting her so much. Robbie said it was a secret, and Chris didn't know. But Megan had actually discussed wanting to break up with Chris and was planning to do it very soon. They didn't know how to tell Chris because they both cared about him. But the detectives wondered, could Chris have found out and become angry? Had Chris concocted this entire story about some job interview so that he could meet Megan on this rural, desolate road and hurt her? Or did he hurt her in the house and then abandon Megan's car, crafting that note to lead the detectives off track? Another theory detectives had was that maybe Megan told Robbie she didn't want to break up with Chris, and it was Robbie who got angry and might be responsible. Hinman knew that when it came to love triangles, there were dozens of scenarios and plenty of room for jealous rage, so he went back and spoke to Chris again. This time, he was blunt. He told Chris he had information from Robbie that Megan planned to leave him and start dating Robbie instead. Chris looked flabbergasted, as if he had no idea, and then he got really upset. Hinman pressed him more and more, saying it made sense why he would want to murder Megan if he knew she planned to leave him for his friend. Chris collected himself and then said no. He didn't know what happened to Megan, and even if she had planned to leave him or had left him for Robbie, he would never hurt her. He still loved her. If anything, this was a violation of the bro code he had between him and his friend. He let Robbie into his home, and then Robbie stole his girlfriend. Chris and Robbie both agreed to take polygraph tests. They were asked very pointed questions like, "Did you kill Megan?" By the end of the day, after many different questions, they both passed. You can pass a polygraph and still be lying. They aren't a true method of ascertaining the truthfulness of someone's statements. Robbie and Chris were still suspects, but they had moved significantly down the list until further investigative measures could be taken to either eliminate them or prove they were involved. Carrie still thought Chris was responsible, while on the contrary, Megan's friend Brittany thought Robbie was responsible. Megan had gone to Brittany in the weeks before she was murdered and confided that she and Chris had drifted apart. She told Brittany she loved Robbie. Brittany hadn't met Robbie yet, but from Megan's description, she believed he could be a little rough around the edges. Now, Brittany didn't know about Robbie's struggles with addiction at the time, but she still thought Robbie had done this. And you know what? So did Detective Hinman. But as an investigator, those biases can give you tunnel vision and cloud your understanding of the entire case, so Heyman fought to keep an open mind. By the end of the day on July 2nd, news had spread all across town and beyond. Actually, Nancy Grace even talked about this case on her show, so it was definitely getting a lot of publicity. Megan's instructor at her nursing school had the impossible task of telling Megan's friends and classmates in her program about what happened. Megan's close friend Ren got a call from the instructor, and she thought for sure it had something to do with her grades or an assignment because of the seriousness in the teacher's tone. But then she got the shock of her life when she heard the words, "I think Megan is dead." It confused Ren. She had just seen Megan. What did she mean she was dead? But the teacher explained that she heard the news that Megan had actually been murdered, and then it finally hit Ren. She said she didn't usually cry that often, but when she heard the news about Megan, she cried harder than she ever had before and screamed at the top of her lungs. Many people in the community actually wondered if there could be a serial killer passing through town. After all, Megan had been found on the side of the road, and it was the weekend before the 4th of July, so there were plenty of people coming into town from all over to hang out at the lake. The thought of some evil person walking free down their small streets was enough to keep them up at night. The only information that Detective Heineman had at this point that stood out was that call from the man offering Megan a job, so he decided to dig a little deeper into this job offer. He didn't have much to go on, but he knew the name Naomi from talking to Chris. Now, Heyman was able to gain access to records from Megan's practical nursing program, and there was no one currently enrolled with the name Naomi. However, there was a Naomi Jones who had graduated the year prior, and they would have been in class together. Her address was still on file. Naomi lived on a street called Bell Drive, in a cute brick house in a nice suburban subdivision. Heyman pulled up to her home, walked up, and knocked on the door. No one was home, but instead of calling it a day, he pulled a lawn chair out from his vehicle, placed it in front of the house, and Detective Heineman just sat there for over an hour, waiting for Naomi to return. I love detectives who actually go above and beyond. Now, he was in plain clothes, so when one of Naomi's concerned neighbors came over and asked what he was doing, I also appreciated neighbors who look out for one another. Heineman explained he was a detective investigating the murder of a local woman named Megan Sharpton and that he needed to speak to Naomi Jones. The neighbor knew Naomi, so he gave her a call and then handed the phone to Heyman so he could talk to her. Heyman told Naomi he was Detective Todd Heyman from the Franklin County Sheriff's Office and that he was investigating the death of a young woman named Megan Sharpton. He had some questions for Naomi and wanted to know, first and foremost, if Naomi even knew Megan Sharpton. Naomi said they had been in class together during Megan's junior year, but that she didn't know Megan all that well outside of class. They weren't friends, they didn't hang out. They were just in the same nursing program at the time and had done clinicals together, but that was it. Hinman then asked Naomi whether she had ever recommended Megan for a nursing job. Naomi said she didn't know about any job offers and that she wouldn't recommend Megan for anything. Now Heyman was kind of confused by the way that Naomi phrased that. Naomi wouldn't recommend Megan, or she hadn't recommended her. He felt like Naomi was implying that she didn't really like Megan. At least that's how it came off. But maybe Naomi just meant she didn't know Megan well, so why would she recommend her for a job? That makes sense. As in, I wouldn't recommend her for anything because I don't know her very well. Heyman really didn't feel like he gained anything new from their conversation, except that either Chris had heard who recommended Megan for this job, or it was a different Naomi. The sheriff's office put a call out for tips, and on Wednesday, July 4th, a man called the station saying he'd found a pink purse while fishing in Rock Creek Greenway. Inside this purse was Megan's driver's license and her social security card, but they still hadn't located her cell phone. Now, I'm going to show you where this purse was found on this map. If you are watching this video, it's right here, near a popular fishing spot, and it's closer to the place where Megan's body was found on a Walt Road, only about a 14-minute drive. Her car was then found further away, up on Three Forks Bridge Road. Remember, that is where those directions kind of led. So either Megan was near the creek when she was killed, or the perpetrator had actually taken her things there to a separate location, just to throw investigators off and make it harder for them to piece all this evidence together. I think it's crazy that this purse was even found, but then again, it probably stood out. You'd think if you were really trying to get rid of evidence, you would do something more than just throw it near a popular fishing spot. But because Megan's phone wasn't in her purse, detectives requested her phone records from her provider as well as GPS tracking data. However, all of that can take weeks to process, even up to 6 months. They were really hoping it would give them an idea of the series of events that took place before Megan was murdered. Megan's autopsy results had come back by this time, and now Detective Hinman was able to finally update her family on the investigation. The past few days had been so hard on her mom, Kelly, and her sister, Carrie. Kelly's energy had slowly faded over the course of the week, and Carrie was really hoping they would solve this case soon, because their mother wasn't the same, which is to be expected. The case was consuming Kelly's every moment. The autopsy was even more difficult to process. Megan's manner of death was, of course, homicide, and her cause of death was a gunshot wound to the cheek that had an upward trajectory and appeared to be at point-blank range. When she was initially found, the officers had not seen this gunshot wound because of all the black soot that was covering her face and head. She also sustained blunt force trauma to the head, and her skull was broken into several pieces. The coroner believed that she was most likely hit with the gun. The bullet was believed to be a .22 caliber belonging to a pistol and was sent to the lab for ballistic testing. Now, to wound someone directly in the face, you have to be really cold-blooded. That is very personal. It's up close, or it's just plain evil. Either way, I can't even begin to imagine the heartache that her family was feeling. Knowing what happened to her in her final moments makes my stomach turn, and I am so sorry. But now there was even a little bit of positive news regarding catching this killer. Despite the fire's damage, DNA from a male perpetrator in the form of semen was recovered from inside Megan's body. The DNA was then sent to the crime lab. The man's attempt to erase the evidence had been unsuccessful. There is a common misconception that fires burn hot enough to destroy evidence, but in this case, the fire actually created more evidence. Not only did it preserve the male DNA, but it also narrowed down the time frame in which Megan was deceased. Megan's autopsy showed no signs of smoke inhalation, meaning that the fire was set after she was attacked. Arson analysts determined that the fire was set around 1:18 a.m. I don't know how they know this, but this was the time they gave, which meant that the 911 call that came in around 12:20 a.m. actually occurred just minutes after the perpetrator left that fiery scene. We also know that rigor mortis sets in after a few hours, which means that Megan was killed long before she was set on fire. Her time of death was somewhere between 5 p.m. and 11 p.m., when Chris said that he was at work, and Robbie would have apparently just been home alone. After this, Heyman wanted to confirm Chris's alibi, so he went to the department store and gained access to the surveillance footage. It turned out Chris worked until midnight, just like he said. If Megan's car was near Shelbyville and she was found close to Winchester, that didn't give Chris very long to commit murder before 1:20 a.m. Therefore, he was ruled out as a suspect, but he might know more than he was letting on. A week and a half after Megan's murder, the case was receiving national attention. People were calling in tips left and right, and the Sharpton family began raising money for a reward, but there were no promising leads. It was scary. This was the biggest case Toom had seen in decades. People in the surrounding towns were double-checking their doors and windows. They were scared to leave their houses. No one was going out at night without either a friend or their partner. Rumors were also spreading quickly, and Hunman was inundated with calls about another case. Yet another young blonde, a 20-year-old nursing student named Holly Bobo. She had gone missing from Darden, Tennessee in October of 2011, about 9 months before Megan was found. Even though Darden was a 2.5-hour drive away, people couldn't help noticing the similarities between Holly's case and Megan's. Holly had apparently been abducted right from her home, and Detective Dyer responded to several calls asking if there was a serial killer on the loose targeting nursing students for some reason. So he personally reached out to Decatur County law enforcement and explored possible connections between Megan and Holly's cases. By this time in Megan's case, her car came back from the crime lab after 3 weeks. Unfortunately, there was nothing of evidentiary value found inside or on the outside of the vehicle. Another dead end. It had been nearly a month, and Detective Hinman was starting to lose hope. That's when he got a call from Megan's boyfriend, Chris. Chris wanted to help. He was kind of already helping by doing his own investigation and had been really digging into Megan's job offer. He called Heyman to tell him he realized the initial offer actually came through on an old phone Megan used to use but no longer did because she had gotten a new one. I don't know how that all works because I thought if you got a new one, everything would be transferred over, but this was 2012, so maybe it was different back then. Chris checked the call log and found a record of the initial missed call from this unknown phone number that wasn't programmed into her phone, so he gave that number to detectives. When they called, nobody answered, but now they had a number they could trace. Usually when you're tracing calls back to an owner, you get a full report, the owner's name, address, email, and phone carrier. But when Detective Hinman traced this call back, he found out it belonged to a burner phone. I am sure most of you know what a burner phone is. They're cheap prepaid phones you can just buy at the last minute. They're unregistered, and there's no connection to the owner. They're called burners because they're typically connected to crimes and are disposed of after they're used for the crime. Therefore, they're burned or thrown away. But there are also normal, innocent reasons to buy a burner phone. Maybe you don't want to pay a bunch of money for a cell phone contract, or be locked in, or your phone number has been compromised, and you're getting a bunch of spam messages from bots. Maybe you need a second phone for work. But there are also a number of sketchy reasons to buy a burner. A secret relationship, drug deals, human trafficking, or maybe because you committed a murder. Detective Heyman could trace the number to where it was purchased. It was a store in T, so he called the store's loss prevention department. He actually knew the woman in charge. He had known her since childhood. She was willing to help do whatever she could. Well, he asked to get receipts of all the burner phone sales from the day that phone was activated and a few days before and after, and then to look up all the footage from those sales on security cameras. There were about a dozen sales. Most of the people purchasing these burner phones didn't raise any red flags, except for one, because they would also be looking for a guy. Remember? So there was this guy in the footage. He was wearing a white shirt and a baseball cap, and you couldn't really see his face, but that's one red flag, hiding his face. The other thing that caught Detective Hinman's attention was that this guy already had a cell phone. He could see it on the counter in the footage, but he's buying a burner phone for $20, so there had to be a reason he needed this phone. It wasn't because he just needed a phone in general, because he already had one. This also took place just 1 week before Megan's murder, and on top of all that, he paid in cash, so his name wasn't on file. As they're watching this footage, he walks out of the store, all the way across the parking lot, almost out of sight of the cameras, to a red pickup truck. But the camera is way too far away to get a license plate, so obviously, this guy has something to hide. He parked so far away, so Hinman froze the footage and took screenshots, and then he sent these screenshots to everyone in the department, hoping that someone knew who this guy was. Literally just minutes later, he got a text from another officer saying he knew who it was. A guy named Timothy G. Ford. Timmy, as people called him. He was a known local marijuana dealer. So now, Detective Hinman put out yet another bolo. This was to local law enforcement for a red pickup and Timmy himself. It was now mid-September, and the next day, on September 24th, a Tuma detective said Timmy was working part-time at an upholstery store. So Heyman went over there, found Timmy at the store, and told him to come back to the station because he was a suspect in a murder case. Now, Heyman told Timmy it was clear he killed Megan. He showed him the footage of Timmy buying that burner phone. Heyman said he needed to come clean because they were going to prove it with DNA evidence. The detectives had a theory. He targeted Megan for unknown reasons, bought the burner phone, called her on her old number, pretending to have a job offer for her just to lure her into the wilderness where he could abduct her and then later kill her and dispose of her body by burning it. Well, Timmy denied that he had anything to do with Megan's death. He said he didn't know who Megan was, and he didn't want to be arrested because he was innocent. He even said he bought the burner phone for a friend. It wasn't even his. Sure, the detectives definitely weren't buying it. Heyman then challenged Timmy, saying that they found it very strange that he'd be buying this phone for someone else. But Timmy interrupted and said, No. I bought it from my friend Donnie. He just had surgery and he couldn't drive, so I was helping him out. In return, Donnie was giving Timmy some of his pain pills. That was their little agreement. Timmy considered it to be fair payment. He didn't explain what kind of surgery this Donnie person had gotten that made him unable to drive, but I guess if you're on painkillers, you probably shouldn't be driving. Timmy then said he borrowed Donnie's red truck to go buy the burner phone, so the truck didn't belong to him either. It was all Donnie's. Sure. So of course the detectives wanted to know more. Timmy explained that not too long after he got him the burner phone, Donnie wanted Timmy's help negotiating a deal between Donnie and Timmy's brother Paul. Timmy explained that Donnie had started sending him pictures, saying he needed Timmy's help. He needed him to babysit his kids. He was trying to get a new vehicle. He wanted to trade in his red pickup truck for a Mustang. Timmy thought that was really odd, and he tried to tell Donnie, "You don't want a Mustang," because he's got 3 kids. So instead, Timmy played the middleman between Donnie and his brother Paul and tried to convince Donnie to trade in his pickup for Paul's Dodge Durango instead. Now, Timmy didn't know Megan drove a Mustang, but that's another weird coincidence that this Donnie person happened to say he wanted a Mustang. Weird. But what Timmy thought was weird was that Donnie would even want a Mustang because he had an infant and 2 7-year-old twins to take to and from school. Paul's Durango was much bigger, so that trade made more sense, and they made it happen. But when Paul got the truck from Donnie, all the carpet interiors were replaced. Donnie had purchased new door panels, and the car was detailed to the extreme. If you're gonna sell a truck, it makes sense to clean it, but Paul agreed to trade cars as is. They didn't have to do anything to it. He asked why the inside was brand new, and Donnie said his wife suggested it because he planned to sell it. So, make it look nice so you could sell it quicker. Paul was happy. I mean, who's gonna turn down a brand new interior of a truck? But you don't clean a car like that unless something happened in that car, and you don't just go around trading your car unless you don't want receipts or a paper trail to show you got rid of it. Very suspicious. But it did seem like Timmy was telling the truth. So, Heyman applied for a search warrant for this red truck. In the meantime, he went about locating this Donnie person who was actually well known to the Franklin County Sheriff's Office for a number of reasons. Donnie Jones was a 37-year-old with 12 prior convictions, including forgery, stealing, drug dealing, and he had been accused, not convicted but accused, of taking advantage of young women. He served time, and afterward he actually worked as a police informant. I'm sure you know what this is. Someone with a criminal lifestyle who cuts a deal with the police to provide information and help arrest other criminals. So informants have connections in the drug trafficking world, and police will turn a blind eye to their criminal behavior so they can allow the informant to meet even more dangerous criminals, allowing them to make even bigger busts. It's interesting that police informants have been around as long as police, and there are a lot of debates on whether it's ethical to keep allowing this practice, but I guess it works. Donnie was well known to police and had been out of jail for quite some time. Now the question was, how would he know Megan Sharpton, and what would be his connection to any of this and to her murder? Detective Heyman found Donnie's address, and that's when he realized Donnie Frank Jones Jr. lived on Belier Drive, just like Naomi. But he didn't just live on the same street, he lived in the same house because Naomi, Megan's former classmate in nursing school, was Donnie Jones's wife. Wow, the wheels are starting to turn, things are starting to make sense. There's a connection. Hinman knew this guy had to be involved in Megan's murder. He just had to figure out the details of how Donnie orchestrated this crime and how he was going to arrest him. Hinman went to Donnie and Naomi's house once again on September 25th, 12 weeks after Megan's murder, and knocked on their door. Donnie was kind of a big guy. He was over 6 feet tall, and he had a hairstyle that can only be described by me as micro bangs. The officers asked Donnie if he knew Megan Sharpton and if he had anything to do with her murder. Donnie said he never had any contact with Megan. The officer said, "But you did know her?" And Donnie said, "Yeah, I did know her. I don't know much about her, but he knew of her." So the officer asked, "When was the last time you talked to Megan?" Donnie told them he doesn't talk to her. He's never talked to her. But then he said, "Wait, I take that back." He told them when his wife was going to school one day, both of the girls needed a ride because the weather was bad. He described this time when Megan and Naomi went to their clinicals during Megan's junior year here, and it was raining. So Donnie and Naomi picked up Megan, and she rode in the back of their car. Donnie said he didn't really talk to her during that time, and he never saw her again. Very interesting. If Donnie wasn't going to admit to having a conversation with Megan, maybe he would admit to purchasing the burner phone to call her. But Donnie said he never asked Timmy to purchase a phone for him. Wow. So did Timmy borrow Donnie's car to pin the blame on him? Or was Donnie lying? The officers were not sure, but it was clear that Megan and Donnie definitely had a connection. Donnie said he had nothing to hide. When asked what he was doing the night of July 1st, he said he was at home watching his kids. He said that having a 9-month-old and 2 7-year-olds meant that he did nothing but be a dad. He didn't exactly say it like that. He actually threw around the F word a few times, saying, "I'm with my kids all the effing time. That's all I effing do." Sounds like he's really happy about but being at home with your kids isn't an alibi, especially at that age. They can't vouch for him. Detectives knew from Timmy that Donnie would ask Timmy to babysit when he was busy, and Naomi could have been looking after the kids at night. So the officers asked Donnie if they could search his house, and he said no. He said that his lawyer had told him it was a bad idea to let officers search his house without a warrant. That was a problem. The officer did not have probable cause to get a warrant at this time because they weren't sure what they would be searching for, and they couldn't tie the specific house to Megan or her murder. However, they could put Donnie under surveillance and dig into his personal life even more. So that's what they did. But surprisingly, Donnie did end up consenting to providing a DNA swab, and I think I know why he wasn't concerned about that, but let's just wait. One afternoon, while they were doing surveillance on him, September 26th, the day after they knocked on his door, they spoke to a little boy who came up to an unmarked police car. The little boy asked the men inside if they were cops, and he explained that he wanted to be a cop one day, but that his daddy told him not to talk to them. Then he mentioned that his dad took him shooting all the time. Well, they asked this little boy if his dad was Donnie Jones, and he said yes. Well, Donnie was a convicted felon. He was not supposed to be in possession of a firearm. This gave them the probable cause to search his home. The next day, on September 27th, they went out there with a search warrant. They made their entrance in a bold way, with .45 caliber Glocks. They raided his home, and even with a rifle pointed right at him, Donnie still acted really cocky and almost caused a scene. Detective Tips said he had already prepared himself to use his firearm if anything got out of hand. But lucky for Donnie, he cooperated, and they searched the premises. The search of his home and vehicle took 9 hours, but they found exactly what they were looking for, a reason to arrest him. Donnie owned a .30 caliber hunting rifle, which he kept in the trunk of his car. This was the only gun they found, and it did not shoot .22 caliber bullets, like the one that was found on Megan's body. There was also no evidence of Megan's murder in this home. No clothing, no blood. However, like I explained, Donnie was a convicted felon, so he couldn't register guns in his name. It's illegal to possess an unregistered firearm, so Donnie was arrested and taken to Coffee County Jail. At least they had him where they wanted him, until they could prove he murdered Megan. Around the same time, the red truck that used to be Donnie's was being processed. The interior of the truck was heavily sanitized. There was no DNA evidence tying the truck to the crime, and Heyman was frustrated. He updated the Sharptons on the case once again, showing Carrie the surveillance footage of Timmy buying that burner phone. Carrie said she had never seen Timmy in her life. He asked Carrie and Kelly if they had ever seen or heard about Donnie Jones, and neither of them had. It made the murder feel even more senseless to them. The fact that no one was behind bars while family and friends gathered for Megan's funeral and celebrated her life was excruciating. At least when Robbie and Chris were the suspects, they appeared to have a motive. But what would Donnie's motive be? Well, I could guess, and I'm sure you could too. Just 3 days after Donnie's DNA was put into CODIS, there was a match. Donnie was the major contributor to the male DNA that was found during Megan's autopsy. They pulled Donnie into an interview room, and Detective Dyer asked him if he had seen Megan on July 1st. Donnie said no. Dyer asked him if he had cheated on Naomi with Megan at any point, and Donnie said no. Dyer then asked if he ever dated or had a relationship with Megan or been in contact with her outside of that drive they took to school. Donnie said no. So then Dyer asked him, "Well then, why is your DNA found inside Megan's body?" And Donnie's face dropped. "Yep, how are you going to explain that?" That's when Donnie got really angry. He had been caught in a lie. He thought he was slick, that burning away the evidence would be enough to get away with this crime. He was so confident about giving his DNA sample, but he was wrong. However, Donnie wasn't done with his trail of lies. He then changed his story. "I've heard this many times before." He said, "Oh wait, no. I did have sex with Megan, and it was consensual. And that just makes me sick to think about all that I know. Knowing everything that we know, there's no way Donnie said he had kept it a secret because he didn't want the detectives to pin Megan's murder on him. You would think Donnie's lies would be enough to arrest him, but no. Heineman and Dyer knew that the district attorney would not consider this to be solid enough evidence to make a case against him. All this would do would be to prove that he had sex with Megan. It doesn't prove he murdered her. Well, when Brittany found out about Donnie's claim that Megan consensually had sex with him, she was shocked. She said in no world did it make sense why Megan would have relations with a man that was 13 years older than her, especially when she had feelings for someone else and she was getting out of another relationship. But I do understand the police didn't want to make any assumptions based on Donnie's long history of arrests. They wanted to make sure they had the right man and ample evidence to back it up, because just because he was a criminal doesn't mean he committed this crime. Well, recall that they requested all of Megan's cell phone information. In addition, they put in a request for Donnie's cell phone data and GPS records. They also requested the burner phone records, as well as Timmy and Naomi's personal cell phones. Time was ticking away. They were almost to October now, but at least Kelly and Carrie could rest easier knowing that Donnie was behind bars. However, Megan's case was still an open investigation. Heineman worked tirelessly to find another connection between Donnie and Megan. Sometimes, Kelly would text Hinman at 2 or 3 a.m. with questions about her daughter's case, and he reassured her and gave her as much information as he could. On October 26th, a graduation ceremony was held for the 18 nursing students in Megan's class at the Highland Hills Church of Christ. A seat was decorated in Megan's honor, and Kelly accepted an honorary degree in Megan's name. Kelly said in an interview that it was bittersweet. She said that Megan had worked so hard for this and now she would never become a nurse. Megan's friends who graduated with her and did become nurses said that they would carry on Megan's legacy. It wasn't until November that the cell phone results came back. All the data from the GPS towers had been plotted in points on a map, showing the movement of Megan, Donnie, Timmy, and Naomi's phones on the 1st of July. Officers thought that Timmy was involved, but the only time Timmy was near the burner phone was on the day he bought it. Naomi's phone records showed that on the night of the 1st, she was across town, nowhere near Donnie's phone, or the burner phone, or her house. She was at work, so they did not believe that Naomi was involved. Heineman noted that on June 30th, while Megan worked at the steakhouse, their burner phone placed a call to Megan's old cell phone. Later, there was an outgoing call between Megan's current phone and the burner phone. Donnie's phone was in the same GPS location as the burner, which means Donnie was the one calling Megan. Now they knew that it had to be him who crafted this elaborate story about needing someone to take care of his elderly grandmother, giving Megan a fake address and promising to give her money up front for this lucrative job that she just couldn't turn down. On the afternoon of July 1st, there was another outgoing call from Megan's current phone to the burner phone, around the same time that Megan was supposed to arrive at that fake location off the so-called 850 Schaefer Road. The GPS data converged. It was clear Donnie abducted Megan, most likely at gunpoint, forced her into his vehicle and drove southeast. The phones lingered at 2 other locations, the place in Franklin County where Megan's body was found and another location near Winchester on the outskirts of a farm. Now Heineman put 2 and 2 together and figured the farm was where Megan must have been forced into intercourse and murdered. By the way, there's your motive. Sickening and heartless. A woman treated as disposable because of a man's desire. Detective Heyman drove out to this location, the farm where he suspected Megan had been killed. There's a secluded road that leads to a gate and onto this farm, and guess who this farm belonged to? The Jones family. Heineman found a field on the edge of a river that would be a great camping spot, with a fire pit and a burn barrel. Burn barrels are large. They're made of metal and are used to get rid of trash and natural debris without putting those things in the landfill. It's safer than burning things out in the open. At the bottom of that barrel, detectives found burnt scraps of a thin black and purple scarf patterned with stars, and that actually made me tear up when I saw it. Heyman brought this scarf back to Megan's mother and sister, and Carrie said it was Megan's. Carrie had actually given it to Megan as a present. Carrie and Kelly felt it in their hearts that Megan deliberately let that scarf fall from her neck and left it there as a clue. Remember, she liked to watch true crime, so it could be true that she knew in her final moments it would lead back to her and her killer. Donnie might have tried to burn away the evidence, but Megan was smart enough to leave behind bits and pieces to lead the police to Donnie. Look at the scarf. Look at the handwritten note. Without a doubt, Donnie did this, and now we know that Robbie and Chris were innocent. They had secrets, but they were still young and trying to figure out what they wanted in life, and they both cared deeply about Megan. On November 15th of 2012, Donnie was charged with aggravated kidnapping, forced intercourse, and first-degree murder. He was transferred to the Franklin County Jail, where he was held without bail. Thank goodness for technology, because without that phone data and GPS, we wouldn't have put these connections together. But the phone data couldn't explain why and how Donnie targeted Megan. Did he ask his wife for Megan's phone number? Did he actually search through Naomi's phone looking for targets? Well, we know he was with Megan in his car the year before. That's all it took for this man to want to have his way with her, and he didn't care what extreme he had to go to in order to get what he wanted. It's disgusting. Even with all the evidence against him, Donnie's preliminary hearing was marked by his plea of not guilty. Not even a surprise to me, but District Attorney Mike Taylor built a case against him. There was zero evidence that Naomi knew anything about Donnie's actions, but they didn't need Naomi's testimony. The contents of the burner phone were enough to tell the full story. In the week Donnie owned that burner phone, he had messaged not one, not two, but dozens of young women. Attorney Taylor tracked down these women and realized that every single one was a nurse. They were either still in school, working at a nursing home, or doing hospice or home services. Donnie would contact these women, offering them caretaking jobs with upfront pay and a false address. It was all a scheme to lure these poor women to their deaths. Taylor was never able to find Megan's phone or the murder weapon. He also never publicly recommended Donnie for the death penalty because, after 7 months, Donnie chose to plead guilty. On February 4, 2013, Donnie was sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Megan's mother, Kelly, had been the main spokesperson for her entire family, trying to keep Megan's name alive through this very dehumanizing process. We sometimes forget that these victims are human. She said that she didn't believe in the word justice. She didn't think it applied to Megan's case. At least Kelly said, justice is a word for the world, not for families of victims. It's sad, but it's true. The sentencing was a relief, but a month later, Donnie filed paperwork to rescind his guilty plea. Yes, he did. Kelly called him a coward. Donnie claimed his lawyer had forced him to plead guilty and that he could easily prove he was in another location when Megan's murder occurred. Really? How? How are you going to do that? What proves that he was in a different location when your cell phone, the thing that landed you behind bars, is tracking with the burner phone and the victim's phone? Donnie was selfish, and for Megan's family, it felt like this nightmare would never end. Kelly and Carrie funded the construction of a meditation garden in Megan's honor. It was somewhere that Kelly went to decompress and to think about her daughter. Brittany and the rest of Megan's friend group got star tattoos on their feet and behind their ears. Then, they commissioned artist Bob Clemens to construct a memorial at Megan's final resting place. Instead of just putting a cross on the side of the road, which Kelly felt would be meaningful but not unique to Megan, Bob created a 7-foot-tall sculpture. It rotates with the wind and is made with 24 silver metal stars. It turns out Bob didn't even know that Megan was 24 years old. It was just a coincidence. But if you believe in fate, I think this sculpture is exactly what Megan would have wanted, and her family said that as well.
Imagine you're enjoying a girls' night out in your hometown with your best friends, drinking, dancing, hanging out, cutting loose, with not a care in the world. And you deserve it. You've been working hard all week, but what no one deserves is a normal night out that ends with their very last breath. Today's case is about a beautiful woman named Lindsay Marie Nichols. Lindsay Marie Nichols was born in Des Allemands, Louisiana, on April 2, 1984, to her mother, Jolene Richard. From everything I could gather online, Jolene was a single mom, if not from the start, for most of the time raising Lindsay. Jolene did end up getting married to a man named Addie Dufresne, and Lindsay had a sister, Kayla, from that marriage. Jolene always wanted a daughter, and her wish came true when Lindsay came into this world. She was Jolene's everything. Lindsay was a beautiful little girl, and she grew up to be a very gorgeous woman. She was born and raised in Des Allemands, Louisiana. It's in the southeastern part of Louisiana. It's a very small town, that's for sure, with only about 2,000 people living there up to the present day. This area is surrounded by bayous, which are slow-moving creeks or swampy sections of river or lake where the water is still. Sometimes the bayou is seen as eerie or dangerous. There could be unknown creatures lurking under those still surfaces. It's the home of snakes and alligators just waiting to pounce. But this is also Lindsay's home. It's the catfish capital of the universe. Popular things to do there are to take airboat rides, have crawfish boils, drink on boats, and other outdoor activities like hiking, biking, and fishing. In this area of Louisiana, the locals identify as Cajun. Since there's not too much to do in this tiny town, you become good friends with the people you live near. Growing up, Lindsay had a very close-knit group of girlfriends, with one of her best friends being Jessica Barrios, who grew up with Lindsay. As Lindsay got older, she also found herself in a position like her mother, a single mom to the sweetest, most precious little son named Peter Paul Rose. He looks almost identical to Lindsay. Those big blue eyes, they're out of this world beautiful, just like Lindsay was Jolene's world. Peter was Lindsay's world. She wanted to do the best she could, as far as her career and a stable life were concerned, to provide Peter with the best life possible. Lindsay's childhood friend Jessica had a daughter close to Peter's age, so the two of them spent time together with their kids, who also became very close. But the girls also liked to have some fun, and it wasn't hard to find it either. New Orleans is only 45 minutes northeast of D'Alemans, but being there, you could feel like you're transported to another world. New Orleans, Louisiana, is a one-of-a-kind destination. I'm sure you've at least heard of Mardi Gras, and if so, you probably think it's just lots of drinking, partying, necklace-wearing people with outrageous outfits walking down the streets. But the tradition is actually religious in nature. It comes from the French Catholic celebrations of carnival feasts and an expedition for the French to take claim over the Louisiana territory. Over the years, it evolved into what is now known as Fat Tuesday, the day before Ash Wednesday. Sometimes the celebration lasts much longer, from 1 to 3 months, and that's when the streets come alive with art, music, and costumes. There are different parts of New Orleans, though, and Mardi Gras is traditionally celebrated in the French Quarter. However, about 20 minutes away, you'll find New Orleans East, and those two areas are like night and day. After Hurricane Katrina in 2005, this area, like many others, was practically destroyed. Just look at Six Flags Amusement Park. They had to permanently close after the entire park flooded. By 2015, almost a decade later, the Little Woods neighborhood in eastern New Orleans was ranked among the most dangerous neighborhoods. Parts of eastern New Orleans are really rough, but for those who grew up there, they don't know anything different. So Lindsay wasn't afraid. She was popular among the locals and considered the people there her people. This is where she found herself on the night of June 20th, 2015, but we have to backtrack for you to understand what brought Lindsay out that night. As I mentioned, Lindsay was popular. Because of how pretty she was, she got into modeling. She did a lot of it, and it was clear that she really enjoyed getting dolled up, having her pictures taken, her hair, the makeup, everything, and it was obvious that men liked looking at her too. Generally speaking, Lindsay was sexy, so those were the types of pictures taken of her, either in lingerie or a sexy dress. I mean, she looked good in anything, even when the pictures weren't professional. You could tell from the comments. Lindsay knew she caught the attention of men easily, though this sometimes meant unwanted attention too. But Lindsay was sweet, kind-hearted, and made friends easily. She wasn't the type to give anyone any issues, and that's why she was popular. She made people feel important, and she was fun. Lindsay liked to go out. She liked to have drinks, loved Outback Steakhouse, to dance, spend time with friends, and of course, in order to play hard, you usually have to work hard. By the summer of 2014, Lindsay was looking for a job. She wanted something serious and ended up finding one, although it took her out of Louisiana and into Texas. By October 2014, Lindsay was saying goodbye to her Louisiana friends on Facebook and moving. Lindsay worked as a timekeeper at Texas construction sites, constantly moving to different work sites all day, every day. She was a hard worker, very serious about her position, but anytime she had off from work, she wanted to go back home and be with her core group of friends. That was Jessica Ann, Lauren, and Jessica Barrios. Since Lindsay was outgoing, funny, and fun to be around, she had lots of friends and even more acquaintances, but her close girlfriends were the ones she couldn't wait to get back to. She would go back and forth every few months until she moved back to Louisiana. According to Lindsay's Facebook, she posted that she had actually bought a place and was coming home to pack and move. That was on May 24th, 2015, and it was an exciting time. Summer was coming up, and there was a lot to do in New Orleans. By June, Lindsay was back in Louisiana and eager to meet up with her girls for a girls' night out. It was Saturday, June 20th, 2015. Lindsay was back in town and ready to party. By 9:30 p.m., she was calling her friends. She called Jessica Ann first. Jessica was in the middle of getting her hair done, but could tell Lindsay was excited to get out and have fun that night. Lindsay's friends knew she was back in town and wanted to cut loose because she had been working so hard. As I mentioned earlier, Lindsay worked 7 days a week, sometimes 12 hours a day. Her job meant she had to travel to different locations doing timekeeping in the construction industry, which can be a pretty fast-paced career. Knowing this, her friends didn't want to let her down. Jessica was ready to celebrate that Lindsay was back in town. She hadn't seen her in quite some time. They decided to go get some drinks and hang out for a while. They went to a sports bar called Gabby's. They also invited Lauren, but she couldn't make it since she couldn't find a babysitter that night. Lauren decided to stay home, saying they could do something another time. Gabby's is located in New Orleans East. There's food, pool tables, drinks, and music. Plus, the girls knew just about everyone in the area. So once they got there, they were bumping into people left and right, saying hello, hanging out, having drinks, and having fun. Usually when the girls go out, Jessica is the one who heads home first. She's kind of looked at as the mom of the group, down to earth, grounded, and cautious. She's the type who has to be home by a certain time. So as it got later, past midnight, Jessica let Lindsay know that she was planning on heading home. But before they said goodnight, they decided to go to another bar called Spice Bar and Grill. It was about 1 a.m., and they were going there to meet up with another friend, Melanie. Melanie was going to continue hanging out with Lindsay, while Jessica planned to go home. At this point, Jessica was feeling uncomfortable. The night had worn on her, and she'd had enough. She wanted to leave. It wasn't as though Jessica didn't like Spice or the atmosphere. She just felt weird, for whatever reason, and kept telling Lindsay they should call it a night. However, Lindsay, who hadn't been out in a while, wanted to continue partying. Just before Jessica left, a guy named Bam showed up. Bam was someone the girls were familiar with. They had hung out before. He wasn't exactly a close friend, but also not just an acquaintance, someone Lindsay had known for a couple of years. By this point, it was about 1:30 a.m., and Jessica decided to leave while Melanie, Bam, and Lindsay decided to continue the party. It was Father's Day just after midnight, and Lindsay offered to buy Bam a drink and take the group to a strip club. After parting ways with Jessica, the three of them headed to a place called Passion Strip Club. Passion was a local hangout spot in New Orleans East, a rougher part of town. It wasn't an upscale establishment. In fact, it was more of a hole-in-the-wall place, but it was cheap. When I researched it, I found out why. There were a lot of scandalous things happening there, including underage girls coming forward with complaints of really bad things happening to them, even being pimped out to clients. But apparently Passion had very cheap drinks and a low cover charge, only about $5 to get in. The group of friends decided to go hang out there for a few more hours. I got curious about the place, and you'll see why soon. I went on Yelp, and although Passion was permanently closed by that point, I read through some of the reviews to get an idea of what it was like. The reviews weren't great. With only 6 reviews, it's not a large sample size, but the comments were negative. People mentioned being robbed, pickpocketed, and scammed. It didn't seem like an overall great place to hang out, but one of the reasons people still went there was because it was open until 4 or 4. Or more later, sometimes without any real rules. If you're leaving a bar or club that closes at 1 or 2 a.m. and still want to drink and hang out, you could go somewhere like Passion. So Melanie, Lindsay, and Bam headed over there. As soon as they arrived, Lindsay started greeting people. She knew a lot of people there, both working and hanging out, as they were all locals. Lindsay was very friendly, and when she drank alcohol, she became even more so. Some of us can relate to that. Inhibitions were lowered, and Lindsay, already very attractive, had quite a few guys flirting with her, coming up to her, giving her hugs, saying hello, buying her drinks, and hanging out. At one point, a couple of guys joined their group, and one of them seemed to know Lindsay very well. When he walked into the club, Lindsay ran over to him, gave him a hug, and jumped into his arms. He picked her up, and you could tell they had a strong connection. He was really cute, outgoing, with a big white smile, and his energy matched Lindsay's. They were having a great time together. Everything seemed to be going just fine, and everyone was having fun. As the night went on, well, really, it was early morning by then, Lindsay and Bam decided to leave together, leaving Melanie behind. The next morning, or later that same morning, was Father's Day. Lindsay's mom, Jolene, sent her a text to remind her to wish her stepfather a happy Father's Day. When Jolene didn't get an answer back, she wasn't too concerned. She knew that when her daughter went out, she would usually sleep in the next day. However, Jolene soon noticed she had a missed phone call and a voicemail. When she played the message, it was strange and unsettling. The voicemail was from a man who had bought Jolene's home back in Lindsay's hometown. He said that the cops had come by the house looking for the parents of Lindsay Nichols. When Jolene received this strange message that police were looking for Lindsay's parents, her gut told her something was wrong. And indeed, something terrible had happened. To understand the urgency behind the message, we need to go back to earlier that morning when the New Orleans Police Department received a call around 6 a.m. Security officers reported an abandoned, possibly stolen vehicle on Michoud Boulevard in New Orleans East. This area, a desolate stretch of road near the abandoned Six Flags amusement park, didn't raise immediate alarm, so no officers were sent out right away. However, another call came in around 8 a.m. This time, the caller reported that the same vehicle was now on fire. Describing it as a black vehicle with dark-tinted windows, the caller wasn't sure if anyone was inside, so the fire department was dispatched to the scene immediately. When the firefighters arrived, they found that the vehicle wasn't engulfed in flames, but was instead emitting heavy smoke. As they worked to douse the fire, they opened the vehicle doors to let the smoke escape. It was when they reached the trunk that they made a horrific discovery: a human body inside, no longer alive. This shocking find quickly escalated the situation to a homicide investigation, and Detective Robert Barrere, a seasoned and respected homicide detective, was called to the scene. As firefighters halted their work, the investigation officially began. The location, a desolate area surrounded by nature, swamps, and forests with no one around for miles, seemed suspicious. Just 2 minutes away from the now abandoned Six Flags amusement park, it was a place that used to draw thousands of visitors, but now stood isolated. Detective Barrere arrived at the scene to examine the vehicle and its surroundings. Upon opening the trunk, he found the partially burned body of a white woman with blonde hair. Because the fire hadn't fully consumed the car, much evidence was preserved, making it clear this was a deliberate attempt to destroy both the body and any trace of the crime. One key detail that stuck out to investigators was that the fire had been started using lighter fluid bottles, which were still intact in the vehicle. This amateurish attempt at arson left many clues behind, making it easier for Detective Barrere to reconstruct what had happened. The body inside was burned, but not beyond recognition. Her tattoos, one on her arm and another on her hip, were still visible, and investigators soon found a driver's license in the driver's side door. This driver's license led them to preliminarily identify the body as 31-year-old Lindsay Nichols. At that moment, Detective Barrere's mind began to race with questions. What had brought Lindsay to this remote location, dressed in a little black dress fit for a night out in the city, nowhere near any clubs or nightlife? As Detective Barrere processed the scene, he couldn't help but reflect on the personal connection to the case, having just said goodbye to his own children on Father's Day before responding to this call. Despite the heavy emotional toll, he remained focused on the task at hand. Lindsay's body was discovered in a fetal position, bearing burn marks, but it was evident that she had also been shot. As investigators cleared items from the trunk, they found a firearm, charred but still recognizable. Every clue pointed to a calculated murder, though poorly executed in its cover-up. This gave Detective Barrere and his team a grim window into the final moments of Lindsay's life. Once the photographs were taken, documenting every angle of the vehicle, inside and out, and the surroundings of the crime scene, it was time to remove Lindsay's remains. As investigators handled this difficult task, they were painfully aware that this desolate, smoky trunk had become her final resting place, making the discovery all the more tragic and personal for everyone involved. It's so inhumane and devastating, but the procedures have to be followed. Now they can finally remove her, and when they did, they made an even more horrific discovery. It was obvious that she had been strangled, and there were actually multiple gunshot wounds to her body. How does this beautiful, vibrant, loving, hard-working woman, who's only 31 years old, who's out enjoying friends and having a homecoming of sorts, come face to face with an absolute monster? That's exactly what detectives want to know, and it's crucial that they find out as much as they can, as fast as they can. The first 24 to 48 hours are crucial when you're dealing with a homicide investigation. They've already preliminarily identified her with not only her driver's license, but they also went ahead and ran her license plate. The number came back to Lindsay Nichols. They also retrieved an identification lanyard that she would wear around her neck when she was working, and there was a photograph of Lindsay and her son Peter on it. This part was heartbreaking to me. One of the investigators pulled that item from inside the vehicle, and he took note of what it said on the back. It emphasizes safety, and it says why I soar for safety. So why I choose to be safe, and it's a picture of her and her son. It just humanizes the entire situation, because you realize that this person had a family, this person has a son, and she's not coming back to him. One thing that the death investigation technicians were able to ascertain was that her body was in full rigor mortis. It was very stiff, so they estimated that she was killed sometime between midnight and 5 a.m. But at this point, she's transferred to the morgue for a full autopsy. When Lindsay's removed from the trunk, the investigators are able to get inside and collect evidence left behind. They notice there are bullets inside the trunk, leading them to believe that she was shot while she was lying in the back of this vehicle, and the gun was thrown inside, and everything was lit on fire. The handgun used was a Taurus 9mm. You do not have to necessarily be trained in arson to ascertain that an accelerant was used. There's a pattern to the way that something burns. You can tell that something was thrown on top, drizzled, doused. Not to mention the fact that they did recover the actual lighter fluid containers. They were bright yellow in color. I'm going to show you one up on the screen. It looks as though accelerant was thrown inside the trunk on top of Lindsay and on other areas of the trunk, as well as outside the vehicle and inside on the dashboard. All of those areas were then set on fire. It doesn't seem like this person has experience burning a vehicle. It's not a normal skill that we learn and practice. It's actually very difficult to burn a vehicle and also burn a human body, at least not hot enough to demolish them completely. The accelerant was called roncinol. It's a standard lighter fluid, but it's the one that comes in a smaller bottle, and it looks like it's intended to refill something like a Zippo lighter. It's not a big gas can. So either this individual had this on hand, maybe they're a smoker, or Detective Bearer thought they could have picked it up somewhere like a gas station or a convenience store. So the first thing he thinks of is that they should go to nearby stores that would have been open in the middle of the night. If they sell this type of lighter fluid, maybe they can get a lead. There was something significant recovered from the attempted arson, a plastic bag inside the vehicle. It was burned on the outside, but the contents inside were still intact. That bag contained what appeared to be men's clothing, and they wanted so badly to just rip through that bag and find out exactly what's inside this car. But it had to be towed back to the police headquarters for a more extensive, advanced crime scene investigation, and they needed a search warrant first. Another thing Detective Bearer takes note of is that this seems like a very personal crime. The fact that someone is strangled, put into a vehicle, their own vehicle, driven somewhere and set on fire, is a lot. But this really leads him to where a lot of investigations start anyway, and that's with whoever was with the victim last, or the people close to the victim, a boyfriend, someone that she might have been seeing, somebody that could have been upset with her. They need to know everything and anything they can find about Lindsay herself and what she was doing. The first thing, of course, is that they have to notify her family. Now we're back in the original timeline when I told you that Lindsay's mother, Jolene, was notified by the person that she sold her previous residence to that the police were there looking for the parents of Lindsay Nichols. Jolene called around until she got a hold of the department that was responsible for handling Lindsay's case. Once she was given the information, her only choice was to come down to the morgue the following day to identify her daughter. It's absolutely gut-wrenching to know, as a parent, that there's nothing you can do. You can't protect your child, you can't say goodbye, and you're left with so many questions. And in this case, you're left with a grandson who doesn't have a mother. The word was traveling fast, especially through their small town. One of Jessica and Lindsay's mutual friends called up Jessica and told her to turn on the news because there was a vehicle found on the side of the road that looked like Lindsay's, and it had a deceased body in the trunk. As soon as Jessica turned on the news, she just got this overwhelming, terrible, intense gut feeling and broke down. So many thoughts were going through her head because at that moment, you don't know if this is your friend. I could imagine thinking, if this was my friend, am I responsible in some way? Did I do something wrong? Did I make a bad choice by leaving her there that night? At this point, we don't even know what happened. We don't even know if Lindsay had spoken to anyone after she left Passions. Because it was the only thing that her friends and family could do, they went to visit the morgue. They were there to support one another, and within 24 hours of her body being found, she was positively identified as Lindsay Marie Nichols. But that's not the hardest part. Jolene had to explain to Peter why his mom wasn't coming home. Peter was 9 years old. Jolene doesn't have experience letting a child know that their mom has been killed. It's not something you can plan for, it's not something you practice, and she didn't know how to break the news. As she was trying to explain it to say your mommy's been shot, she's been killed, Peter didn't think she was serious, because how can a child's mind understand what's going on? I mean, adults have a hard time processing this, and it's all happening so fast, let alone a child's mind that's not even developed yet. I had to listen to Jolene explain this part, and it had me in tears, because when they tried to tell Peter, he just kept thinking that they were teasing him, that they were just being funny. It's not something that you would joke about, but again, in a child's mind, he just thought they were being silly. When he finally realized that they were telling him the truth, that this is what really happened to his mom, of course, Peter couldn't handle it. There was just so much crying, so much heartbreak. It's gonna change that child's life forever. I've heard this in other stories that I've done, where family members don't get the chance to see their loved one. They don't get to see the body and say goodbye. So there isn't this closure, although they've been told their loved one is deceased. They're gone. There's no way for them to close that chapter because they just can't put their hands on them, say goodbye, and see it for themselves. There's just this lingering feeling like, is this really true? Clearly it is in these cases, but I can understand that disconnect of not having that proof, not having that moment where your brain can really wrap around what's going on. One of the biggest questions in everyone's mind is, who could have done this to Lindsay? Her mom has no clue. She didn't know where she was that night or who she was with. Plus, she couldn't think of anyone who would want to do something so horrific to her daughter. They didn't even know the extent of what happened in this moment because the autopsy wasn't completed. A lot of times we assume that these investigations move fast, but they don't. What I mean by that is that people don't come forward immediately. Friends and family don't just come right in to talk to police. That's actually not how it usually happens. Detective Bearer has to track down the most credible witnesses, not just anyone and everyone that knew the victim. By this time, it's getting later into the evening. By the time everything was processed and brought back to the station, Detective Bearer says, "You know what? I think we should start with the lighter fluid," because he had that hunch that it could have been purchased nearby. If so, they could pull security footage, which would give them a visual on the suspect. Rather than wait to understand exactly what happened and who Lindsay was with, it's almost their best witness, a camera. You don't have to worry that the camera is lying or didn't remember correctly. It's right there in front of you. So he sets out, going store by store to ask if this particular lighter fluid was purchased in the last day or so. He's also narrowing it down to a store that would be open 24 hours because, in his mind, this was something spur of the moment. It wasn't planned, especially with how haphazardly everything was carried out. He thought this was something the perpetrator did in the moment, either right after committing the crime or while they were in the commission of this crime. Because of the rigor mortis, he had a preliminary timeline. He went to a number of these stores, and either they didn't sell that brand of lighter fluid, or they hadn't sold it to anyone in the last couple of days. There's also a possibility that the person who committed this crime drove from a far distance to get rid of Lindsay's vehicle, which could mean the convenience store that he's looking for could be far from this area. He doesn't have a lot of time. It's much more important for him to go back to the station and do things he can do from there. One of those things is looking through social media, because these days, with modern crimes happening within the last 10 years or so, we have social media. We have that social media footprint, so we can go backtrack. Maybe Lindsay posted something. There's Snapchat, Instagram, YouTube, Facebook. So that is the next plan of action. Another thing they can get from social media is potential witnesses, friends who can provide them with more information in an interview-style sit-down meeting the next morning. I feel like investigators do not sleep. It seems like they are always doing something, even at home. Not that they want to bring their work home, but going through social media is something all of us can do right here, right now. We can be armchair detectives. A lot of crimes have been solved recently because of social media. Gabby Petito comes to mind, with the internet coming together to look for clues from all over the country, if not the world. Especially when you're invested in a crime, someone like Detective Bearer, this is their job. They're invested, and they're going to spend hours and hours scouring the internet for clues. I wouldn't say that Lindsay had a big social media presence, but because she was interested in modeling, she did have a lot of photos on her Facebook page. Her Facebook is still up. It's in remembrance mode, but there are a lot of beautiful photos of Lindsay. There were also a couple of posts within the last few weeks, even the last day before the crime happened, that were suspicious or at least of interest to detectives. I went ahead and collected these so that we could see them up on the screen. This one is from June 8th, 2015, and it said, "Some just makes my nerves bad as, so glad I moved and certain people don't know where I live anymore. Just saying." This was only a few weeks before Lindsay ended up dead. What did it mean that she had something getting on her nerves? That she was nervous about something? Was she upset and she was glad that she moved? Was there someone following her, stalking her? And she says, certain people. So who are these certain people or person? Could they have followed her from Texas back to Louisiana? She says she's glad they don't know where she lives anymore, but do they know where she goes out? Do they know the people that she hangs out with? Are they jealous? Do they have ill will toward her? And she's posting this publicly, so did they see this post? These are the questions detectives have to ask, and it's why it's good that social media exists. Sometimes it is a double-edged sword. There's also a photo taken right before this post. It's from the same day and looks like Lindsay was visiting a bar or a restaurant. You can see TVs in the background. It looks like sort of a bar and grill, like a sports bar. There were 19 comments on this particular photo, so investigators have to go through them. However, there wasn't anything suspicious when they went through those, so they moved on to another post from June 19th, 2015. This was just a day before she went out with her friends. It says, "I've learned something so beautiful from a really messed up situation. So bittersweet and so enlightening. Where do I go from here?" And then there's an emoji of a pen. That's a lot to decipher. I don't know Lindsay. I'm not a detective. It's not my job to sift through, understand, and analyze things like this. But it's clear because it's in her own words that she was in a really messed up situation. Although she is saying she learned from it and it's bittersweet and enlightening, the question is, did it involve someone else? Do they see it as enlightening and bittersweet? And there's a pen at the end of her comment, as though she's not done writing her story. However, somebody did close that chapter for her. She didn't know where she was going from there, but we know where she ended up. These Facebook posts were not giving the detectives many leads, but it didn't take long before both Jessica and Melanie, who were with Lindsay the night before, came forward. They came down to the homicide department to be interviewed. It's tough having to recount the moments that you spent with your loved one who is no longer here, but it is so important to provide any and all information you can before you forget everything. Everything you know, up until the last point that you saw them, is imperative in order to catch who did this. Jessica knows this. She's more than willing to help. She comes in armed with her phone, going hour by hour, letting detectives know step by step what the girls did that night. I already relayed a lot of that information to you. They were at Gabby's until about 1 o'clock, then they headed over to Spice Bar and Grill. Melanie came there to meet them around 1:30 or 1:45. Jessica tells detectives that she wanted to leave. She was tired and uncomfortable. She tells them about Bam, that Bam met them at Spice. While they were still there, Lindsay, Bam, and Melanie took a photo together, which she provided to them. Detective Bearer printed it out. Bearer took note that Bam was a black male, around 6 feet tall and probably 200 pounds. He definitely needs more information about this man, including his real name. So he presses Jessica about whether Lindsay had any violent relationships in the past, boyfriends. And Jessica almost instantly, before he's even done asking the question, butts in and insists a boyfriend did not do this to Lindsay. She says, this is not going to be a boyfriend that did this, and she adds that sometimes when Lindsay gets drunk, she becomes overly friendly. Now Bearer needs to speak with Melanie, and Melanie's waiting in another interview room for him to arrive. He needs the timeline to be picked up from where Jessica left off. Melanie tells Bearer she doesn't think they got to Passions until around 3 o'clock in the morning. She explains that Lindsay drove Bam to Passions and that she followed them in her own car. Bearer wants to know more about Bam, and Melanie says she doesn't know him, but she does think that Bam must know something because he was the person that Lindsay left Passions with. Then, she plays an audio recording of a phone call between her and Lindsay. By the way, I was confused about how she recorded the call. This had me so mind-boggled. Maybe I'm thinking too hard because I can actually hear it ring in the beginning, and then I hear Lindsay pick up. Melanie's asking her, "Where are you?" But how does she have this recording? Let me know in the comments, how is she recording this? I just had to let that part go because I didn't understand how to do it. I know you can pull up voice messages and all that, but an actual phone call? In any case, you can hear Lindsay in her own words telling Melanie that she's GPSing back to Bam's car. This was after Lindsay and Bam decided to leave. Melanie asks her where she's going after this. She tells her she's going to hang out with her people from the East. She's referring to New Orleans East. Listening to that call, Melanie breaks down because Melanie had said, "Call me if you need me," and then you just hear Lindsay's laugh. That hurts because she did need someone. She may not have thought she would, but she needed someone. She probably felt like she had everything under control in any situation, especially because of this next bit of information that Melanie provides. Lindsay had a gun. Melanie explains that if Lindsay felt safe with you, she would leave the gun in her center console. But if she didn't feel safe, she would keep the gun in the side door of her car and keep her arm down near it. Bearer then asks if Lindsay was with anyone else that night at Passions, and she explains that Lindsay must have known a number of people there because she was having all kinds of friendly conversations, hanging out with both dancers and people at the bar. Melanie said that Lindsay must have known this one guy really well because she jumped into his arms when she saw him. However, Melanie has no idea who any of these people are. From the information that Jessica and Melanie provided, Bearer has narrowed down the timeline to a 3 to 4 hour period that's unaccounted for. From about 4 a.m. until the first call came into police about someone seeing Lindsay's black Honda Accord on the side of the road. So at this point, the biggest lead they have in this case is that Lindsay left with a man named Bam. They know what he looks like from the photo that Jessica shared with them, and they're able to put his name into the system. They somehow get information about where Bam lives, so they decide they're going to pay him a visit. Right now, everything is pointing to Bam. Either he had something to do with it, or he knows something. There was not a lot of time that passed between the moment they left Passions together and when that car was found on the side of the road. So what happened? The theory at this point is that either Bam wanted to cause Lindsay harm, so they leave together, and something transpires between the time they leave and when they get to Bam's vehicle, or that she brings him back to Spice to get his vehicle, drops him off, and then goes somewhere else, or that someone saw her when she was dropping him off, and that other person causes her harm and leaves her on the side of the road. Another significant point at this time was the gun. Detective Barra believes that Lindsay was possibly shot with her own firearm. The next day, a candlelight vigil is held in Lindsay's memory. Detective Barra attends, not just because he wants to ask questions, because he does, but he wants to see who comes to the vigil. There could be some very important information gleaned from the fact that certain people show up or certain people don't show up. He can size people up, see if they're acting differently, and see if he can find any leads. But he's also there because he cares. Lindsay is not just a number, she's a person, and he shows his respect for her family and for the people she's left behind. All of Lindsay's friends and family are gathered around. They're wearing shirts with her on them and lighting candles in those pink solo cups. Jessica spoke and said that Lindsay's son will never have a mother and that she can't imagine someone having to tell their kids something like that. She would never be coming back, and that Lindsay was the best person. Jessica just prays that she gets justice because no one deserved to die like that. And that's when they let off all the balloons. This was the second night after Lindsay had been found. Right after the vigil is over, Detective Barra doesn't hesitate. He makes a trip over to Bam's. He knocks on the door and just asks, "Are you friends with Lindsay Nichols?" He says yes. Bam actually tells detectives to come inside. The first thing that detectives notice is that Bam is a big man, very big. Once they get to talking with him, they realize they want to sit down for a formal interview, so they ask Bam if he wouldn't mind coming down to the homicide department. He agrees, but says he can only come the next day. The detectives are hopeful he'll show up because they really need more information. He was the last person known to have seen Lindsay alive. Luckily, Bam is true to his word and shows up at the homicide department the next day. Detectives want to know how he knows Lindsay, how long they've known each other, and who she is to him. Bam explains that she's a good friend and that they've known each other for a little over a year and a half. They ask how he ended up with Lindsay that Saturday night. As anyone who watches true crime knows, conversations at a police station are typically recorded, and Bam is aware of this. While he speaks with Detective Barra and his partner, they're also being watched by other detectives in different rooms, who analyze body language, tone of voice, and other details. This approach allows them to gather information efficiently, with one detective in the room collecting information while others research details of the case. Detectives sometimes leave the room and return for tactical reasons or to check in with other investigators. Sometimes additional information can help elicit a confession, so the more information they have, the better. Bam fills in a lot of the blanks during his interview. He mentions that Lindsay texted him around 2 a.m., saying she was at Spice. He thought, okay, cool, and decided to meet her there to hang out for a while. When he arrives, Lindsay suggests they go to Passions because it's Father's Day and she wants to buy him a drink. Once inside the club, Bam observes that Lindsay starts chatting with a group of young men. While he couldn't hear the conversation due to the loud music, he could tell it was friendly. After they've been there for a while, Lindsay tells him she's going to drop him off. He agrees, and they leave together. She drops him off at his truck in the parking lot at Spice. Detective Barra asks where Lindsay was going, and Bam says he doesn't know for sure, but that she mentioned hanging out with some friends. He gets back into his truck and looks back, seeing Lindsay driving off toward New Orleans east. This aligns with what Melanie said in the audio recording. Lindsay had mentioned meeting up with her people in that area. At this point, Detective Barra doesn't hold back. He asks Bam directly, "If you know who did this, or if you're responsible in any way, we hope you'll say it now instead of us having to figure it out later." He directly asks Bam if he killed Lindsay Nichols. Bam insists, "No, sir. I promise you, if I knew anything, I would tell you." He sounds genuine, calm, well-spoken, and concerned about his friend. He expresses that he can't imagine anyone having a problem with Lindsay. She was a good-hearted person. Bam breaks down a bit, saying he's hurting because he knows Lindsay is gone. Frustratingly, it's day 3 in the investigation, and they're no closer to figuring out what happened. However, this is part of the process. detectives have to eliminate people one by one. They decide to pull some surveillance video from Passion's nightclub to see if there's anything significant on it. They're also in the process of getting that search warrant to search the inside of Lindsay's vehicle and have an advanced crime scene team analyze everything within that car. They're hoping that they're going to find a bigger lead from that evidence. They were able to look inside and see things that they thought would be significant, but they weren't allowed to touch anything in that moment because they had to go through the entire legal process. However, there are things that could be collected. So the very next day, they go down to the headquarters where the car is locked up. They bring out their crime scene photographer to take pictures of everything as they're sifting through it. Many people have a lot of things in their trunk, a lot of things in their vehicles, everyday things like clothing, accessories, and shoes. Lindsay was no different. So it's hard to differentiate between something that might be evidence and something of value, and just everyday items that were thrown inside this vehicle. However, I did tell you about a plastic bag that was burned on the outside, but the contents looked as though they were completely intact. From what they could tell, it looked like men's clothing, and that was significant. The crime scene technicians came out. They collected swabs from places like the steering wheel. In case anyone else drove the car, there could be DNA on it. They swabbed the trunk, inside the vehicle, on the dashboard, and any other place where DNA or fingerprints could be found. But probably the biggest find during the search of her car was her cell phone and the men's clothing. There was a white tank top, like the wife-beater kind that men usually wear, with a pair of red basketball shorts and a pair of socks. The tank top looked like it had blood on it, and you could clearly see there were red blood stains on the socks. These items were put inside of this plastic bag with the intention that it would be burned with no evidence left behind. The most likely scenario is that the killer was wearing this outfit, and when he was done committing the crime, he undressed, threw his clothes inside, and doused the entire vehicle, including the trunk and Lindsay, with lighter fluid, hoping that the entire car would burn to ashes. Even though these are some significant finds, the DNA analysis takes weeks. So right now, detectives have to do what they can to generate more leads while they are waiting. They go back to the station and look through the surveillance footage from Passions. I have some still shots from the footage that I want to show you. You can see Melanie, Bam, and Lindsay entering the club. This is Bam in the blue shirt. This is Lindsay in the black dress, and this is Melanie. There's also footage of Bam and Lindsay leaving the club together, just like Melanie and Bam had said. Right next to the club is a Shell gas station. It's right here. Bam and Lindsay went there to get some cash out of the ATM before going to Bam's truck. While looking through this footage, detectives are trying to see if there's anything that contradicts the story that Bam gave, or anything suspicious. Like, was he waiting for her to take money out? Was he threatening her for the cash? That's not the case, and nothing's out of the ordinary, just two friends hanging out, getting money out of an ATM. Detectives do not see a motive here when it comes to Bam, so he is pretty much eliminated at this point. They have to wait 2 whole weeks, and nothing's happening in the case. They have no new leads, and it's pretty much a dead end. However, they are about to get some shocking information, and it comes from Lindsay's phone records. Detective Rare is going through Lindsay's call log, incoming and outgoing, and you could not believe what he saw. At 4:45 a.m., Lindsay made a call to 911. This is unbelievable. You're expecting to see a lot of things when you're looking through these phone records, but you are not expecting a victim to have called the police and not been helped. He is so confused. He has to understand more about what happened during this phone call. They know they're going to have to contact the police department and find out what was on that 911 recording. They also pinpoint the last person that Lindsay called that night before the 911 call. There was a number that she called a couple of times, so they go ahead and run it through their system, and it comes up to a man named Theon Sampson. When they checked where he lived, he was from the East. You recall on that phone call, Lindsay said she's going to hang out with her people from the East. Who is Theon Sampson? Where was he that night? Did he see her that night? Does he have anything to do with the crime? They run his name and are able to find out that this man had convictions for aggravated battery as well as illegally carrying weapons. They also pulled some photos of him and submitted a search warrant so they can pull his phone records. Meanwhile, they go down to the police department where the 911 call center is, and they request to listen to that recording. Get this. When they go over there and pull these records, one of the custodians that was helping them actually shows them that Lindsay provided her full name to the 911 operator. Lindsay tells the 911 dispatcher that she's hiding from two men in her car. She had to run away and hide from them because they were trying to get her to perform a sexual act that she was not comfortable with. She didn't want to do that with these men, and after refusing their sexual advances, she ran and hid. They found her in her vehicle, and that's when she was on the phone with 911. She tells them, "I'm gonna have to shoot them." At this point, she has her gun and is in her car, all the while with no officers coming out. Instead, the 911 operator is listening to this crime unfold. You can hear these men wrestling the gun away from Lindsay. It's 2 against 1, and they get her gun. After that, there are some very nasty words that are spewed out of these men's mouths toward Lindsay. Very dehumanizing, disgusting, derogatory, just vulgar statements made toward this woman. Then there is just this extended period of time where you can hear this poor woman struggling to save her own life. After that, the call is dropped. Detective Barrer said this is the worst 911 call he has ever heard in his entire career. This woman died, and the operator stayed on to listen to this entire conversation, but there was no one there to help her. These two men had gotten a hold of her keys and her gun, and they were threatening to kill her. Not only that, this phone call captures the moments that these men were attacking her. During this call, she also told the operator that she might have to shoot them, that that was her only choice. But apparently, she never got the chance. You can hear the operator asking her, "What does the person look like?" And they're trying to calm Lindsay down, but she's just crying and keeps saying, hurry up, please hurry up." You can also hear Lindsay pleading with the perpetrators, telling them, please just put down the gun and give me back my keys. But the saddest thing is that Lindsay is just telling the operator, "I need help, please send someone. I need help, please send someone. Hurry." She's saying this over and over again for 8 desperate minutes. I can't even fathom being on an 8-minute phone call and not having someone come to my rescue. At the end of this call, the operator is saying nothing. They're just listening to the sound of Lindsay crying, moaning, and being repeatedly struck. It's horrifying. We think, or at least I do, that when we call 911, we're gonna get saved. We always think that's the most important thing to do. If we can get to our phones, we're safe. We feel like if we hit those 3 numbers and call, we're gonna be okay. But Lindsay was not okay. This is not okay. This operator failed Lindsay Nichols. They did not relay this information to the appropriate and proper departments. It was categorized as a low-level response needed. Low-level, this wasn't even a high priority. So by the time the units arrived, Lindsay and her murderers were gone. It was too late. It is absolutely gut-wrenching to know this, because sometimes we don't know. We have to imagine or guess what someone's last moments were. But to hear them puts it on a different level of sadness. For Jolene, having to hear her daughter in those last moments and knowing how brutal they were is something that haunts her, and it always will. Because sometimes when things happen, we can imagine that they went differently. But you can't escape the truth in this case. You know, there's a commander from the police department who admits that when they make mistakes, people can die. This is a life or death job. You're dealing with emergencies, and you have to take it seriously. Not to say we know exactly what was going on in that dispatcher's mind. We're human, I understand that, but I don't understand how something like this can happen. It's been 4 weeks at this time, and had that connection been made between this call and Lindsay's murder sooner, things would have progressed a lot more quickly. But they do get 40,000 911 calls a month, so that correlation just wasn't made. And unfortunately, because they did have to hear Lindsay say what she did, They got a picture of where she was, where this was happening, because she told the dispatcher that she was near a car dealership. She even described that there were more than one man and that it seemed like she knew one of them. But she was afraid to tell the dispatcher who she said it was, a guy that she had met once before. Detectives are going to use all of this as evidence and sift through it to see if they can make any more connections. Meanwhile, the autopsy report came back in October. Cynthia Garner concluded that Lindsay suffered 9 gunshot wounds, 1 to the head, 6 to the neck, and 1 to the hand. There was evidence that Lindsay had been strangled and suffered blunt force injury. The burning of Lindsay's body occurred post-mortem. A toxicology report was conducted as well, and it indicated that there was alcohol in Lindsay's bloodstream. Dr. Gardner estimated that the muzzle of the gun was approximately 2 feet away when it was fired, and it was from a 9mm firearm. The shell casings and bullets that were recovered from the passenger area and the trunk area were tested, and it was proved that the weapon they came from was Lindsay's 9mm handgun. The investigation further revealed that Lindsay was shot while in the passenger side of the vehicle, as well as when she was moved to the trunk area. It is absolutely terrifying to be in such close quarters, trapped in your vehicle, and killed with your own firearm. The biggest lead Detective Barrera has right now is this guy, Dion Sampson. Lindsay called him right before the hour of her murder, and it's about to get intense because they get a hold of Theon Sampson's phone records. Modern technology is absolutely amazing. We can do things now compared to what we could even do a decade or 2 ago. We can actually pinpoint where someone was, and it's all because of something we never want to put down: our phones. That's the one thing that people who do wrong often overlook: keeping their phones on them. Phones are the most trustworthy witnesses of all. You can't deny where you were. If GPS puts you there, you were there. It turns out they were able to pinpoint exactly where that 911 call came from. According to Lindsay's phone records and GPS coordinates, lo and behold, Theon Sampson's phone pings to the very same location at the same time. So while she's on this 911 call, this man is in the same place. It's pretty obvious, but you know how it goes in criminal investigations. You have to prove it beyond a reasonable doubt. You don't want to make a mistake. You have to find multiple ways to ensure you can place your perpetrator in that location. As far as detectives are concerned, they have their man, or at least one of them, because we know from Lindsay's phone call that there were 2 men involved in this crime. They definitely want to dig in. They want to gather as much information about Theon Sampson as they possibly can. So where do they go first? They go to social media and find his Facebook page. They discover some very peculiar photos. He's almost always dressed up in costumes. They find out that Theon Sampson is actually a stripper. He has an alias. They just call him Bone. Yep, he travels to different strip clubs and does ladies' nights there and dances. He's pretty well known in the community. You could even say he's kind of a local celebrity. He has a big white smile, a nice physique, and tattoos. We know looks can be deceiving, but he's definitely trying to get the ladies to do whatever he wants. He also has a criminal record, which we spoke about. Detectives have seen enough. Literally looking at these pictures is burning their eyes. They decide the next thing they need to do is call him, and they have his phone number, so they go ahead and give him a call. But here's the thing. They don't want to tip him off. This is crucial, because they want him to feel comfortable talking. If they let him know that he's a suspect at this point, he might clam up, he might not answer, he might get away. So they have to be buddy-buddy. They have to act like they're just covering all their bases, reaching out to everyone who might have known Lindsay. Very casual. They just want to know, what can you tell us about that night? That kind of thing. Detective Barrera does a fabulous job being nonchalant, very calm, just like, hey, we heard that you might have seen our victim out and about the other night. Would you mind coming in and just talking to us for 10 to 15 minutes? We're interviewing everyone, no big deal. Just want to know if you bumped into her that night. It works. Theon agrees to come down to the NOPD. He says, yeah, I'll let you know what I know about Lindsay, and he is just calm, cool, and collected on the phone. He doesn't even sound like he's worried at all. He just says, okay, cool, I'll come in. But what he doesn't realize is he just added one more piece of concrete evidence to their case against him: the fact that he answered the phone. By simply answering that call, he confirmed that this is his phone. That's the number that pinged where Lindsay made that 911 call, and now it's connected to him. Now, I can't play you this entire interview, but I will just say this. I didn't like the way he acted. He was smug. He knew right away who they were questioning him about. He says, "I don't know her last name, but her first name is Lindsay." They asked, "Do you know what happened to her?" And he literally says, "Yeah, she burned." That bothered me because he thought that she was going to be burned. He thought he was going to get away with this. It just bothered me that he would say it that way instead of "she died" or "she was murdered." He says, "She was burned." One question about how Lindsay knew Theon. He said that she would come in and watch him dance at the places he went for ladies' nights. He says, "Yeah, I'm an exotic dancer." And then this is just something that made my skin crawl. It's these kinds of statements I do not like. I don't even know if you could call it bragging, but I've seen it in other cases with different perpetrators, just the way that they carry themselves. He says, "Oh, well, it doesn't really pay great. However, you get more cat than anything." Wow, okay, we know you're good looking, you've got a great physique, you're an exotic dancer living the life, but you're the suspect in taking someone's life. So be serious. But he's not. And this was just shocking. Just wait, because you're gonna hear me tell you something that he did in this interview that was disgusting. Just wait. Detective Barrera has been doing this for 15 years at this point. He's seen it all. But you just wait, because even he was caught off guard. They asked Theon how he ended up running into Lindsay that night, and he says, "I saw her at Passions." This time, he's not dancing, he's actually hanging out and drinking. Which might have been a little bit different because usually he is on stage when Lindsay sees him. She recognized him, so when she came in, as soon as they locked eyes, she ran up to him and gave him a hug. For the rest of the night, he said that he was flirting with her. He admits he was flirting and wanted to see what was up with her, what she wanted to do. That was his intention. He says that she told him she would call him later. All the while, he is totally calm while saying this. It's like he's explaining what he ate that day. He's able to look the detectives right in the face and say, "That is the last time I saw her." So that puts them together around 4 o'clock in the morning while they're still at the club. They know that Lindsay called him after 4, so they asked him, "Did she ever call you?" He said, "Yeah, she called me. I don't know what time it was though, because I didn't answer." They said, "Well, where were you?" And he responds, "I was at home." They asked, "Did you go anywhere else that night?" He says, "No, sir." Now, he does something tricky here. They ask Theon, "Did you have your phone on all night?" And he doesn't hesitate. He says, "Yeah, I had my phone all night. I always have my phone." They asked, "No one else had your phone?" He goes, "No." Now, what he doesn't understand is that he's confirming that no one else could have been where that 911 call was made because he was with his phone. Detective Barrera does another little buddy-buddy thing and says, "Everybody I've been interviewing today has been giving me DNA samples." So Theon agrees to do it as well. But here's the crazy part of the interview, at least from my perspective. When Detective Barrera goes to leave the room to get the DNA kit so he can take this monster's DNA, this narcissistic fool is so conceited and smug that he asks if he can take a selfie. Are you serious? He's like, "Hey, can I take a picture in here?" Literally taking a selfie in the interview room. This cannot be real. All the while, other detectives can see everything that's going on in the room, and they're just looking at him like he's a specimen under a microscope, because it's so peculiar to see someone just taking selfies, smiling shamelessly, thinking that this is funny, that it's a joke. This is someone's life, and you're suspected to be involved in taking that life. I don't think he ever thought he was going to get caught. Getting that DNA sample was huge because they wanted to compare it to the DNA found on the men's clothing. Remember the tank top and the basketball shorts? They really want to get a match, because as soon as they know that it's a match, which they suspect it is, they can arrest this man. Meanwhile, the detectives want to ask Lindsay's friends if they know anything about Theon. Jessica says yes, they met him 3 months ago while they were out on a girls' night. They were at a place called the Tiki Hut. That's where they ran into Theon for the first time. Here's the thing. He and Lindsay had chemistry right away. They were both really good-looking people. They were outgoing. Like I said before, their energies matched. That was the guy I was referring to, who came into Passions, the one she ran up to and gave a big hug. He picks her up off the ground. They had the same outgoing personalities. They got along really well. So, how do things go so wrong? Because that night, everything seemed to be going right. They exchanged numbers, hung out together, and exchanged texts here and there over the next few months. There's something else about Theon. He was used to getting what he wanted, all the cat he wanted, anytime he wanted it. He goes to ladies' nights, and I don't know if you've ever been to one of these performances, but it's very provocative. There are women who are touching these men. A lot of them let you do it. They're up on that stage, getting anything they want, and it seems like he really wanted Lindsay. Further information shows that Theon's apartment is located on the same road as the Chevrolet dealership. It's right nearby, and that is where the initial 911 call came from. This is not too far away from Passions. Look at this, it's a 2-minute drive. This Chevrolet dealership is only 5 minutes away from Theon's apartment. This could have been a place where Lindsay was used to parking when she comes to Passions, because this parking lot is right across the street. Here's the Shell station, and right next to the Shell is Passions. It makes sense she might have parked there, and that's why her vehicle was there. I'm gonna get back to that in just a moment. Almost a month had gone by at this point, and detectives are eager to put the people responsible for Lindsay's murder behind bars. Her friends are terrified. They can't carry on their normal, everyday activities because they don't know who did this. They are close to Lindsay. What if they're next? What if someone is just waiting for them? What if someone thinks that they know something if they've been a witness? It's a scary time. A lot of times, we don't think about the people who are left behind, who are waiting for someone to be arrested so that they're not thinking this murderer could be right around the corner watching them. That is exactly why social media can be so helpful. Theon actually gives his DNA to detectives, and while they're waiting, they decide to take a peek at his Instagram. When they do, they can't believe what they find. It's laughable, not in a funny way, but in a crazy way. Because you would think that if you just committed a brutal crime and you knew what you were wearing while committing that crime, you might want to delete the pictures of you wearing it a week before. But not Theon. There he is. Do you see this picture right here? This is him wearing the same tank top and basketball shorts, the exact same basketball shorts, and one red basketball shorts. You can't miss it, they're the same. Detectives are actually blown away. This is a 30-year-old man who doesn't have the wherewithal to understand the magnitude of him leaving this evidence in plain sight. But that's because I think he was so confident that she was burned, which means his clothes would also be burned. Keep in mind the media doesn't know or isn't releasing every detail of this crime. Theon probably thought everything within that vehicle was completely burned. He might not realize how he's implicating himself over and over again without doing anything. Detectives are laughing when they see this, not because it's funny, but because this man is cocky enough, confident enough, or even naive enough to think that he's going to get away with this. They didn't have to guess for long about the shorts, because the DNA results came back. It was a match. Theon was wearing those shorts. They have their man, one of their men. They still have to find perpetrator number 2, but right now they are on the hunt for Theon Sampson to put him in handcuffs and bring him to the police department. They actually track him down at a tattoo shop. They walk right in, see his car outside, and walk in to arrest him. He just looks surprised. He looks shocked. He's just sitting there getting a tattoo, and it's just crazy to me how this man can go on with his life after just taking someone else's. He can just go back to his normal everyday routine, getting tattooed, probably hooking up with girls, dancing like it didn't even matter at this point. Detectives are hoping Theon gets something else permanent, a jail sentence. They don't hesitate. They bring him into the station under arrest for the murder of Lindsay Nichols. This time, Theon is acting completely different. He's got his head down on the table asking, "Why am I here? Why are you trying to pin this on me?" Detective Barrera says, "Because you did it. Because you did this murder. That's why." But he's keeping his cool. He just tells him, "Listen, here's the thing. You couldn't have been home because we found your clothing on the front seat of her vehicle. There could be a way for you to explain why they were there, but only you know that." He keeps saying, "No, I was at home." And they say, "Well, you could give us the name of the other guy." He replies, "I wasn't with anyone." Then he says he's going to need an attorney and asks for one, so they couldn't get any more information. Now, get this. This is probably my favorite part about Detective Barrera being on this case, and why I like him so much. Not only because he's a veteran detective and so good at his job, but because he does his job in such a memorable way. He hates criminals just as much as I do. When Theon is being arrested and put into lockup, they are putting his hands behind his back with the handcuffs. Officers are standing by his side. He's being taken away and locked up. While this is happening, while he's in this vulnerable position, Detective Barrera says, "Hey buddy, you need to go for one last selfie before you leave." I couldn't help it. It is funny to me because he's making him feel this small. It's about time that an ego as big as his is made to feel as small as he really is, because only a weak and disgusting person could carry out this type of crime. The fact he was able to get that one last jab at him made me happy. Once her friends were informed about the arrest, it was sad to think that it had something to do with the fact that she wouldn't do something sexual in nature. But isn't that how a lot of these crimes occur? They don't know everything. The investigation is not over. But knowing how senseless this was, and how this little boy is left without a mother, how these men just disregarded the fact that this is a person, regardless of whether she just doesn't want to do something with you. I just don't know how it could escalate to that point. But you're gonna find out when detectives go back through Theon's phone. There's another number he's communicating with around the same time on the night of the crime. They run that phone number, and it's a match to a man named Troy Vernado. Now they have to look into this person. But before they do, they get an anonymous tip from Crime Stoppers. On the morning the vehicle was found, a tip was called in anonymously by someone who saw two men next to that Honda Accord. They gave a perfect description of Theon. They said he had a mohawk, tattoos, and a nose ring, and they saw him at the trunk of her car. Then he gets into a Jaguar. Well, it turns out Troy owns a Jaguar. By the time Detective Barrera wants to bring Troy in for questioning, he already has a lawyer. The reason being, when Theon's attorneys found out that they were implicating Troy, they had their client give a statement. You can probably guess what Theon said. He blamed everything on Troy. Troy was the one that did it. I didn't have anything to do with it. Then Troy's lawyers come back and say, no, he knows what happened. He knows everything that happened, but he wasn't involved. One of the most frustrating things when it comes to murder cases like this is getting to the truth. That's what the victims' families want to know at the end of the day, because nothing is going to bring back their loved one. But they want to know the truth, and they want the people that are responsible off the streets for good. With all the evidence and the eyewitness accounts, along with the Jaguar description and the description of the people who match both Troy's and Theon's appearances, they were both indicted on second-degree murder. Both of these men went to trial. The prosecution was able to theorize about what happened that night, so I want to tell you what they put together. They say that Lindsay dropped Bam off at his truck, so she did leave Passions. She gets a call from Theon around 4:18 a.m. GPS has her at his apartment complex, so they must have agreed to meet up there. She arrives around 4:30 a.m. At this point, Theon's text message records indicate he texts Troy and lets him know Lindsay arrived. Troy was actually waiting outside at this point, and Theon says, "Come up," telling him that the apartment door is unlocked. Theon is trying to arrange a threesome between Lindsay, himself, and Troy. This happens shortly before Lindsay runs out of the apartment, barely dressed. Something happened when that man came into the apartment. By interviewing some of Lindsay's friends, they suggest most likely she didn't know that man, she doesn't know Troy, and she didn't agree to have him involved in any kind of sexual act, so she runs and these two men run after her. Of course, there are still a lot of unanswered questions. For one thing, they don't know how someone got a hold of her car keys. They don't know if they were dropped on the ground while she was running away, or if they caught her and grabbed her keys. But by 4:45 a.m., She makes that 911 call, and GPS places her vehicle in that parking lot at the Chevrolet dealership. Lindsay was trying to hold the door shut, and they had the keys. She couldn't hold on anymore, and they got in and attacked her. At some point, she was placed into the trunk of her vehicle after being manually strangled. At 5 a.m., GPS puts her phone, Theon's phone, and Troy's phone all going in the same direction. Theon is driving her vehicle, followed by Troy in his Jaguar. They drive to several desolate areas, almost like they're trying to decide where to leave her, and they finally drive all the way out near the area near Six Flags. That's where the vehicle was finally located, and she was shot multiple times in the neck while in the trunk of her vehicle. They really don't know the exact sequence of events, but this is the most probable situation. Then they doused the car with lighter fluid and attempted to set it on fire. Theon jumps in Troy's vehicle and jets off. The trial commenced on September 17, 2018, 3 years after these men were arrested. They followed a Facebook page called Justice for Lindsay Marie. I went all the way back in time to when the crime first occurred. I saw all the information about how many times this trial was delayed for all kinds of reasons, often just these two men playing with the legal system. Theon and Troy were charged with second-degree murder, second-degree kidnapping, and obstruction of justice. Troy was charged with an additional crime of accessory after the fact. Both men entered a plea of not guilty. Theon decided he would plead guilty to manslaughter and was given that plea deal, sentenced to 40 years in prison. They did try to get Troy to take a plea deal, but he said no. He decided to go to trial, and that wasn't a very good idea. He ended up getting life in prison for second-degree murder, kidnapping, and obstruction of justice. Jolene definitely didn't hold back when Troy was on trial. She said that she hopes he burns in hell and that the 911 call haunts her every single day of her life. She hopes it haunts him too, but she doubts it will because this man would never admit that he did anything. In fact, this really bothered me. I'm going to end this in just a moment, but I have to tell you this. He said, "I just want to say this isn't justice for Lindsay. Justice would be getting the people who have done this." He added, "For what it's worth, I know what you're going through." Really? The reason he said this was because the mother of his own children died 2 years before this. But that's not what's happening here. To have the audacity to minimize the situation makes me sick. Everyone was impacted by this. Jessica said that day changed her whole opinion of people in this world.